willingness to believe that refraction answers all their problems.
Sure. I mean, from my perspective, looking at that now, I'm going to go away and work out, the context of how often people see that and what they see. I mean, it'd be interesting if there's any photographic evidence from the Vista that you can see it. You know what I mean? Rather than first person or second person anecdotal evidence. I'm not saying it's not valid, but it's not. It's not. I'm suspicious of everything. So
You just
I'm not going
want
to take
proof.
anything.
You just want,
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert, but I don't know to what. I wouldn't even try and fathom as to what the extent of refraction would do there. I mean, who knows? But I'll have a dig around and see what I can find, because there must be some other stuff relating to that. But that's why I was asking you earlier on. I wasn't being disingenuous. I was asking what the context of the clip of the nurse, the anecdote of the nurse. And I get it now because I've seen the website and I realised that it's not what you see all the time. But it's obviously have people who have seen it. So the question is, what it's one of those things where it's not there all the time, but it is visible. So what do you make of that? Do you know what I mean?
Without a P900 was also my point.
Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, I get that, yeah. I mean, she was obviously using optics contemporary of her time.
Yeah.
And if anybody, and I don't know, people have...
But isn't it, your words are very interesting. Like when you say it's not always there, why wouldn't it be that it's not it's that you can't always see it there?
That's what I mean. Like and obviously,
you could say that's what you mean, but you do it enough where your words are very particularly unsatisfied.
Yeah, I mean, if I say, all right, fair enough. I understand what you're saying. I mean, when I say it's not there, it means I can't see it. Do you know what I mean? And that's just a colloquial way I would talk about things. It's not to say it's not there. I understand the physical mountain is still there somewhere in the distance. Where the question I'm talking about, whether it's there in your the only thing I'm going on here is, can you see it? Is it in your view? Is it visible from your viewpoint? So when I say there or not there, I mean, can you see it or can you not?
Yeah, I mean, because it's in your line of sight unless the day isn't clear enough. Because it's there in your line of sight.
Yeah, but if you look out, if you're looking out over some... Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's just a turn of phrase. I'm not actually refuting that the physical thing is not there. I'm talking about whether it's there it's visible to you. But anyway, the point I was making is that the actual figures you've used for the heights are overly generous, if anything, by quite a margin. So, but did you say you'd been there?
I've been there twice. I was a teenager. I think I've been there a long time. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I've been there a long time ago too, when I was like 12 years old.
And were you able to see the Pinnacle Overlook when you went there?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, right, okay.
I was just looking at mountains. I was 12 years old looking at mountains.
Yeah,
I suppose well, that's the trouble, isn't it? I suppose it would be difficult to... You have to know what you're looking for, wouldn't you? I suppose, really. I don't know. When I look at... I've been in a couple of places around in the UK where there's, the mountainous areas, and you look out and you think, you see all the mountains, but it's difficult to... Unless you've got an intimate knowledge of the terrain, you're not going to know, are you? But I'm not using... Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, I'm not picking it apart. I'm just saying that you'd have to know what you were looking at, wouldn't you, I suppose? It's a bit... But I'll keep on digging around, see what I can find. Anyway, I thought I'd let you know.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're citing it as an argument, then you might as well make it as strong as you can.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Posy.
I'm digging around.
Well, you won't find a refraction model that will answer this question. You will find curve calculators which will put in a mathematical model which is based on an ideal which is actually inflating or deflating the radius of the Earth in the orthographic geometry. You won't find any real-world refraction that can do such a thing.
Well, I put in that link earlier on to that guy who built the refraction simulator for the and I'm now going through the. You can, to be fair to him, if you know what you're doing and actually there's a YouTube video that tells you to do it, you can actually even though it's running live in a there's a calculation. There are two pictures of two. He's got two pictures of two oil rigs, and so when you see that image that was snapshotted, they aren't distorted images. He distorts them in real time using some sort of like mathematics. Now, to be fair, you can drill down into that, and all the source of all the mathematics behind it is totally exposed. There's nothing concealed there. So what I'm in the process of doing is going through that and his blog and trying to work out where he got those equations from, because he has got he's got two components in there. He's got what is conventionally called atmospheric refraction, which is whereby they allude there is a refraction because of the density of the air changing in respect to the temperature, and then which actually, if that's the only refraction you've got, is fuck all. It's not enough to. In that case, the Black Swan is a problem. But then he's got the other model in there, which comes from a different order of refractive science, if that's what it is. That says, which if you probably look at the photograph, you'll see there's a temperature altitude profile he's got in there. Now, I'm in the process of actually drilling through that and trying to work out where the fuck he's got that from, and what if there's any meaningful citations to where those equations are coming from. Now, to be fair to him, there's nothing concealed in it, and if you dig around with it, it's relatively easy to find him talking about. He's prepared to. He actually is. Obviously, he's a glober, and he's got a bit of a to and fro going with it in both communities, as far as I can see, and he's digging it apart. And when he first built it, he didn't build it for those rigs. If you actually go on that website and trundle down the bottom, there's a tab you can pull up, and he's got various scenarios from all kinds of stuff, and he's even got a model for lasers in there. But again, until I actually dig around in there, I'm not going to basically dismiss what he's got in there, because that picture you see where he's got those rigs at what looks to be the visible horizon, it looks very it has a definite symmetry to the photograph for the Black Swan, and I'm going to basically it could be that he's just highly contrived fudge, just to get it look like it. But until I actually dig around in there, I'm not going to dismiss it outright, because there is, irrespective of what you think about what he's done there, you can either come to two conclusions if you're at one end or the other. He's either got an accurate model of several contemporary pieces of science that describe atmospheric diffraction on several levels, or he's got an enormously contrived fudge to try and make something work to represent a reality that doesn't fit the globe model. So between those two poles, it's a question of which side does it sit on, So from a position where I am,
in terms of refraction, when you look into, like, if you click the links, if I'm not mixing up my people, like, it just goes to Snell's law. Like, there's no, I'm looking for the same thing you're looking for, basically.
Yeah. Well, he uses a quad Bezier pair curve approximation for his temperature profile, and that in itself I'm not particularly bothered about, because it doesn't really make much difference really. You can effectively, whatever geometry you use to get a profile of temperature because altitude is irrelevant to some extent. What's important is what's going on underneath, why to what extent his mechanism works out the refractions based upon the temperature differentials, and if that's crap, then it all comes tumbling down. But if there's some meat on those bones of that, I'd like to know what it is, But yeah, anyway, I thought I'd let you know about the heights, because it's
Ginger and honey, buddy.
Yeah. I will tell you this, Pat. So where this ends up is at really long distances. Okay, this distance that Gospel Bears told you, it's pocket change.
Yeah.
We got distances 250 miles, 1,200 miles.
Yeah, I know.
An infrared, which mitigates refraction.
I saw somewhere else I know what you're saying. I saw somewhere else a simulator model that suggested that if you had it was enabled to contrive a world with a particular gravity that would show that you could actually have enough refractive, a high enough refractive index in the atmosphere caused by a pressure differential that you could see the back of your own head with a powerful enough pair of binoculars. You know, which is utterly and totally counterintuitive to, you know, what you'd expect, what you anticipate from reality. That said, if there's any mathematics behind it or any if there's any citable investigation into that, I'd like to know. I'd like to find out if there's any experiments you can do to create a temperature gradient in a sufficiently big enough, I know lab space permitting, a particularly big enough sealed conduit of air, so you can actually get refraction going.
Well, I asked if they had anything where something that's visibly obstructing something is displaced, meaning it's not obstructing the thing anymore, and the answer was no. Usually they show this thing where they have like this these two canisters, and they spray something, and you can see a little bit of what's behind the canister. I'm like, yeah, but you guys are trying to explain why, say for instance, the canister is now gone from obstructing the thing behind it to being behind it. That's what you would have to recreate. Obviously, that's a feat that I don't believe you believe is possible.
Yeah, I agree. And I was going to just say, yes, you cannot recreate Earth's atmosphere the way we experience it. You can't recreate it on a small scale the way that Earth works. You can't just do a small test.
No, I mean,
I know what you're saying. I know what he was talking about. Like, wasn't it like nitrogen or something? They got a light to go over this cold tank or some shit. Some video they made.
Liquid nitrogen. They were spraying liquid nitrogen onto some medium, weren't they, to create an extreme temperature differential? But it's too contrived an experiment to be convincing. I think it's too extreme.
Right, but you were asking, can we do a recreation of what we experience on Earth on a small scale to prove, this refraction idea, to show that, what all these arguments about refraction causing the Earth to look flat even though it's not. The answer is no, and Elijah just said that.
No, exactly. But the point is that if they have a set of equations that perform
equations.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's something. They have a set of equations that they feed in the values for that create a diffraction profile. So the question is the only question that remains is where did they get these equations from, and how representative are they of reality? That's all I'm trying to dig out, really.
Well, hey, Ed,
again,
ahead, Elijah,
the only answer I can think of that would be there is the changing of the radius. That's literally it. It doesn't have anything to do with any refraction. Anything that they do on refraction is using a baseline of a zero elevation angle. Like, so you start with literally a plane. That's how Andrew Thomas Young describes it in his papers. And then for considerations for the globe, he continues into the rest of it. But yeah, all you gotta do is look at how they increase the radius. That's all they do. That's what you would have to do.
But you can't though. You can't increase the radius value of Earth without changing the entire solar system.
No, and that's the point. Is that if their equations don't change the radius, they do something else. So everything, they live and die on the sword of how good those equations are. Because, like you say, patently you can't change the radius.
Yeah, but equations are.
Hold on. Are you saying that what you're seeing is that he's not changing the radius?
In his equations on that website, he's not changing the radius. No.
Well, how are the equations relevant to the 7/6R? Or is the 7/6R already in there? Because if that's the case, then well, he's got the 7/6R is the I mean, because I don't even see how 7/6R helps. So
it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't help a great deal. It doesn't help a great deal at all. He's got two basically to cut a long story short. He's got two component algorithms in there for the diffraction. One is one is the conventional atmospheric diffraction model, which is the foundation of which sits around the concept that there is a gradient differential, and light is being refracted by that gradient differential. So it's temperature independent, that is. Yeah, and anywhere you go online, it says that's fuck all. It's like a worst case scenario. It's 300 odd feet difference in the.
Let me ask you a really quick question about that. Is that from the observation point, like you standing on the shore of the ocean, and you're talking about? Are you talking about sunset?
It's literally. I think that refraction would cause the where you observe the horizon to change about 300 odd meters. So it's not. Can you find
the ray tracing?
Ray tracing. What do you mean? Sorry.
Well, can you find the portion where it shows the path of light to meet the observer? Like, can it show what?
Yes,
I'm curious. I want to see visually what's happening with the rays of light.
If you go and visit that website, and you move on the ray diagram, it will show you where all the laser light are going.
Post it.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah. Matter of fact, no. Help me find it, because I was looking for it earlier, because I had screenshot it about two years ago.
Yeah, no.
Or a year and a half ago in here.
Where is it? Hang on, let me just dig it.
It makes no sense at all. He said, maybe 300 meters. I mean, dude, compared to the size of Earth, 300 meters is nothing.
Exactly. But that's just the standard atmospheric model. Refraction model.
Well, then I think this is why you have this question, because that's ridiculous. It's inconsequential.
But like I said, his model has got two refractive components to it. One is the standard atmospheric refraction, and one is based on
the temperature, right? And the altitude, the temperature based on. Yeah, I heard what you said.
So that's the bit that that's the bit which, if it comes into play, makes a
fucking meta bunk. We already talked to this idiot.
Yeah, all I'm doing, and I get it. I get what you're saying. I'm sure that no one here has got anything, but I'm actually going through the equations in the back of that, trying to work out where he's getting them from, and if they're, I don't know if they are implemented correctly or not.
This is not reality. You can the globe only exists in math. Doesn't exist in physical reality. I mean, that's my opinion. And but
what I would do is
show the globe Earth in physical reality, then I'm more interested in that than showing the globe Earth with this math.
My perspective on this, okay, right, is a set of equations in the background of that. Yeah, I like to know. I'm going to find out where he got them from, and I'm going to find out if there's any practical scientific evaluation that they're derived from it, or if they're entirely theoretical. If they're entirely theoretical, they're no use to anybody.
Right, cool,
if there's some practical demonstration of that, it's worth investigating. That's where I'm going with it.
Well, cool. If you look at Andrew Thomas Young's paper, it is entirely theoretical.
Yeah.
In order for, look, I'm telling you, like, in order for this program to work, it would have to be contrived.
Well, that's what I'm finding out. I'm not going to take anybody's word for it.
Well, the link that you just shared, it says Metabunk Refraction Simulator.
Yes.
What I'm saying is, I mean, when you read in Andrew Thomas Young's work, he outlines like the main components, like the theoretical light rays, because this has to be a component of your math in order to include it and what it's doing, right? How it's being affected by the atmosphere, which has to be another component. So it's all theoretical because you can't do this in real time. Like, okay, but I mean, if John took him seeing the black swan and seeing that the horizon isn't geometric for him to come to where he came to. It took what's the other guy's name that comes in here that boxes? It took him a while, and this may be the thing that makes you question things in it, from a different perspective.
Sure. You're talking about reasons. Elijah, you're talking about reasons.
Yeah, reasons. Yeah.
Have you visited that link at all? Have I sent it?
I just clicked on it, and I just took a screen capture from the when you click on that link. This is what you get. I'm about to post it.
Yeah. So
here it comes. And you can adjust refraction with all the sliders and shit. Is that yeah? Here we go.
If you go back to the picture,
it's the silliest shit.
It doesn't give you a refraction slider. He gives you a button to dial in standard refraction, which is 7/6R. I read the thread.
Yes, so to be clear, that's one of his components. The second, see he's got that temperature height differential chart with some Bezier curves on it. That's his model for temperature change with altitude of the atmosphere above the sea.
God.
So if you go down to the bottom, of the page and change your settings from Platform Hill House and Habitat Oil Rigs.
I feel bad for these guys to spend this much time making something up like this, and they can actually go. They can go to Santa Barbara and look at this shit themselves. Do the same thing that BLMSB did.
Sure.
What the hell? It's weird.
If you change it to clear day at the bottom, if you change it to Platform Hill House and Habitat Oil Rigs clear day, it looks like the other photo. Yeah. And if you look at the temperature in Celsius chart, then he's got pretty much a consistent temperature with altitude chart, which is what you'd expect on a day when the sea temperature and the air temperature are roughly consistent up to about 100 feet. So I'm not going to basically dismiss what he's got here outright. I want to know what the maths behind this is, what the equations behind this is, because there's obviously a fair bit of work going into this.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I feel bad that they spent so much time and it's just wasted because it's all bullshit.
It's a cool video game, but it's not as good as his earlier work. Tony Hawk was a lot better.
You can go to Santa Barbara and take the same footage that this dude has taken several times, and we've seen it, and you can go do it yourself. Same place.
No, I think Walter Bislin is a different person than the one.
No, this is
that
from
came in
Mick
here.
West. This one is from Mick West.
I still have
Mick West's website.
I still have a standing question with Pazza and I think a handful of other people. If you're saying light is curving through the atmosphere,
Yeah.
Why must the ground be curved? Or the surface, ground, surface, same but different. Why must the surface be curved if light is curving through the atmosphere, depending on gradients and all that sort of thing?
I think the premise is that they're two different, conceptually different things, aren't they? I mean, they're not.
No, you might be jumping ahead or something. Light. Okay. Do you understand or believe or do you conclude that light is bending through the atmosphere or the air, the medium that is above the surface?
I'm working at the moment on the presumption that these equations are accurate until I can prove to myself otherwise.
Okay, that's not my question. From point A, origin of light, to your eyeball, straight line or something else?
Straight line in a fixed density medium.
What? No.
It's not what I asked.
That isn't what I asked. I didn't say fixed density medium. I said, is it a perfectly straight line? Is it a perfectly... Okay, something else. Thank you. Why must the surface be synonymous with that? That's my question.
Who's asserting that the surface is a
all globers ever?
Not this one.
Well, fantastic. Then why can't you just accept that the surface of the Earth is flat? Why are you assuming that it's curved?
Light being able to be distorted by refraction and the Earth
is mutually exclusive of the surface? I would kind of agree with that, actually.
Right.
You get where I'm going with that? Does it make sense?
No, because I'm saying.
So if light acting the way that light acts in the in the material medium above the surface of Earth is mutually exclusive, then we need to determine what the surface is.
Sure.
And not assume that it's curved.
I'm with you 100% on that.
Okay, cool. I think that what happens is there's that assumption. And I think that what happens is there's like the secret foundation of the argument, and don't take the way that I'm phrasing that personally, like that you're keeping a secret, but I think that maybe a subconscious might be a better word than even secret, that there's this subconscious awareness of where that curve is being justified, the curve of the surface, that is. And then everything else is hinging on that assumption rather than determining what it is for what it is without assumptions.
Maybe that's the case. I'm not going to argue that's not the case for a lot of people. I mean, he has got. If you can tick boxes on that model there, and he models the flat Earth in this model as well. Have you seen that?
Based on assumptions.
What assumptions do you think he makes?
Yep. The way that one might think light would behave, those predictions are built in to the modeling.
Yeah.
So light is doing whatever it's doing. So light is either, a straight line or it isn't. And if it isn't, how the surface seems to be mutually exclusive. End of story. It doesn't even seem like a point at which you could accomplish any gain at all.
Right, so I kind of see what you're saying. You're saying that you could effectively deceive yourself into thinking one because you make an assumption about the other.
Something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Like I say, I'm going to dig around at these equations that he's using for the light refraction, because, like I say, if you click on the flat Earth tick on it, it literally shows the surface is flat, but he's got the refractive algorithm still in play. So you can muck about with that, and actually, arguably, you could probably get the same visual acuity from the black swan in the flat Earth model he has. I don't know how I've not twiddled with it enough to have a go at that. But the point is that I want to work out what where these equations have come from. If they're just some enormous fudge with no substance, then it's crap. If there's some citation to some scientific evaluation of refractive temperature differentials that have come out with this,
Yo, you know what's crazy?
That is. What's that? If there's some substantive experiment which is a foundation for this experiment,
I'm never gonna get discouraged and fall off again. You know what? I just hold on.
Are you
I have a
talking to us,
sneaking
Elijah?
suspicion. Yes, I am off mute. Okay.
Damn, you sound frustrated, Elijah.
Anyway,
You said
interesting
you know
thing to
what's
ask
crazy,
yourself.
but you didn't answer.
He's talking to somebody else.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, you better been hot mic. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Continue, gentlemen.
I posted the two graphics from the Bislin calculator with quote-unquote refraction and without. And you'll still notice that he just keeps the Earth curved, and the paths of light assumed as straight in his graphic here. Now you say, well, that just might be a graphical representation. But if you go to the sliding scale on refraction and you slide it to the left and you slide it to the right with your finger, then you look at the little outputs that it creates, you'll see that it says a change in the sagittah. The height of the sagittah changes. Now, the sagittah is the apex arc at the midline of a chord between a circle and 2 points, right? Which is used the circle segment formula, right?
Yes.
So what would that mean? It means that effectively, if you change the sagittah and you maintain the same 2 points, you've increased or decreased the size of the radius of the Earth, which is very interesting because if you go down to another spot in this thing, it says perceived radius 69 million miles.
Yes.
where's that on his?
So if I'm changing the scale of refraction and it's altering the sagittah, whatever this thing is doing is changing the geometry of the sphere, or sorry, the circle.
Oh, sorry. This is those two drawings on the feed, yeah.
Yeah, you go to the Bislin's calculator. I'm on there right now.
You've got a link to
Okay,
that.
go up here.
Yeah.
You go up here. There we go. Sagittah bulge, 0.00314051. Okay, I'm going to scroll up here.
It's in the chat.
Now I'm going to turn this down some, right? And I'm going to go back to the sagittah. Now it's 40.736 meters. Why does it change? How can it change? I thought it was a fixed point between 2 points. If my target point is the same distance, how could the sagittah change?
So Pazza, remember when I asked you, or when I told you that they changed the radius? That's what he's talking about. So when you said that's not what they do, because you remember when you were talking about the equations and you were saying that the radius is not changing, what did you mean by that?
In the link I sent to the refraction calculator, the radius is fixed. The radius is fixed in his algorithm as far as I can see.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm looking at Mick West's post right here under that. And
No. Not Mick West, Walter Bislin.
Okay, I thought, well, he was talking about his source that he put here.
Okay, which one are you talking about? Because I thought it was you sent me to Walter Bislin earlier. Gospel Bearer also posted Walter Bislin.
Because that's what AI was talking about, was the Walter Bislin.
AI is also talking about Walter Bislin. So
Yeah,
are you not
talking about it?
Yeah.
He's saying the Metabunk refraction model that I linked earlier on has got a variable radius in it.
Yeah, so that is what you were talking about, right? That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Right, so here's Mick West's post. Under that, it says, that's quite close to the 7/6R approximation used in the calculator. So yeah, he's using a variable radius, the standard refraction, 7/6R. That's what the standard refraction button on that simulator is.
Yeah, exactly, and that's just the standard atmospheric one. But that's the minor component of his equation there. The secondary component is the one that deals with the temperature over altitude differential mechanism. That's not standard atmospheric. That's separate from the standard atmospheric refraction model.
No, that's not. No, while that may be true, while that may be true, the one that's actually the one that makes people say that refraction is making it possible is the component that changes the radius entirely. Has nothing to do with all the other stuff that he does with the equations or the ratios or whatever. Like, that's a part of it, but the thing that we're talking about, the thing in question, right? The size of the bulge, that's variable.
Guys, I'll pose a question.
Yeah, cool.
Do you think that the R in the equation is just a mathematical representation that is then affected by refraction later on?
I thought it was just a number plugged in for what they assume is the radius of the Earth.
I think I can understand where you and Elijah and AI aren't understanding each other. He's saying that the R is like a mathematical. Sorry, not he. Metabunk and all these other guys. They're saying that the R is purely mathematical. We're saying that if you want to apply the maths to reality, at that point you have to consider that the R value is talking about the physical Earth and isn't just a mathematical construct.
I totally agree, yeah.
Okay, so that's the problem. If the R has to be affected by refraction, then the mathematical changing of that R value must apply to the physical Earth. Does that clear things up?
I'd go along with that line of thinking, yeah.
Perfect. So at that point, they are changing the size of the Earth in order to explain away things like the Black Swan, right?
If that's what those bismuth calculations allow you to do, to change the radius as part of its model, then yeah, it's not necessarily representative of reality, is it?
Well, yeah, of course it's not. Argument from the beginning that's always been. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Elijah, when you talk to people, when you talk to people who are like very into maths, right? Like, just you throw a letter into an equation or whatever, and it doesn't actually. It doesn't represent reality in their brains. Like, we understand that we're talking about reality. No, look, man, I'm not having a go.
No, I deal with equations to do with the electronics all day long, and every single.
That's what I'm saying.
Is mapped to reality.
Yeah, I know, but when you're dealing with the equation itself, sometimes you have to remind yourself that it applies to reality, right? Because if you live within this kind of theoretical framework, theoretical is the wrong word, conceptual maybe framework, then, and especially when you're dealing with things that you don't necessarily get to see the end result of in that second, then it's easy to forget that it is applying to something in the real world. So that's the only reason I brought that up.
Okay.
So this is the thing that Globers don't often understand, is that the R has to apply to the physical Earth. It's not just a number that's then manipulated or modified later on in a... Of course. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, you understand. This is just what Elijah and AI are saying.
Sure, and I think that when they put the atmospheric refraction equation together and they put the R in there, they were working on the presumption that the R was what they thought it was in the globe model.
But they're changing the R.
They're inflating R. They're amplifying it.
Yeah, they start with an R value, they say it is this value, and then they change it. Well, why did you start with 3959 if you change it later?
Which slider were you moving on the advanced Earth curvature calculator to change the R exactly? Again, just remind me.
The refraction one, I'm pretty certain that he was referring to the refraction slider. Because when you slide the refraction slider, it changes the sagitta, which you're literally changing the shape of what you're arguing about, which invalidates your argument. Moving the goalpost hardcore, basically.
And the way that you change the position of the sagitta is by inflating the size of the Earth. And so that's what they say light is doing. It's blowing up the image of the Earth.
And just to be clear, sagitta decrease equals radius increase.
Yeah, but there is an inverse proportional function. I know.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure everybody's following along.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. They've locked the model to a refraction index of 0.
Here, I'll post two of them right now. Here's one, here's another one. There you go. So in the first image there, let's see, I got refraction at negative 0.29. You got the sagitta at 40.7. You got the apparent radius at 4909,000 meters. You go to the next one. You got the refraction at 0.9. Got the sagitta at 61. And the apparent radius at 3263,000 meters. So how is the apparent radius and the sagitta changing? Now, I could give you an apparent change, but he actually is changing the sagitta up here in the first set of calculations.
Yeah, I don't know why the sagitta is not locked there. Can you slide?
Well, that's because they're increasing the radius of the circle to the apparent radius in order to make the straight line path of light show you what you're going to see. Because listen, I'll put it to you like this. Nobody sees the Earth in this curvy, wavy nonsense, right? They just see it as it is. And so since it presents itself to you plainly, they have to use plane geometry here. Otherwise, it's going to be like heat-seeking missiles that shoot out from the Earth and blast you in the eyeballs, you know? That's not how everyone experiences life. Some of these even preface the beginning with, quote unquote, the Earth is a globe. But sometimes we can see further and the Earth presents itself as if it's flatter than it really is. And when that happens, we have to increase the apparent radius to make it look like it's supposed to look to you.
I'll have a dig around, see what's going on there.
Now, interestingly enough, we had a guy come on here who attempted to use Bisland's calculator to demonstrate that the Canigou shot, just 250 miles away, a mountain, right, taken from an observer height at 9,000 feet, the mountain 250 miles away, Peak Gaspard, should be 1 mile below the hidden height at the top of the mountain. Yet you can see the entire mountain down to the base town. We're talking miles of hidden. Should not be visible. Yet we're seeing the whole thing. We're seeing 3 miles of stuff that we shouldn't be able to see. Now, there's nothing that can account for that, but lo and behold, if you go to Bisland's calculator, they have this category called like super extreme refraction, which just so happens to be within 1 decimal point of the exact amount of quote-unquote refraction needed so that you can see the Canigou Mountains, right? Now, doesn't that sound contrived to you? In other words, it's just a number and a slider. It says, oh, if I get enough refraction, I can explain anything. And all I have to do is just slide these values left and slide these values right. And as soon as they match mathematically, I win.
You're essentially saying that, how do I put this? It's like playing the lottery, but you have every combination of numbers already. And then when the numbers are announced, you just find the right ticket that has numbers that were announced.
Yeah, keep in mind, we're talking 9,000 foot elevation observation, mitigating refraction as it is. And we're talking it's taking an infrared, mitigating refraction even more. And that's not even the longest distance that's been seen in infrared. That's just one that was done completely by a disinterested party that was trying to win a prize in a contest for long distance photography. It has no motive other than victory. Mind you, some of the longer distances ones, like the 1,200 mile one, was done by a flat earther. It was done in infrared. There's just no refraction that can account for that. You go back to the Blackbird pilot, okay? The Blackbird pilot used to go on his lectures and say to people that he could see, basically California when he took off from the East Coast. Shouldn't be possible. Just observation after observation after observation in high altitude that is hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of miles greater distances than any kind of refraction could ever account for.
Well, my question is, why aren't we all talking about this information in this manner? There shouldn't be sides. I don't get it. There shouldn't be globe earthers versus flat earthers, which is what I've been saying from the beginning. We've just woken up to a bit of information that we decided this, deserves more scrutiny. So here we are, and it's like, well, with everything that's been said to you tonight, Pausa, it's like, well, great. Now we've had this conversation, and it's like, this is interesting. And it's like the question is, but why haven't we been able to have this kind of conversation or get to this point when all of this information is already available with the resources that you guys are using to try to explain an observation that honestly can't be explained?
Well, Elijah, if I remember correctly, the idea of atmospheric refraction came about as a rebuttal when the Selenelian was first put out as a question of the globe model. They said, uh-oh, crap, we got a problem here. Let's come up with an excuse. Oh, atmospheric refraction, problem solved. It's kind of like dark matter. It's all our predictions of the universe expansion are wrong, and our previous attempts to square Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics on a universal scale have completely and utterly failed, and we're retards. Let's come up with an excuse. Oh, dark matter, that solves everything. No problem. Got any evidence for that? No, just a math equation.
Placeholder theory. It's a placeholder theory. It's meaningless.
That's the problem with math equations, is they have to balance, right? So if they don't balance, rather than saying, oh, I'm broke, you just make up dark money, and now you're rich again.
Yeah, it's like, if I give everyone else...
I can pay the bills. I can pay the bills in dark money.
It's like, if I give everyone else minus $1 million, suddenly I'm a millionaire.
I wish Bathy was here. I wonder what he'd say. I tried to get him to read the PDF from Andrew Thomas Young. Then I asked him if he read it. He was like, "Yeah." And then I asked him a question. And he was like, "Well, I didn't." And I'm like, "Come on, bro."
Appreciate you. Gee.
Now, they're all
Jeez
confused.
Louise.
For example, as a rebuttal, besides the Modelic projection, which is a joke, it's pure wishful thinking that would rebut the Canigou shot. Somebody will say, "Oh, well, yeah, I can see the whole mountain that's supposed to be a mile below the hidden height of the geometric horizon, quote unquote. But why can't I see the very bottom of the mountain?" Now, think about that for a second. They're trying to use the argument that the horizon blocks the bottoms of things, which is why they can't see the very bottom of the Canigou Mountain. Yet, the Canigou Mountain itself is supposed to be a mile below the horizon that's supposed to be blocking it. How can you have both? At that point, your brain should explode.
Oh, hang on. Just realised something.
Right. Because it's like what's blocking the bottom. If you think that is geometric curve, then yes.
Yeah, it's the same thing, brother.
Oh no.
It's the same thing with the Black Swan. There were people who tried to rebut the Black Swan by saying, "Oh, I can't see the very bottom of the oil rig feet."
So
And
they
then it's
think
like, okay,
it's obstructed by a thing behind them.
exactly. So I'm like, what do we have here? Okay, we have flat Earth, globe Earth, dinosaur Earth. What do we have now? Hyperdimensional washboard Earth, where it's undulating like a wave in physical space-time, or what? I mean, it's like, what? You could just make up excuses all day long.
I think you just gave him an idea. Hyperdimensional.
Look, hyperdimensionality is the next wave of the answers to all these problems that the globe has. If they just move into hyperphysics of the omniverse and subjective reality that's rendered simulatory to the sentient observer at the observation nexus that's instantaneous to each observer in each instance at that instantaneous point, it solved all the problems they'd ever had.
Mm-hmm. Well, they just haven't gotten to that page of the Book of Zohar yet. Just give them time.
That's like a page out of a game design manual. You know, how to have a multiple massive player online system where they share the same world, but they don't share the same rendered instances. You know, it's like we all live in a simulation now or something. Solves everything. I mean, think about it. Most of them try to prove reality with mathematics and rendered graphics and orthographic projections and modelic interpretations anyway. You might as well just pretend you live in a video game. That's what you think you live in anyway. You know, it's like, oh, how do you explain this optical phenomena? Oh, let me do some ray tracing in my Unreal Engine 5. Dirty, 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 dirty. Okay, where's the evidence that that took place in physical reality? Don't need it. I got a mathematical model. Models are great.
I think feet pics have rotted their brain, but that's just me.
You know where some of this began, Pazza? Back in the day, when people were speculating on this stuff, they decided to do some experiments to prove it one way or the other. And the experiments conclusively showed that the Earth isn't moving. Right? So there goes your heliocentric Big Bang cosmology out the window. Goodbye. So, rather than accept the results that are validated by scientific experiment, they decided to reinterpret the experiment through mathematics. And hence, relativistic transforms were created, which literally changed, in math only, the physical size of the detection apparatus in order to maintain their predisposition to their philosophical choice to believe that they live in a heliocentric universe. You go back and look at their quotes, and you'll find that they admit that these were philosophical choices, not based on scientific validity, but rather preference. At any time when there was a chance to choose one viewpoint or another, they philosophically chose the one that they were predisposed to, even in the flying in the face of scientific validation to the opposite. So here we are with a bunch of people believing that we live inside a model. Oh, the globe Earth model, the heliocentric model, the Big Bang expanding universe model, dark matter, dark energy, fairy farts, black holes, Uranus, which opens up occasionally to let out gas that smells like farts. These are all headlines. Not even a joke. We got Globers come in here and deny that optical effects are the cause of some of these things. And we present them with a geometry that doesn't work with an optical imprint of an image. And then they say, oh, well, what's causing it is optical effects. It's like, well, 5 seconds ago, you say optical effects can't cause it. So which is it? It's like they change their subjective way of interpreting the data at any given time just to maintain the globe Earth belief. And the answer, of course, is, well, we already know it's a globe, so every answer is going to result in it's a globe. But the thing is that they require that to be proven in the first instance in order for their logic to carry to the end. Otherwise, they just end up with fallacious logic. If-then statements put into formal logic, which is a fallacy called affirming the consequent. If the Earth was a globe, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up, therefore Earth's a globe. If the Earth was spinning, I wouldn't feel it. I don't feel it, therefore the Earth is spinning. But hey, I mean, if you got any actual physical field evidence that a refraction of the nature which is required to nullify any of these observations exist in data points, by all means, that'd be great. Rather than a model with some sliding scales until you get the right answer.
Sure, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to dig around and see what there is.
Meanwhile, we got guys who took the premise to its axiomatic conclusion, which is if you want to know if the Earth is spherical or not, you just measure whether it's curved or not. That's simple. So they set up a premise called the laser transit, which is used in construction all the time. They set some tests, went out there, tested it, got even bigger and bigger. So eventually they shot a 25-mile laser test. Approximately 2 meters on the one side and approximately 2 meters on the other side for the target. In construction, it's called the storyboard, where you shoot the laser from your one point, which you know the height of, to another point, which you know the height of, and then you can get the differential mean below it for maximum variability, right? So, for example, if you shoot a laser 2 meters and it hits a board 2 meters, then everything underneath it can only be a height of 2 meters. Now, mind you, at extreme distances, you're going to have a little bit of problems with the way light functions. Now, on the Millerad laser that they used, approximately a 5-meter divergence at that range. But the hidden height is, if I remember correctly, 490 meters. So that laser should have went over the target by 2, and you add the 5 meters, right? So that's 7. Then you add the refraction, which was another 2 meters. What you got there? Not even 10 meters. So that laser should have went over the target by 470 meters. But yet, they have a shot of a camera on the site where the beam was going, where you can use a Gaussian blur interpolation to see that the beam centroid is aimed directly at the camera. So it's receiving the intensity of the straight light from the laser. So, to be fair, you might say, oh, well, that just proves that it's not as big of a ball as they claim, because there is a little bit of fudge factor, as I maintained before, between the height of the observation point and the other point. But, I mean, then you're talking about a globe, 10, 20, 30 times as big, which, by the way, destroys all the orbital mechanics and the path of every celestial object in the sky. They're no longer rotating around a sphere. They're now hovering above a point on a sphere. Either way, the entire heliocentral model is destroyed utterly, completely, and in totality. It all has to be thrown out and redone. And that's not all. I mean, that's just one of the ones that's done by a big name bunch of dudes that had some money to spend. There's people that have far less money, far less credentials, that just went out on a frozen lake of 7 miles and did some observations, or another lake of 14 miles, or this lake of this and that lake of this with different colored lights and different colored lasers, all getting the same result, that there's no big hump of water in between point A and point B. The apex arc, known as the Sagittal, that's in all these curve calculators, that's supposed to be existing between point A and point B, just never seems to be there.
Yeah, fair enough, if that's what they're finding. I'll keep digging.
Yeah, I think you've been a pretty good sport so far. I've only really engaged with you tonight, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And
I'm listening to everything that's being said.
You require.
Bring stuff in or take stuff away. That's where it goes, isn't it? That's what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be convinced by anybody else, so I've got to convince myself, haven't I?
Yep. I'll tell you, one of the most convincing things for me is seeing for myself with my own 2 eyes things disappear from the bottom up when there is absolutely no presence of any curvature, whether in physical reality or in the model, that could account for it. Because that destroys one of the biggest globe claims, right? Which is things can only disappear from the bottom up if they're going over the curvature, right? And the big hump of water or whatever is getting in the way of your vision, like obstruction. Most globers believe that only obstruction can account for this, which is why when you present them Canigou shot, they still want to point to the bottom, because they're so programmed in their mind that only obstruction of a physical kind can cause anything from the bottom of anything to disappear.
Sure, I understand that, but there are some anecdotal go-tos that are presented to people at school which don't warrant any robustness if they're evaluated properly. But that's the same in any subject.
Yeah.
So if you taught history at school, what history you're taught as an 11-year-old is usually turned in some respects on its head. But if it was still being taught history, but something 19 anyway. Yeah, that's just the way it goes. School education is about preparing you for work. It's not about preparing you for thinking.
Yeah. Well, when I found out about this stuff, I took my graphics program, I drew out a bunch of angles, I drew the lines to the bottoms of things, I looked back at the propagation angles, and I said to myself, as an artist, how come I never thought of this before? And I think the answer is because we don't imagine as we go around in life that we're missing anything in our vision, because every part of our vision is filled with something. Everywhere we look, there's color. We can't imagine that the reason why perspective exists is because there's these massive chunks of visual loss occurring. And of course, the most massive chunk occurs as things approach 0 degrees in your field of view, because that's when all the propagation angles are below your angular resolution limit, which would always happen in your vision most prominently on the ground as you're looking across the horizon. And the bottoms of things happen to be on the ground. So, of course, as they enter that limit, they would be the thing first to disappear. Now, that's pretty counterintuitive because we don't really see that way at close ranges. We don't experience it. Like when you look out in your car dashboard, you see everything. You don't see things being cut off. But this doesn't really happen until it starts to reach the extreme angles, which just so happens to be, by coincidence, for a 6-foot-tall observer, if you do the triangles out from the eye at 0.2 degrees, which is the limit of the human eye, it hits the ground, if you draw out a straight line underneath your man, approximately the same distance as the horizon that they claim. In fact, the factor is almost the same. In the Rayleigh criterion, it's 1.22 times, 1.225, I believe. And in the globe Earth calculation, it's 1.220 or 1.222 times, right? Very similar. And they line up at the horizon almost identically. Extremely coincidental.
Mm.
And so I went out to a 300-meter lake, right, where there's absolutely no discernible curvature that would be there based on the model. And you could just lower your head down and you could see things disappearing before you even get to the water. Some days I could see the entire kayaker disappear all the way up to his head, and then his paddle will come out. Definitely the other shoreline disappears. The bottom of the reeds disappear. The yellow brick that is at the boat ramp disappears. And what's interesting is you can float yourself just ever so slightly, so the height of your eye is changing just by a fraction. And you can watch things blink in and out of existence over and over again just by bobbing your head up and down. There is nothing anywhere around me, whether by globe prediction or by anything I can ascertain, that is a greater height across the surface of the water than those objects on the other side. Literally makes no sense if anybody would claim that there would be. You could literally go there and be like, look, the water line is here on the shore and they're on the shore. It's obvious that these things are higher than the water line. Now, if you press that to an honest glober, their only answer would be, well, it's obviously optical effects that's causing the bottoms of those things to disappear. And then you'd be like, no duh. So if that's the case on a small scale, what do we need the curve of the Earth to explain it on a larger scale? I think it's because in the past people looked out and saw it happen, didn't really understand optics that well, didn't really have advanced optics or anything like that, and they just like inferred it. Like, well, since I was 3 years old, every time an object disappears, something's blocking it, so it must be the case here.
Best case scenario.
And that's really what matters at the crux of the issue, because there will be other arguments that say, oh, well, what about these interpretations of things in the sky? If the Earth is flat, then these things in the sky don't seem to make sense to me. Well, they don't matter. The ground and the sky are not logically contingent upon each other. If the ground measures flat, it's flat. There's no other answer that needs to be known. Anything in the sky after that is hearsay. I mean, if you go out and definitively measure or experience the surface as flat, that's your base axiom. Everything else should be interpreted from that, not the other way around.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so thank you for listening, and feel free to come back and ask me any questions or anybody else that knows more in depth about any of the topics I've discussed, especially the laser tests. Obviously, the FE core one is the one I was speaking about. There's a PDF for that. Someone can link it to you if you don't have it.
No, I've seen the FE core stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
All right, but I'm taking off for now because I gotta go put my son to bed, and y'all have a good evening.
Likewise.
And you. Take care.
Yo, Elijah, yep. Elijah, yep. Anybody here?
I'm here.
Who was that?
Truth. Flat Earth.
Oh, Truth. You want to go flat smack or at least scientifically smack this kid that's live talking about gravity and evolution and Big Bang are scientific theories?
Sure, you bringing him here?
No, he's live on TikTok, right? And you can request to get to join, and he'll let you join.
I'm good, man. I got enough people in my life to do that. If they come here, it's fine. I'll try.
He got a complete misconception of theory, a scientific theory. And I
Yeah,
mean,
they all
it's
do.
yeah, he'll be easy to smack. It is this. I mean, it's 1,000 people watching. Nice promo for 24/7. Like, look, you really want to know truth? Go to 24/7.
Yeah, man. Something like Elijah said the other day. I don't like to go on two shows at the same time. This one is it. You know, like when you're watching TV and you're watching a series or a movie. I don't like to watch one movie halfway, then the other movie halfway, and then finish the first movie. I like to stick it out here. If they come
Yeah,
here, it's all good.
understood.
But thanks for the offer, though.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yo, anybody here?
Just me falling asleep on the mic.
Okay. We've got a no roles person here named Question. They want to go up to the VC check-in, or they want to try to talk to him here, or whatever. Got hot dogs still in here, but they're on deaf, and the rest of it's usual suspects, looks like. A Question, if you can hear me, you can follow me up to the VC check-in. I'll get you checked in. Other than that, I guess I'll shut up till somebody starts talking.
Looks like we all passed the hell out. Or I did, and I'm just projecting. We got Jarva Games among us. What brings you through the server, Jarva Games?
because we're gonna go to Jupiter, gonna go to Mars. Yeah, but hold on, have a little bit of my energy drink. And then, because last night I was out partying really hard, so today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go online and, try to, talk to these, flat earthers, because we're going to have a party on Jupiter. Who's coming, man? Alright, hold on, I need to have a little bit of my energy drink. Yeah, I don't need one of them here, like running Red Bulls or something, just, I wanna go to Jupiter, gonna bring some alcohol, gonna bring my gal soon, cause she's gonna do it, oh yeah, I'm gonna go and have a big fun on Jupiter, gonna put my flag in one of the moons on Jupiter. But hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Need a little bit of me energy drink and a little bit, bring a little bit of alcohol. We should bring something for eating too, because I don't know, we should bring barbecue maybe. Bring barbecue, we've got the bottle, alright lads, alright, we decided we all want to go to Jupiter to show these stupid flat earthers that you can't really, you can't just say that the earth is flat, hold on, I need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. A long night last night now, partying with my girlfriend, Now I'm gonna get online. I'm gonna tell these flat earthers, you can't just criticise anything, You can totally just go, just get on a rocket. Just get a rocket, let's get our own rocket. Right, fuck it, we just got together and just, decided, if we could do a meeting at the UN or something, we could just decide that we was going to go to the moon, again we could launch pad party on the moon. Hold on, need some of me energy drink. Hold on, need a little bit of me energy drink. Yeah, need a little bit of me energy drink. Hold up. Some Red Bull or something. Yeah.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up, need up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, I was a real if it's not what I felt. 'Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. about me? Love, love. Well, gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this in my head. Take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of you. Don't wanna end up. I wasn't really fixed on what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Love, love. Tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Love, love.
A man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? Or why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my two eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global Earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money too, they got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day, to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And NASA's flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
Damn, nigga.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat then we'll fall off the edge, but if it is a spinning ball we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Yeah, so do I. Everybody knows that. Hey, if we want to time out the music for a second, we got a VC verse. Toggle. Are you there? Hello, Toggle. Can unmute your mic, at least say hi, so. Or not. Alright, get us back to music. Unless somebody's got a topic or something.
Mic check. Quiet as shit in here.
You're good. I hear you.
Awesome. Where the hell is everybody?
I'm about to do paperwork and poof myself, so I just got home from work.
Did you walk?
No, I drove. And
How much did that
seemed like job pays for it. Let me grab my last receipt.
Oh, there you go.
Let's see. $57 for 13.26 gallons.
Man, the ignoramuses around here, man. What is the moon if the earth is flat?
Man, I don't know. Well, driving tonight, the moon was bright enough, and I felt like I could turn the lights off on the car and still be able to see, because I could look out in the fields next to me and see the layout of the land. Like, it was bright and the clouds were still out. It was awesome.
Damn.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty weird, man. That I knew that the Epicureans invented space, man. I didn't know they invented aliens too.
Wow. I was thinking it was the earliest was Babylon, because the way they describe certain things in their myths, especially the way the what was it, Ancient Aliens laid everything out. That TV series.
Houston, we have a problem.
The fraud that is SpaceX. The whole thing is definitely a hoax, so I'll kind of walk you through it. There's several points that are easy to point out as clear deception. This first part here, pay attention to this guy sitting in the chair. See how he rocked back, hands on his stomach there? You'll notice that just a couple seconds later here, that the video went right back to that same shot again. So just a quick deception. You'll see we're back in that same room. Again, you'll see this guy in the blue shirt. He'll do the same move again. Hands on the stomach, rocks. The people in the background, I've tried to take a look at. They look fake to me. At times you do see them cheering, or it doesn't seem like it ever coincides with what's going on in the building. So to me, it is fake. This is the Falcon that took off on April 14th. So I kind of watched the whole thing and watched the Dragon dock with the ISS. The whole thing is a joke. I would love comments from anybody out there who's going to try and tell me that this is real, this is what goes on in space. Please come comment. Tell me how you believe it, because it's 100% false. Now watch right here. You'll see this big old baggy section here or something that just raises up out of nowhere. No idea what that is. No idea even where that camera shot is. Is it inside the rocket? If you watch that takeoff of that rocket, watch the camera as it goes up. It never moves, never shakes, doesn't tremble. It just stays completely still. That right there is impossible. There's no way you could have that happen on a rocket to space. You couldn't get a camera to stay that still with somebody who's walking down the street, let alone flying to space. So again, I still don't know what's going on in this image here. Now there, you see it drop. I forgot what it's dropping there, going to the second stage. But look at the picture behind you. I mean, that is not the Earth. Why is it all of a sudden glowing white? Is this a particular camera that only can be used during this stage switch? I mean, it just makes no sense. And look at these particles supposedly flying off in space. As you see some of them that I'm circling, they're not going in a consistent direction. Space would be, once it starts off in a certain direction, it has to continue in that direction forever. That's what we were taught. That's what we're told. But look at, we've got these little particles that are just kind of floating. Then other pieces will fly very quickly by. And I stayed on this shot because if you watch the Earth here, watch how pieces will actually now come off the Earth towards the little shuttle there, whatever the hell that is. Then they'll take you back to the NASA headquarters, and I just like pointing out these people that look like they're sleeping. This guy's sleeping. This girl over here has no clue what she's doing. I mean, none of these people are even working. Is this their job? Another thing I noticed yesterday was that doesn't appear that there's any keyboards. So it looks like they're just all sitting, staring at screens. Kind of reminds me if you've ever been gambling or horse racing late night at a casino in Vegas. This is what you see at 2 a.m. in the sports book. Just people looking like their life is over. They'd rather be anywhere else. But yeah, they show you this. I don't know what we're supposed to think here, that this is exciting or that these people are really important. I mean, imagine if you have a space shuttle going, let's say, to the moon, Apollo 11. Would you really put your life in the hands of all these people sitting at computer screens? The buttons they press mean nothing. They don't have any control over anything. So here I was pointing out again that there's little bits and fragments that are peeling off of the Earth, and who knows why. I mean, the whole thing is disgusting, really. It is not real in any way. And if somebody's got any tips, or if they think it's real because their brother went to space or something, hey, comment. I would love to hear it, because all I see here is complete. It's not even good fakery. It's crap. Look at this. This is the extending of the solar panels. I mean, what is this? First of all, you saw that. I don't know if I pointed it out at the top of the screen. That's a light. That is nothing more than a light from the inside of a studio that shows up in the top as that thing opens. Let's see what's next here for this fabulous CRS-6 launch. So now they're showing inside the International Flight Center room, is what they call it. And you'll see here that none of these people are doing anything important. So on some of these videos, I will skip ahead a little bit till we find... Oh, here's the approaching Dragon. You can see it down at it's at the top of the screen. You'll notice that the clouds are not moving, not morphing at all like real clouds would. You'll also notice that the Dragon itself will never get closer during a camera shot. It will cut away and come back, and each time it's a little bit closer, a little bit closer, a little bit closer, but you never actually see it getting closer to the ISS. Okay, so now notice here, what happened to the Earth? So you see we just skipped ahead a little bit, and now the Earth is gone. We still have that same view. We're still looking down from the top of, I guess, the ISS. You can see the Dragon at the top of the screen. Now it just went to a completely disgusting screen. Who knows what's going on there. This is my least favorite person in the world. Something Cristoforetti. She did not put hairspray in her hair today. It's impressive. So you see I am just skipping around a little bit here. I actually watched this whole thing. It was painful. First of all, look at this disaster. Look at this mess. These are scientists. I mean, this is disgusting that they just have wires and computers. It's meant to look like they're doing something. They're not doing anything. They were taking video camera pictures and photos. So now all of a sudden it's black outside. Just a second ago it was, we could see the clouds, if you recall. Earth was bright blue right in front of us. Now all of a sudden we just see lights coming in a black sky. It'll keep showing these guys like they're important. This guy over here just reads a paper the whole time, and this other guy looks like he'd rather shoot himself in the face and sit there. And here's these two. I know the one guy's name is Viril or something, and this is Krista Ferretti. Notice her hair is nice and flat today. If you ever see her on her once a week calls that she does with schools or something, she'll put all that hairspray in her hair and have it stick straight up. But not today. She must have woke up late or something. So yeah, they're just sitting in this messy little, what they call the cupola, which is the circular windows that they take the pictures. Again, we flip back, we just see the red and green light approaching. I mean, this is 2015. This is not 1936. This is how bad of a video that we get. The whole talk this whole time was that this girl, Krista Ferretti, was going to use some Canada arm, and it was going to grapple with the dragon. And I mean, it's just ridiculous. They must have repeated it. If you watch it, go watch it on YouTube and just count the amount of times that the guy says the words grapple or the times that it would happen. And it's just ridiculous. Robotic arm, Canada robotic arm number 2, and will grapple with the dragon. And I mean, it's just over and over. It's like, it's just terrible. So this view here is showing some of these guys, and I was just pointing out that they really look like they're doing nothing. I don't see any keyboards. Looks like just computer screens. And I'm looking up at the big board up there. You notice they've got the not the flat earth map, but the flat map on the screen. Here's these 3 guys again. Notice this guy is still reading the same piece of paper. Don't know what his job is. And the guy with the beard still looks like he wants to kill himself. And who knows what the guy in the blue is doing. But all this is just nonsense. It's meant for you to tune in, see that they're doing it, say, oh, space is real. And then you disappear and go tell all your friends how cool Elon Musk is. And he's not cool. This is just all continued propaganda. I mean, the sad thing is this has been going on 56 years that we've been dealing with this, and everybody just accepting it, and it's getting just disgusting at this point. They're not getting any better at it. They probably did their best work in 69 to 72. Because since then, this is technology caught up with them, and they know that they can't fake something that we wouldn't notice, so they've got to kind of almost dummy it down so we don't see something fantastic and say, hey, that's not real. So instead, they show us these crappy images, and I mean, look at this now. Where did this glare come from? I mean, that is just horrendous, that video. Now here I'm going to be checking. I want to show you that it's going to get daytime here in a second. Supposedly they see a sunrise every 45 minutes or 40 minutes, something like that. And so you'll see here in a second it's going to get daytime. And just pay attention to the fact of when is it daytime inside the ISS, when is it daytime outside where they're showing the dragon. It's just a complete mess. They can't keep anything in order. And it's just all the proof that you need to clearly see that SpaceX is a joke. NASA as an extension or Big Brother, whatever you want to call it, is a joke. This guy is a joke. And Krista Ferretti is a joke. And all these astronauts who are pretending. Now, did you notice there he looked at his watch? He looked at his watch and now he's pressing some buttons or doing something, twisting something up there. And then all of a sudden it's going to turn daytime. So who knows? I don't like to make any accusations. I just think that they're all jokers. And it's like a big acting gig. None of this stuff is real. Believe me, if you were up in a space center where an item, this dragon, is about to dock with your spacecraft, meaning it could go offline, it could veer, who knows what could happen. It could blow up and blow a hole into the space. None of these guys are wearing any kind of suits. One little puncture into this ISS and these guys are all dead. So that they're not up there. And you'll see now the sun coming in. You're getting glare, but you can clearly see that the sun would be coming from the upper right in this view, which will be important later. So now we're back outside and you'll see there's this glare that was there 5 minutes ago. It's the same glare. So if you're going to say that glare is from the sun, then how come the sun was 5 minutes late getting into the ISS? These things are very close now. Makes no sense. They showed that 5 minutes too early. If you pay close attention, you'll see that this thing is supposedly correcting its position by shooting out little, see that? Little, who knows what, little jet streams, little little rocket boosters. You saw that one spit out. See another one from the lower right here. Now this is interesting because in a minute you will actually see it shoot from the solar panel. So there is no rocket booster on the solar panel. We saw that get deployed. So keep watching where I have the mouse here, and you'll see it's always shooting out from the bottom. There's another one from the right side. And in a second, it will just randomly shoot out of the solar panel. There's another one from the right. But do you see that there's another one from the lower left? Do you see the glare too? What is the glare? What are those lights? Up there went. So it just shot out of the solar panel for no reason. But what are these glares? What is this? I have no idea what any of that is. Space would be a lot more black. There would be a lot more stars. We don't see any stars. And that's the same thing they couldn't do when they went to the moon, or supposedly went to the moon. They couldn't show stars because they knew that people would be able to figure out the time and make sure the stars were in the right spot. So what do? They just erase them. They're just completely gone. Now we get another view from above, which now notice this. We'll just switch positions all over for camera angles of this dragon. Right now we're kind of above it and way to the left. In a second it will just switch views and we'll be straight on with it. It's a joke. See behind there's no stars at all. Where's the sun coming from? It's just the glare is there. And then you go to this view. Now where's the glare on the dragon now? Now it's a clearer picture. We're still kind of halfway night. Kind of actually looks like a blue background. Yep, now they switch and it's daytime. You can see that clearly the clouds are lit up with sun on the earth below. But why do we see night from the other views? So, I mean, if just watching this video doesn't tell you that it's a complete hoax, where did the solar panels go? Now we got dragon floating with no solar panels. So, I mean, if you can't see this for what it is, then I don't know what to tell you. You can go about your merry way loving NASA and loving Elon Musk and SpaceX and how awesome it is that we'll all get to tour the planets in years and we'll be on Mars in 3 years. And, I mean, if you believe that, you're out in left field because we can't go to space. I mean, how much more proof do you need that nobody goes? Nobody's been to space. Nobody's going to space. It's all a hoax to get you to believe in cosmology and stars that are actually suns and planets that we can go land on. They're not actual bodies, I don't think, that we can land on. So you'll see now we have this video and the people from outside are all gone. There is some people inside. They don't look like they're working. But I don't know why we have to go to this view. Who cares that there's 6 people sitting at computers in this room? I don't care. So you see we're back looking at the dragon. Floats majestically through space. It's such a joke. Now we got panels back. And you'll notice, again, like I've pointed out in every other video, what do we always see on the Earth? Water. Water, 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 water. Like the ISS only flies above water. No, it's just because you'd be able to tell how fake it is if it was land. Like you can't tell this is fake. Look at the disaster. Clean up your mess. And this girl just pisses me off. Sorry if I sound frustrated. I hate this stuff. I hate what NASA and SpaceX became or are about. It's just, it fucking sucks is what it does, because I've never been a big fan. It's not like I'm one of those people that loved space. There's a lot of people that will kill over space. Like, man, we go to space. We fly rockets, the Atlas, the V5. And I mean, it's just nonsense to me. I could care less. But the fact that all this money, I mean, we're talking $1 trillion. $1 trillion is how much NASA has gotten in tax money since 1972. So that's after Apollo. $1 trillion, they've done shit. And I mean, if you ask people that are NASA loyal, they'll tell you how many things they invented. Like, they don't understand that people would have invented those things anyway. Like, NASA invented the microwave. Do you enjoy using the microwave? Do you enjoy Teflon? It's like, yeah, people invented that, not NASA. NASA is an entity. People invented things, not NASA. So anyway, sorry, I'm getting upset. You'll notice there that they just showed the panels were black. Now they're gray. So now they're black. Now the Earth is going this way, and now we get this view, and it's sickening. Now we got this view. Now we got the black panels. Earth floating underneath us. Again, not getting any closer. Look at the clouds. None of them moving. Look at Dragon, not moving. He's just stuck there in this view. So they'll switch the camera. Now this is classic. This is a JPG image. And if you see, if I'm going to skip forward here, this is how they showed it. Notice how I'm skipping ahead a little bit at a time, and they actually show it getting closer on the JPG file. I mean, what a joke. This guy's still looking at that same paper. Very important paperwork there. Oh, he's going to write something down. That's good. He did his job for the day. Pay him his 150 grand. And here we go. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead, and you'll watch these things kind of suck forward. You see this lady's ready to kill herself. Again, this is just showing kind of the path that it's on. Does anybody think this is real? I mean, come on. Now look at it skip forward so we can see they can change the JPEG image. Wow, that is impressive what these people are capable of. This lady's ready to kill herself. Oh, now we get to skip forward again a little bit. See it move forward. Oh, there we go, move forward. I mean, this is what they're selling us as the footage. It's a joke. This lady here is texting, so you can see how important her job is. Text, text, text. This lady here wants to kill herself. If there was a gun anywhere nearby, she would just put it to her forehead. This girl's still texting. A lot of very important things going on. This lady here is just, she's ready to kill over. I mean, what are they doing there? This is what our tax money goes to, folks. If you live in the United States and you pay taxes, which you just paid the other day, or in the last few months, this is what it goes to, so that you can get beautiful fake ball Earth doing what isn't even a rotation. That's like a passing from left to right. Oh, now look how close it is. I mean, this is a joke. It is so disgusting that they try and pass this off. And it's not even that they try and pass this off. 98% of people believe it. That's what's disgusting. I mean, it's even worse than the fact if somebody tries to fake something, we all call it out as fake. They get shamed. They go into their little corner and cry. But no, everybody builds these guys up. I mean, if you talk to anybody about Elon Musk, like they think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I think he's a nothing, a nobody. I think he's another paid government shill. Now, in a second here, you're going to see some lighting issues. Now, watch here. The Earth is up. Now it's bright. What's going on here? Now it's dark. Okay, so the sun going away. The sun must be setting. It's the only thing I could think of that would call up. Now it's bright. Up. Now it's setting. Up. Now it's almost dark. I mean, what is going on here? This is disgusting. The whole thing must be some sort of joke. Because I can't figure it out. I mean, what is this view? This is asinine. What are we supposed to believe that is? That's floating in space? That's going 17,000 miles per hour through space? It is not. Oh, lighting issues. We got the sun. Is it going up? Is it coming down? Up? It's getting brighter. I mean, you can see that is a model. That's a model of Earth and a little model that somebody built of a little tiny little dragon, and that's what's going on here. It's little models and bad lighting instructors and nothing more. Oh, now we're back to this view. Of course, now it's even closer. Did you expect anything different? But what happened to the Earth? Wasn't the Earth just there? I can't keep up. This guy with the beard really, really wants to find the nearest guillotine. He has had enough fun for one day. This girl, if I haven't mentioned yet, she's pathetic. Christopher Hoaxie or whatever her name is. I mean, what are we watching here? This is painful. And this is where our tax money goes so that they can waste it, build little models, and run around and laugh at everybody. That's all they do. I mean, who knows what's going on here? Supposedly she's supposed to use some mechanical arm and grapple with the dragon and, oh, isn't this cool? It's like, no, this is crap. I don't believe any of it. Like I said, if somebody out there believes that this is what's going on, this is really space, please speak up. This is a joke. I mean, it's just getting terrible. It's just, luckily it's almost over. You can be done listening to me for today, which is probably pretty bad, but it can't be as bad as actually watching this thing live. Nothing could be that bad. Now we got lighting again. The light goes out, and the light comes back, and the light goes out. I mean, what is going on? What are we supposed to think? Now the Earth is gone again. There was just Earth below there, not more than 5 minutes ago. Who knows what's going on? I can't figure it out. That's for sure. Now, do you see below there, there's a little stick. You can even see the little stick holding up the dragon. It cannot get any faker. On my life, I have not touched this video. This is exactly as it was. Now, if you watch her, she turns around over here. Now, watch this. She just turns a little knob, and here comes all the sun. So what knob did she turn? Is the sun over there? We thought the sun was to the upper right earlier. So, I mean, who can keep track of what's going on here? I can't. So now we're back on this view. And if you look below the dragon here, do you see that pole? It's kind of hard to see now, But what they're basically trying to do is adjust the contrast so you can't see the pole. It's like they can't even use wires. They've got to use a pole. It's disgusting. Also, if you agree with me, please comment. Tell me I'm not the only one in the world that sees this and wants to kick Christopher Reddy in the face, and Elon Musk, and everybody who works at NASA. Well, now we got some lights on here. Ooh, we need those lights. Yeah. Now watch here in a second. You're going to see, what is this line? Did you see that? It'll go back to it. Do you see the line? There's a line going right through that. I mean, it cannot be any more of a hoax. It's disgusting. I mean, who's with me? Let's just go to SpaceX and walk in there like, what the fuck's going on here? There's a hoax. We're not stupid. Oh, Lord. Anyway, I rewound it to see exactly how long it was before when the sun rose. Okay, so here it was dark, which we have, so I can't read that number too well. It was a 54. So if you add 45 minutes to 54, 40 after, and you'll see that we're well past that, and it's still not light. So they're just choosing when to turn on the sun and when to turn it off. I mean, honestly, that's what they're doing. They manipulate the time because it's all done either on a sound stage or I don't know. They're not in anywhere near space. Nobody can go there. That's obvious. We've never been there. This guy here, they hate their lives. This girl here, I mean, she was so proud of herself. That was all she did. You guys just saw her grapple with the dragon. That was it. They stuck a big magnet to it. See that thing? Is that flying 17,000 miles through space? Oh, boy. Guys, you tell me what you think. I've only got one word for it, and that word is bullshit. This lady's finally ready to kill herself. She's like, I'm out of here. Where's my gun? This lady's finally done texting. Busy day at NASA. Till next time, guys, this is Jaronism reminding you to tell the truth. Don't be fraudsters and hoaxsters and jokers and losers like Elon Musk, NASA, and the rest of the fucking clowns.
How real is this flat world? Some things to consider. Let's start off with the bold statement, one that some of you have heard me say over the last 5 years. If the world is flat and it's enclosed, then it's probably digital. I say digital because the word virtual seems to have lost its meaning, like artificial intelligence or smart when referring to electronics. Digital may seem like an older term, but it still applies. Why does this make perfect sense to me? Well, for starters, I'm older and had the pleasure of working in the tech field since its infancy. I was one of the first kids at my university to have their own computer. I played video games for a living during the 90s and then taught proprietary software for the better part of 20 years. The short version is I know what the industries have been striving to do for decades, and it is the one aspect of our future that has almost reached its potential. Most of what was promised to us since we started building machines has never been realized. No one has flying cars or ray guns or robot servants. I suppose there are special military programs that have achieved some of these goals, but the general public will never see them for various reasons. Flying cars are too risky, ray guns are way too dangerous, and robot servants, well, you've seen the movies. No happy endings there. The one ladder we did scale was information technology, or IT. That progressed very quickly, and the leaps we made in that arena were astounding. We have basically put small computers in just about everything, and the large ones have been dedicated to creating virtual worlds, or what I like to call the ultimate escape. Maybe it's the only true escape. Human beings seem to be designed to want escapism. We've all heard that. It comes in various forms, from alcohol to drugs, and yes, many different kinds of entertainment. Anything that distorts or triggers our suspension of disbelief qualifies. Suspension of disbelief is, by the way, the reason why you get emotional when you watch television, movies, or even read a book. Drugs and alcohol are kind of a poor man's virtual reality and doesn't require much thought. They smudge the canvas of our world and give the illusion that you are somewhere else. The stronger the drugs, the stronger the illusion. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Books, television, and movies require some imagination, and a good story in any form can transport you to another world, but you have to buy into it. If the story isn't realistic, the effect doesn't work. What all entertainment has been striving to do since the 1990s is to create an immersive experience, one that can transport you but requires no suspension of disbelief, no buy-in. We've had some interesting revelations during the evolution of these software simulations. The first is that almost all groups or companies use the same programming techniques. Just about every piece of 3D software that has been created, be it Fortnite, Minecraft, GTA, and all earlier titles, are all built on a flat, enclosed world, similar to a cake box. In fact, everything you see above you in these realms uses what is known as a skybox system. Even those that display a dome-like structure have to eventually square off the edges, which is why I keep using the word box. Computers still can't do some of the things that we do. One is, of course, be self-aware. We will get into that later. Another is that computers can't draw true circles. Not because they aren't smart enough to do it, it's because we haven't figured out a way to tell them how to do it. That's something to think about. If you zoom in on any circle drawn by a computer, it will start to get pixelated or square off into right angles. The same goes with large areas. Eventually, you have to draw a straight edge border. Why? It's more efficient. We can create illusions of spherical things like the moon and other planets, but up close they are always just bunches of little boxes. The same goes for the flatness of these realms. They are all built using a perfectly flat base. Mountains and valleys are of course added for texture, but the outer edges are always perfectly level with each other. Why? Because programming a curvature is much more complex. Developers are notoriously efficient, and the player isn't going to notice anyway. People don't notice the missing curve in simulations because they never see it in real life either. The curve of the real Earth is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, but it is only assumed. See what I'm doing here? This also happens in some simulations, Warcraft being the perfect example. The game itself is built on a perfectly flat framework, originally designed in 2004, but Warcraft globes that included continents were added to various rooms in later versions, and that subtle reinforcement worked. Now, younger players think the World of Warcraft is built on a globe framework. We believe the world that is presented to us. That line is from the now 20-year-old movie, The Truman Show, which proposed that people born into a created reality will believe anything that is told to them by the authority. Other movies have attempted to show us the potential of virtual worlds, the most high-profile being the Matrix trilogy, which started in 1999, otherwise known as the greatest year in movies. Probably the most thought-provoking was a lesser-known movie from 1999 called The 13th Floor. It was a remake of a 1973 German film called World on a Wire, which was itself based on a 1964 book called Simulacron 3. As you can see, we've been thinking about this ultimate escape long before computers were even a common term. I'm going to spoil the movie for you, but please do watch it anyway. People in a company that creates virtual worlds discover that they also are living inside a virtual world. And yet, outside the movie, in our real world, as we inch closer to creating our own perfect simulations, We have already started seeing hints that maybe, just maybe, this place isn't what we first thought it was. The most obvious is the double slit experiment, which seems confusing when you read it. I'll give you the super simple version. Have you ever made a face at someone when they aren't looking, then they turn your way and you make your face normal again? That happens all around us, all the time, to everything. Ask any scientist, and they will avoid the topic, which is interesting considering they were the ones who first discovered it. When you have your back to something, it's not being rendered or drawn at its highest possible quality. When you stare at it or observe it in any way, then it does. Why is this so important? Because this is what we do in simulations right now. If you're playing a character in a building, then everything outside that building is not drawn at all. It's called conservation of resources, and we do it for obvious reasons, because it's more efficient. Why waste computer power? So why is this happening here? Why is this world displaying traits exactly like traits of our own simulation? And if you think that's the strangest clue to where we live, think again. We've discovered something years ago called neuroscience and free will. The test was simple. Tape some sensors to a person's head and have them pick numbers on a computer screen. Have the subject note the time that they decided to pick the number before hitting the keypad. So when I think of the number 3, just then I thought of it. That's one of the ways we define being self-aware, that we can choose these things out of thin air, right? We create thought from nothing. Not so fast. It turns out that the computer could tell when we decided to pick that number 8 seconds before we chose it. Maybe that didn't sink in. Think of a number right now. Now understand that a computer can see that thought process 8 seconds ago. It's not possible. Nothing exists pre-thought, unless, of course, all this isn't really interactive, not really live. If you need to pause for a moment or get a drink, I don't blame you. The next few minutes are going to get pretty weird. Science doesn't believe in predestination or lack of free will. We have the ability to make choices on our own. We decide what we do when we walk through our day, what coffee to drink, where to drive, who to talk to. And even if this was some sort of interactive simulation, that would still make sense. We make choices on the fly in real time. That's how it works. It isn't the most efficient process, however. There is a way of doing all this that streamlines everything, something I like to call the interactive movie. It's like a real-time simulation, only you make most or all of the choices ahead of time. You pre-make all the big decisions, where to grow up, career paths, who to marry, etc. And the simulation fills in all the smaller stuff. You don't have to choose to brush your teeth 25,000 times in your life. After the choices have been made, you block all memory up until that point and enter the movie. The system only has to build the path that you took. If you never chose to go to Africa during your lifetime, the system doesn't fully build it. It's there, of course, but only in reference code. And it gets stranger from there, because then you have to ask about all the other people in here with you. How many of them are actually self-aware or real? And how many are NPCs, otherwise known as non-player character? In the movies, that question seems to be all or nothing. In The Matrix, everyone that walked the streets was a real person that fed the system. In the 13th floor, only the user was real, and everyone else were just millions of apps in human form. Which makes more sense. In most cases, programmers create armies of NPCs to interact with the players because no one wants to be a placeholder program. Everyone wants the freedom to run around and do whatever they want. In massive multiplayer games, there is a huge social aspect, where people interact with each other, but what if that could be simulated as well? What if basic conversation could be, for lack of a better word, simulated? I'm sure you've met people who fit this criteria, and it raises even more questions. There are too many different holes we could dive into here, so I'll try to be blunt. It's very possible, even likely, that the percentage of real people in this world is extremely low. And if you are listening to this and understanding that statement, then you are probably one of them. The rest of the masses milling around, sleepwalking through their lives, are just basic characters, like the ones in the movie Vanilla Sky, especially the last 30 minutes of it. If you are one of the very lucky people who got everything I just said, and had a mind-bending moment where things started to make more sense, then I envy you. To end this rant, I suppose I need to address the why, and there are two of them. Why not reveal the nature of the world to the people when they enter? Why not give them the freedom and unlimited choices in real time? Why hide that? Because I believe that's where you came from originally, a world with unlimited possibilities, where freedom was like breathing. This Earth is a world full of conflict and restrictions. It's the opposite. And if you realize that, you would want to leave this place every day after a certain age. That defeats the purpose. You already see what can happen here with that kind of situation. If you've ever known or heard about a trust fund kid, you'll understand. A child is told at a certain age they will inherit millions of dollars when they turn 16 or 21 or whatever. Their motivation then tanks and they eventually self-destruct. Not always, but often. Which is why lawyers advise the parents not to tell the children until after university. It also happens with child actors, royalty, and so on. Last but not least is the other why. Why come here? Why did you volunteer to suffer in this place? It's called dualism, and we all know it in one form or another. How do you know true heat without understanding cold? Pleasure without pain, light without shadow. The truly great worlds that exist outside of here in the boundless beyond can only be appreciated when they are taken away from you. Or, as the song lyric goes, you've got to go through hell before you get to heaven.
Help me. I have too many thoughts in my brain. I don't like it.
I don't understand what he's talking about, that there's a computer that could guess your number 9 seconds before you were asked to guess a number.
Yeah, that's why I wanted the video link, because I thought maybe they'd have some reference to that, because I'd be curious to try it, actually.
What technology would that be?
Jeez. I don't know. I wonder, does it need data first to figure out what kind of program you are? I mean, if you want to look at it that way. Like, make 10 guesses and it'll, you know.
I have no idea. He should have elaborated a little bit on that.
I wish.
I was kind of like calling bullshit on that. Is something else going to play, or how does this work?
I think
every time I've come here before, it's just been people talking.
Yeah, no, I think when there's nothing going on, the admin or whoever puts it in.
It's like movie night.
Have you noticed there's not been that many people here in the last, 3 weeks?
Yeah, the list used to be longer, I think.
I think actually, since the Ukrainian war started, that's when I noticed it. I'm like, oh, where'd the flat earth go? Hardly anybody in there.
Huh.
That was like the exact day. Yeah.
I don't know. I was always amazed when I found this Discord, the list of people in the chat.
Yeah. Busy.
Like, whoa.
But yeah, no, I haven't seen it like more than this little while. I mean, I don't check every day, mind you, but I don't know.
I think it'll always be the regulars, and then it's just up to us to promote it and
All
bring
right.
new people in. You know what I mean? Like the server's just going to stay how it is. Like we're always going to run a solid 20 people, just the regulars. But then if we don't promote it, then it's just going to sit stagnant.
I had a crazy idea about promoting it. I was in the bathroom in the mall I work at, and just on one of the urinal, the flush things, it was like, oh, look, research vaccine injuries.com or something like that. I thought, oh, like, oh, yeah, that would be a great idea. Just big flat earth Discord link sticker. Like, check it out. I don't know.
Well,
Write
I
some
have
catchy things.
on my bumper, I have discord.gg/flat earth. Join the voice chat. That's on my
Oh,
bumper.
yeah. That's good.
You custom made your own bumper sticker.
I do sidewalk chalk too.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If you can imagine, sidewalk chalk kind of goes away, but it does make a difference, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like hopscotch, but
It's like
flat earth.
graffiti that goes away eventually.
But that's the thing; they can't really get mad at you either.
No.
I haven't thought of that stuff for years. I mean, decades.
Discord.com/flat earth too. It's like such a good vanity link. It's so straightforward. Flat earth /flat earth. And that's the vanity link. Discord.gg/flat earth brings you right here.
Vanity link? I'm an old
Vanity
guy.
link. Yeah, see, he bought the vanity link. So instead of it being just random numbers and letters, it's just flat earth. And you can get straight here.
You know, whenever I see like chalk on the sidewalk, I always look. I mean, I can't remember. It's like not. I mean, like, I'm just ignore it. It's
Yeah,
some
you'd
stupid
have
kid.
to really. You'd have to look at it and try to read it and stuff.
I mean, like,
your eyes would just look and it would happen automatically.
Like I always look though. So I mean, if I saw someone actually writing something, I usually read it. It's usually like, oh, peace to the world or something. But
yeah,
it's like, oh, look, a Discord link, huh?
And for me, if I didn't like write it down, I'd get home and go, "What the hell was that link that I saw?" My memory's not that great.
Actually, it'd be a funny experiment to like go into the mall parking lot, print off a whole bunch of just Discord, discord.gg/flat earth, just that.
Yo,
just
you
put
know
it
what's
under people's
crazy?
windshield wipers.
You know what's crazy is I put flat earth on the sidewalk and immediately somebody hit me up on Snapchat like, I know this is you. So I can't graffiti, like, you know, like markers and spray paint, like earth is flat. Like that would get me like in trouble because people know it's me, dude. It's like
Right.
I'm the only flat earth guy. I put flat earth on the sidewalk and they know it's me. Like
Right.
shit, dude.
Oh, what's your hobby? Oh, promoting the flat earth. Oh, that's unique.
Oh, you're insane.
I've been trying
Another
to
thing
think.
that's annoying, bro, is like I've been teaching for so long, right? So whenever I teach people now, it's like, you've never heard of this before. And when they're like, no, I've never heard of this, like you're the first person I've heard talk about it, I get like genuinely mad. Like, why is there not more people? Why aren't there more people teaching flat earth? Like that shit drives me crazy, bro. Like, have you ever met a flat earther before? And they're like, no. And I snap the fuck out because like, it's getting ridiculous. Like after you learn this, you need to go teach it. Like, or else we're fucked.
It's like you found the Lord and you're compelled to go out and be an evangelist of the truth now.
I keep trying to figure out ways to get my best friend into it, except he loves space. Like, he fucking loves it.
They all love space.
He wants to live on Mars the moment he can. I'm like, I bet you everything, like, that'll never happen in your whole life.
So delusional.
And yeah.
But he put a contraption on some rock that's, I don't even know how many million miles they claim away it is. It's just a ridiculous amount, and then it just looks like the desert when you get there. It's
what's really funny too is before I got into the flat Earth thing, the first thing me and him were looking at was the Mars rover and the lemmings, the little fucking hamster thing or whatever.
The ground squirrel they caught on Mars.
Yeah,
that's great.
And we looked at that and we're just like, oh shit, look at that. That's stupid. I guess it's not real. Huh. And then a little while later, I went down the rabbit hole and I'm like, oh my god, the world's flat. And then he's just like, oh, that's crazy. And then we talked about it more and more and more. And then a little while later, he's like, oh, that lemming thing, that wasn't true. And I'm like, oh, here, let's go get the official picture from NASA's website. Let's do this again. Is that it? He's like, nah, that's just a distortion in the thing. Because I'm just like, oh, right. Because if they're lying to you about Mars, which you want to go there, and you can't, and they can't get there either, maybe they're lying to you about the moon. No, that's not true. So he just reeled it all back in. Just like, no, everything NASA does is real. Oh, that fucking, I don't know, it looks like a possum or something that was on the rocket ship. What is that? The thruster thing when they were going into space? Like, what was that? A couple months ago? That just moves around the edge of the rocket fire thing. I don't know what the hell it's called. And oh fuck, I have that video somewhere. Let me see if I can find it.
Mars is real.
That's cool. I like to look at it with P1000. It looks really funny. All right, let's see if I got this little thing. Oh yeah, okay, here I got the video. Check out live stream, voice text, 56 minutes after the hour. It's like, is it a possum? I don't know what the hell that thing is. It's like a big rat. But I'm showing them like, man, it's got a fucking tail and ears. Like, what is that? And they're just like, no, that's space debris. What the fuck are you talking about? Look at that.
Who's ready to teach flat Earth? I got somebody here who's ready to learn, dog.
I'm too drunk for this. I wouldn't be very good.
Who wants to learn? Who wants to learn?
If you're too drunk, man.
Someone teach me flat Earth.
Well, no, introduce yourself.
What do you want to know, Sweet Brown?
No. All right, hello, Dave Hinkle, bro. Dave.
Yo.
It's chemtrail.
Yep.
I have somebody here with me who wants to learn.
Oh, me too.
Oh, cool. All right, well then you go first then, dude.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't really know where to start.
Yeah, you learn first. I'll wait.
I don't know where to start.
We'll find out what he believes right now.
How long have you heard about this subject that people are denying the globe, or what have you heard?
My whole life I've been told I live on a circle.
But how long ago did you find out that people were serious about the globe is bullshit?
About 2 days ago.
So you're brand new to it?
Huh?
You're brand new to this subject, basically.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, the first thing we need to establish is what you know about the globe and see if you can be honest. You want to do that? Real quick. You know when where, and how, anytime anybody measured the curvature of the Earth?
What? I don't fucking know. All I know is
that's the honest answer. You just believe that somebody did it. You just don't know how they did it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the motion of the Earth? Anytime in history.
Yeah. Oh, I know about that. There's this one experiment. You
What's
get
that?
like a fuck. It's called hold on, let me find it. I forget what it's called. There's something to do with this. You have like a string, and then there's a ball attached to it, and it swings around. And
you're talking about Foucault's pendulum. What do you know about that?
It shows the rotation of the Earth.
How does it do that?
Because it'd be spinning.
Would you know that those pendulums have been found to spin all different directions? They're never consistent. It doesn't prove anything. I mean, I can give you video after video just debunking that pendulum.
Okay.
If the Earth was moving underneath that pendulum, it would be moving under airplanes and helicopters and everything else, don't you think?
I don't know. What's the thing?
Well, I'll just tell you right now, if you want to investigate that pendulum for yourself, go for it. But it's basically it's a parlor trick to fool the masses, is basically what it is.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, anything else that scientifically where anybody proved the motion of the Earth?
Yeah. By when they're. Oh wait, I forgot. You guys don't believe in the ISS or like space.
Well, that's part of the third question, but if you just want to say you don't know, that you think some smart scientists proved the motion of the Earth, and you say you don't know, right?
Yeah.
You just believe it.
They definitely have, yeah.
Okay, you just believe somebody did it, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Third question related to what you just mentioned there. The vacuum of space. The claim from the globe model is that the vacuum of space exists right next to our gas pressure system, which, you know, we're all breathing oxygen, right, at 14.7 here at the surface, PSI. Correct?
All right.
So how is our gas pressure system adjacent or right next to a vacuum of space? How come what's holding the gas here?
So that's our atmosphere, like
the atmosphere is the gases. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
How can we have gas pressure? The question is, how can we have gas pressure without containment? Without a container?
You don't need a container when you have gravity pulling in everything.
Well, unfortunately, we have something called the second law of thermodynamics. You ever heard about it?
Yeah.
Well, it establishes that entropy will always increase. High pressure will go to low pressure, right? So, you know of anybody that's ever shown having pressurized gas without some form of containment?
Probably.
Well, please enlighten us, because we've been looking for it for a long time.
Probably like something. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's say you don't know. You agree, because you figure some smart scientists figured it out, but you don't know, right?
That's right.
So that's the basic problem with the globe here. That's the three main globe claims, and those are all just beliefs in your mind right now. You can't prove any of them. You agree?
Well, someone else proved them.
You think they did, but you don't know that for a fact, do you?
Well, they do, so...
Okay.
I love this part of the conversation, David. You're doing great, homie.
Well, I'll open it up to your questions, and anybody else wants to jump in, go ahead.
All right.
I appreciate you being honest. You know, right at this point, we've established that if you live on a globe, which you believe you do, you don't know for a fact that you do. You know the difference in that?
thinking I live in a globe is
Like the difference between opinion and fact.
yeah. So
That's it.
thinking
So it's an opinion that you think the Earth is a ball. It's not fact.
okay. The only way to make it fact is to go fly up really high and fly around the Earth and see if it's flat.
No, that's wrong. The only way to establish it as fact is to observe, test, and repeat. It's to put it through the scientific method. It's observe, test, and repeat. And then you're a scientist, and then you've established it as fact. And that's what we've done. And you just need to care for a second. You either care or you don't.
Actually, the shape of the Earth is not even a scientific question. Did you know that, Sweet Broom?
No.
It's just a matter of geometry and measurement. Because they tell us we're on a ball and they gave us the size for the ball, right?
Okay.
So we can do the math. And to break it down real quick, at 1 foot above the surface anywhere on this globe, the edge of the ball, which is the horizon, should be 1.2 miles away. Does that kind of shock you that it's that close?
What?
Say you're 1 foot above the surface, say you're at the beach or something, right?
But like, what's the baseline surface?
Well,
the
horizon, you agree the horizon is where the sky meets the ground, right? Or the water, whatever you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
So, according to the globe math, if you're 1 foot above the surface, the horizon should, the place where boats start going over, that should appear 1.2 miles away from you, from your observer point. Have you ever been out to the beach? You know you can see a lot further
every
than
day.
Yo, can I break it down, Dave?
Go ahead, Chemtrail.
So
I gotta get off here soon anyway.
Watch the boat disappear into the horizon, right?
Where?
You following me? So you're on the shoreline. You're watching the boat go out to sea.
It goes away.
It disappears into the horizon. It goes into the horizon, not over it. So you take a zoom camera and you zoom in and you bring the whole boat right back into perspective. So it didn't go over the horizon. It went into the horizon. It disappeared. All right. So what happens is, you still following me? You drop the camera down to 1 foot observer height. So you're 1 foot off the beach and you're zooming in. According to the ball Earth measurements, you should only be able to see 1.22 miles. And then things should be over the curve. Do you get me? So you're 1 foot off the beach and you're zooming in.
But how do I see 1.22 miles with my naked eye?
The curve, well, it's not a naked eye. We have a P900 camera.
Naked eye, you see much further than that.
But do you have a tape measure, like something to go so you know?
The naked eye is like 3 miles. But dude, that's besides the point. According to the ball Earth, 24,901 miles in circumference. You should only be able to see 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height. Now that has been disproven, dude. So the Earth is not a ball. So when we when we see things further than 1.22, that means they're lying. So when we see 10 miles, they are. Like, use your imagination. Use your imagination. They.
What is
NASA, RACA, JAXA, CIA, FBI, NSA. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. Don't be stupid. They are. They're lying.
Oh, why are they lying about that?
So it doesn't matter why.
At school, the school system, the educational system is born.
But don't you think? But what if you go back to the start of the trading system in the whole world, and exploring, like when countries first started exploring, they thought they were going to sail over the edge, and then they ended up finding the United States. They ended up finding Australia. They ended up finding all this from the United Kingdom, from Europe.
Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I remember them teaching that disproved the globe Earth because Columbus Yeah, go ahead. Just talk over me. It's okay.
I didn't finish talking. Yeah. So
you're robotic.
Talking circle, yeah.
I can't hear you
robotic now.
You're robotic.
Yeah. Okay.
Yo, so you got to stop obfuscating away from water. Just stay on water level. Mic check.
Mm-hmm.
So just stay on water level, Sweet Brown. Listen, dude. Whatever you think is happening over flat water. So you said Buddy went, sailed, found America, right? He found America, but the water is still fucking flat, right? You're looking at the moon. It's a light in the sky, but the water is still flat. You gotta fucking show me the curve, right? So if the earth is a ball, then that means it's curving. It doesn't matter what's happening. You gotta show me the curve, or else it's called obfuscation. It's called a fallacy. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. You see what I'm saying? So
right.
Stick with
I have a
water.
question.
Yeah.
So, like,
it doesn't matter, bro. The water's still flat.
Okay. Moving on. So my question is, like, you know how, like, you look out and you see the moon and you see the sun, right? Those two things exist, right? Right?
Yeah, the moon. We all see the moon, yes.
And the sun.
Oh, and the sun, yep.
So you see how the sun, like, rises in the west? I mean, rises in the east, sets in the west? Like, what does that have
Like it goes overhead, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it the sun moving or are you moving?
It's
we watch it move.
We rotate around the sun, like
no. When you look up, hold on. When you look up to the sky, what's moving?
The sun is moving.
There you go. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Go on, folks.
Simple as that.
Yep.
What if we just rotating though?
Okay, demonstrate.
It doesn't matter, dude. The Earth is still a level plane. Do you get what I'm saying? So the sun, the moon, the stars, they're revolving around us. You see it rising in the east, setting in the west, and the water is still flat. Like, you did not show me curvature of water. You cannot do it. It doesn't exist. I apologize. Sorry, not sorry.
OMG. I think I'm a flat earther now.
That's cool. I mean, just the ground under your feet has never been moving. You've never felt it move unless you felt an earthquake.
Yeah, earthquakes. Yeah, I feel them a lot.
Okay, well,
usually
that's not what we're talking
your mom
about.
comes into my room.
This place is not moving. Just believe your own senses. Believe what's obvious.
But
you can't prove that it moves. That pendulum thing is crap. Doesn't prove jack shit.
He's memeing on you.
No.
No, you're not.
No.
You're genuine.
Yeah. So, another question though, like, because I don't really know, like, what does it have to do with, like, the different continents being able to fit together? Like, you know?
Like they all broke apart at one point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a different subject. I don't know. You could look into that.
All right. Okay. I'll join back later.
Okay.
Thank you for inspiring.
Yeah. Come back anytime.
I love it when people come in here with like a list of questions just to fucking like troll.
And then
Who said he was memeing? Who said he was memeing?
That was me.
Yeah, you were right. He was memeing.
I mean, I picked up on it because he said some really sly comment, and I was like, yeah, this is not...
It's like, as soon as I said, don't say anything about the sun and moon, just stick to water, and then he said sun and moon, that's when I knew it was like, fuck, man. This is going to be difficult.
Well, he didn't bring any argument or anything.
There's never an argument. You can't argue it. It doesn't exist.
Well, most people will come in and argue with you. But I feel so confident now that we've already been over all these things so many times. It's all dumb. The arguments they have.
That's what I mean.
not-
The arguments don't exist. That's why I just stick to water level, and then once like they can't stick to water level, that means that it's over. Like you fucking are joking. There is no argument.
There's refraction over the water level, man.
No, refraction only works up to 12 miles.
Oh no, but the refraction. It could refract the other refraction. And it's all going through a denser medium every mile, so it
Yeah,
totally
whatever
works.
we say, they do have some kind of a debunk prepared somewhere, but it's never. It's even worse than the original idea that they're presenting.
Well, when someone says refraction like that, they're just saying that a word in a piece of paper is causing things. That's what they think.
Tuck your tail and cluck, bro.
That guy seemed like he was heavily fluorided, brainwashed on TV. He was like in a trance of a stupor.
Impaired.
Yeah.
It's an adverse reaction from indoctrination and all that
I
comes
know
with that.
they put us in a trance on purpose, It's all psychological warfare operations.
Not just psychological, it's chemical warfare too, so don't forget.
Oh,
It's a
yeah,
mixture.
so it's full spectrum. They're going to poison your food, your water, your air, your mind, whatever goes in your eyes, in your ears. All about mind control. Govern, control, mind, mind control.
Oh, no. Hopefully, God's there's a. Anyways, yeah. Some people argue that government doesn't mean that. I wouldn't.
Well, it's not that difficult. Govern. That's like they're going to control. Governor, control. Meant is mind. Period.
Yeah, and that's what they do. What they do is control, and they do work with the mind control too. So they do that, even if government doesn't mean it, but they do.
Yeah, right. That's how the few can control the many. They can't have a policeman watching each person, you see. They got to get you thinking a certain way to behave the way they need you to behave. Support the things they want you to support. All right, I guess I'm going to bounce out of here and check you guys later.
Later, bro.
Later.
So we tell the Globers it measures flat, and instead of them going out and checking themselves, they just come here and argue with us. Not one Glober has measured the Earth for curvature. Not one. And I'm going to say that. I will speak for all Globers worldwide. Not one of you has measured the Earth for curvature. You know how I know that? Because we still exist up in here. You haven't shown us one instance of measured Earth curvature. And all we do is show you how flat it is, no matter where we go, no matter how high or how low.
Yeah, tell the Flobus it measures flat.
That's all. Yeah, that's all we need. That's all. I mean, it's like, it measures flat. What else do you want? Do you want to talk about gravity? Why? You don't even have the curvature, dude. Pathetic. So I figured I'd just say that, poke the ribs of a few people out there. Come on, Globers, let's talk about it.
Oh my god, I still can't believe you just said that. I'm offended.
What are you offended by?
The flat Earth.
Wait, who's talking? I swear. You're a flatty, so I don't want to hear it.
I'm trying to pretend.
I'm offended that you're offended. So
right?
Oh my god, I still can't believe you just said that.
So it's Generation Butthurt Snowflake.
Yeah.
Generation Butthurt. My victimhood equals
flat hurt.
What'd you say, Metalark?
My victimhood equals power.
For sure. And why not, right? Participation trophies for everybody.
Yay.
Since you offended me, I'm gonna send armed thugs to beat you up.
Okay.
But I
Because
can't
I'm
hurt you
offended.
with my frail little arms. I haven't worked out ever or anything like that, or even been outside of my house in years.
Right. That's the generation coming up right now. Can you imagine, though, a world built on hard physical labor, mostly, and then you got this next generation coming up that, well, frankly, they're better off with just Velcro shoes. I don't mean to be a dickhead, but it's getting nasty out there. I don't trust the next generation coming up to have, even one cojones, let alone the two.
Only one cajon.
We'll see.
No offense with people with 1 or 0 cojones.
Well, I'm talking more figuratively. I hope the audience gets that. But yes, I mean, even in that situation, right? The more cojones you have, the more testosterone you have, the more apt you are for something, right?
I don't identify that way.
What do you identify as?
Don't identify me with your cojones. It's an artificial construct.
Well, I would hope you don't have my cojones, indeed.
Yeah, you get your own cojones, not his. If you want to get his cojones, his girlfriend might have an issue with that.
You're using my words against me. How dare you?
Right? Don't make me assume my ultimate form. My ultimate cojone form.
An invasion of Antarctica. I never even thought of the expedition replacing that word with invasion. Makes sense to me.
4,000, yeah. 4,000 soldiers. If it's true, why did Homeboy take, the right bicep of the American military and such all the way down there?
Invading Antarctica?
Yeah, 1940. Apparently, Byrd led an invasion of Antarctica. Why he had 4,000 soldiers, a man of war, a fully equipped aircraft carrier, and functioning supply system at his command. He had that down there. Now, why would he do that unless he were afraid of something that he'd have to fight?
They also had this video with weird effects where they were shooting at something supposedly in the skies, and it looked really weird. It kind of looked like made up propaganda.
Yeah, it almost looked like it was fake. Yeah, but I mean, they wouldn't. Why would they lie? This is all real stuff, guys. We need to prepare for meteors, asteroids, and aliens. Okay, let's go.
Well, apparently in the operation that they did, he had over 3,000 soldiers. They went out there.
Yeah, it was 4,000 soldiers. Are you talking about Bird in 47?
Yeah.
Yeah. Over
That's
4
a
grand
lot of
soldiers. Yeah.
Well, they figured that that's where the Nazis went. They went south, so they wanted to be prepared.
That actually makes more sense than any other explanation I've heard. Though it is speculation, that to me that adds up.
It is possible that the imagery that we've been getting, I mean, that we got the Antarctica is this frozen land. It's possible that some other areas are not like that, you know? Some other areas might have more, not a frozen wasteland. So I've seen some footage from the Antarctica, and it definitely looks frozen, whatever we got in the footage. But that probably doesn't mean that's the whole thing. It looks like a pretty big region. I wouldn't be surprised if they having the good time down there.
What if the world invasion by aliens was just Nazi Mark III coming in?
They're definitely pushing that. The alien, kind of like the alien visiting or invasion stuff.
So I got this weird hobby going on Google Earth. I'm looking really precisely at shit in the desert. You wouldn't believe all the weird stuff I find. Here, I'll put a picture of what I just found. I have no idea what the hell this is, but this is sketch, you know, in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere.
What's in the middle of nowhere? Sorry, I had to take a photo.
Here, I'm gonna post a picture.
Your mind. I
literally just found this as we're talking. I just go to the middle of Africa where it's desert and just zoom in and start scrolling around.
Oh, are you doing the Google Earth thing?
Oh yeah.
Why?
I like to do the same thing, but with the globe priests. It's easy to find the connections in the societies and bloodlines and all that kind of thing.
I mean, I assume this is just fucking a drone that takes all these pictures. But like
planes, drones.
What the hell
balloons.
is this?
Yeah, you know, there's
middle of the desert. Nothing there.
There's probably the combination of all three: a drone that's a plane and a balloon. It goes on forever.
There is no road for like more than 100 kilometers.
It looks like an 8-year-old started drawing tanks, and that's what we see in that picture.
It looks like a cell.
You know what I mean?
Didn't finish forming. It was dividing, but didn't finish, and it just there.
You know what I mean? Like 2D tanks, kids just drawing on landscape, like
with his finger.
You know what I mean?
Doesn't that look sketchy though?
What do you mean sketchy, dude? Okay, check this out. You're using man-made technology to look at man-edited photos, quote-unquote photos of a place. Like, if you trust anything you see on Google Earth, I might restart your day. I might restart your life.
I don't know, man, but I found my house in Google Earth, and I trust it. It looks just like that.
Oh, good. I'm glad that then you trust the entire body of Google Earth because it found your house.
Yeah. I mean, why will they lie?
Well, and then they'll claim it's so much harder to lie than it is to tell the truth. That's what they'll say. One of the smartest people I know, my brother, he's like, dude, you know nobody can keep a secret in the administration. Come on, you think they'd hide the shape of the earth? They can't even keep a secret about this, that, and the other, and the derp that I saw on CNN, and the Drudge Report, and the fucking Alex Jones. Blah.
Bro, you never seen a movie? The bad guy the truth always comes out, you know? You always can tell who's the bad guy.
I've seen movies. I'm just,
it's
this
easier
one's
to,
fucked up.
It's easier to go to the moon than to fake it.
Right.
Logic.
I love that. That's just
it sounds like we have a kind of similar brothers, because I have an older brother that thinks like that.
Okay, yeah.
And he's a military guy. He's an engineer. He builds airplanes for a living.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. He thinks he's woke as fuck because he knows that the military isn't here for good or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, oh, I know this, that, and this. Yeah? So what do you think about the Earth? What do you mean? Well, is there space and planets and all that? Well, absolutely. You know about the Space Force? I'm really excited. Okay.
Space Force.
So, Saigon, I didn't mean to make fun of your, I guess your intentions
yes,
here.
You did meant to. Yes, you did.
No, I meant to make fun of
it. You did mean it. Admit it.
Fine, whatever. Anyway, Saigon. What do you think those drawings are on the ground? Do you think those are real and we can go to them? Do you think we'd even know if we were like standing next to one of these?
Yeah, I think that some of these things are definitely real. You can go to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really just saying I don't know either way, but it's interesting stuff, yeah. You can get lost on the Google Earth for sure.
Nah, all you gotta do is press exit and you won't be lost anymore.
Well, you know what I find curious and fascinating is that no matter how far you zoom out, it never curves until that last zoom out function where you just see the ball. Right? It goes from ball animation, and then the next zoom in frame is completely flat from left to right everywhere, and then you're just zooming in on complete flat over and over and over and over, no matter where you look. Isn't that weird?
Haven't they been adding some kind of like curve scenes?
I mean, they can go ahead and give it a shot, right?
Yeah.
Oh, poor guys.
Saigon, where are you, Saigon? We're asking you questions, Saigon.
He left. I don't know why he left, but he posted the picture and he bounced. Probably didn't like my sarcastic
You hurt his feelings, bro. Yeah, you hurt his feelings. It's your fault.
Well, now I'm going to reply to his thing and tag him and tell him I love him and thank you for the share.
Yeah. It's gonna go to Google Maps and find more stuff to prove you wrong. I'm gonna like it. Thumbs up. You know, it's possible. You see, like you said, right? Like somebody drawing whatever, like a kid drawing. But imagine, I don't know, maybe in the past, some group built I don't know, like a small town, and they did like a perimeter like that.
Sure.
And now it's probably just, I don't know, leftovers of whatever it was. You know, something like that. Because those two look pretty similar. Like there's some kind of someone kind of did that middle.
Oh yeah, I'd like to go there and see if it's just like, is it? So it looks like it's just dug into the ground, depressed. These are depressions, right? Of some sort.
Mm-hmm. If you ask me, it looks like that. Like someone was. Maybe there was some type of structure there or something. Who knows? It's probably not there anymore. But yeah, like you said, you can't just trust everything in the Google Maps for sure.
Right. I remember way back 5-6 years ago, I was like, dude, well then let's go to the North Pole, check and see what Google Earth has to say about it. Didn't find anything. It's all just blurry, weird shit up there, or if there was anything.
Yeah. I did that and with the Google Earth, and I went to the north area. And you know how today people add photographs to places? And I found some photographs like in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, and it looked like a shore, and it had like buildings on the shore and trees and that kind of stuff. But it was like in the north. The photograph wasn't basically in the water, because I went to the water. You know when you go to the map and it's all water up there in the Arctic Ocean, but then the photograph was right there in the water.
Crazy.
And when I clicked on it, it was like a shore. Like I say, it was like a shore, and it had like some buildings. And then there was another one like that in Greenland. I was looking around Greenland, and like in it's supposed to be like ice or whatever, only like frozen area. I clicked on it, and there was like a town with a tower, like a communication tower, and it looked green. It didn't look frozen.
Yeah.
But then I tried to look for this stuff again, and I can't find it anymore. So they patched it, most likely.
You got to imagine there's countless places that aren't going to show up on any kind of detection, right? Whether or not people even live there, if it's like an abandoned little town or whatever. You know what I mean? There's just shit like that everywhere.
Yeah. But when you take into account, like, bro, even I could drive a couple hours from here, and I'll be like in some gated, private driveways that you cannot access,
Yeah.
And then there's another layer to that. There's towns that you could only access by airplane or by small aircrafts. So I imagine there's another layer to that, like places that you cannot go, and it's not in the map.
Absolutely. And you can barely, if you were to fly, you'd probably have to get thermo vision, whatever, you know what I mean, to view from a top like they do when they bust drug dealers. They get the thermo vision from, I don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. What is that? Somebody help me. Infrared. There we go. Goodness. Infrared.
Yeah.
I had a guy I knew. We were in high school, and he was selling weed to the high school kids, and he was growing it in his place, and he was one of the first in town to get busted with the infrared helicopters. It's a big deal.
In the Google Maps, you can search an address, whatever, and see the houses in the address. There's a bunch of communities that you cannot search the houses. There's no public view of the houses inside this area. You can see the street that passed by it, and you see like the entrance, and it's like a gated community or whatever. It's a private access, but whatever is inside, you can't see the houses inside of it, the properties. You will have to, I guess, use a drone or something to see them.
Something, yeah. Remember back in the day too, Alex Jones was talking about satellites that can pick up the details of a dime on your dinner table if you got the window open, something like that.
Damn.
Well, and then my question is, really? Let me get this straight. Satellites are hundreds or thousands of miles away. Airplanes can be much closer. Which would you use to take a high-quality photo?
Yeah.
It's just so... I mean, people are like, no, man, satellites are way better. Yeah? How?
Isn't that satellite moving like 17,000 miles per hour or something? How is it going to take that?
That's a Gotham right there.
It is a Gotham. Straight up. I mean, just, come on. And I didn't come up with it. Somebody else... Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I remember, like you said, like people saying that the satellite will read the date on 1 cent if it's on the floor.
Right.
I'm like, damn. Oh, I think that came up. People saying that. I remember around the time Men in Black came out, and he was spying on his ex-wife or something, on his wife. Remember? the guy. What was his letter name? K. I think it was K or something.
He's accessing the satellites or whatever it was. And zooming in.
Yeah, he sits down on the computer and
Oh yeah,
accesses
Kay.
satellite
Yeah, in Men in Black.
to look at his wife, and she was watering the gardens and looking up, thinking of where is he? Was he taken by the aliens?
Why is everybody stuck in virtual reality?
Not everybody is.
Well, because
Yeah, but they
people want
think
to
it's
be
a
able
ball,
to.
though, dude. Why did they think it's a ball?
People crave the comfort of certainty, and the official Globe narrative provides just that.
They're not even certain, though. What do you mean?
Well, remember when
they just believe.
It's been imprinted since people are very young. When the mind is kind of like new to all these things, and people have been given these images, even especially when you get the globe that you can touch and spin on top of the table. You say, oh, the globe, and someone of authority tells the child, this is where you live. This is the earth, right? And then a next step to that is giving images and cartoons and zooming in and out of the earth on these screens and in animations and stuff, and that image starts get taking a shape inside the child's mind, and eventually they believe that's.
So they see the globe for their very eyes, but it's not actually there.
Yeah. It's been imprinted in the mind.
Man, that's a funny word, dude. In the mind.
But just like anything, you could believe something is true until you know it's not true, and that's it. Now you know it's not true. Or you can realize what is it.
Well, I would say knowledge is better than no knowledge.
Some people will call like black holes and that stuff knowledge, Speed of light and the distances to the sun, they will call that knowledge. And I would say that's just garbage.
Yeah, but does somebody really have like a measuring tape that long, dude? Nobody's done that, dude. Like, where are they getting these numbers from? Are they pulling it out of space? And if so, what else are they pulling out of space?
You get the best of my love.
You see how they have to push it and repeat it and repeat it, because if they stop doing that, it will just fall apart eventually. So they have to keep pushing it.
Yeah, it's like every big screen, right? It's a picture of the globe on every screen everywhere, right? Even back in the day, you'd walk past the radio store and there'd be screens in the windows, and you'd be looking through not one, but two pieces of glass. But that's reality, right? Is the window flat?
Yeah, it could be flat, the window, but you could make a curved window, right?
Anything that holds dirt, right? Because if there wasn't a container, where would the dirt go? Would it go off into space? What's holding the dirt here? They claim gravity, right? They claim gravity all day long, but no one's ever observed it, right? Where if it's a natural thing, go take a picture of it. No one ever has. Like I said, good luck providing that photo. Good luck.
Have you seen what sound and cymatics can cause the dirt to take shapes or show shapes?
Where the earth
Water
conforms into many things.
Yeah, and I was just looking at some cymatics video, and I think it was sand that they had, and it was just making these shapes.
Yeah, same thing.
Sound.
Same thing.
Yeah, she's very interesting.
People say they walk the earth or whatever. I'm like, sure, but it's not a ball. It's not a globe. Might be something inside of one, but it's not a globe.
Well, it is what it is, and we know it's not a globe.
It's definitely not a ball either.
It's not a ball. I mean, from the first, how do you say, from the frame of reference that we are standing and we can experience, it's not a ball from here.
I mean, we can go to the land of make-believe and, believe that something that we've never sensed one time in our entire life exists, right? And that's what's holding it all together. I mean, we can go to the land of make-believe.
Yeah, you could do that, but you don't want to teach that or tell that to other people as if it's true. I wouldn't. If I hear someone saying like, "Hey, the world," like if I hear someone talking, let's say for example, let's say my children, and someone start telling them this stuff that it's not true, I'm gonna call them out. I'll be like, "Excuse me, that is not true." Or I wouldn't like someone to be promoting lies.
It's like literally walking, talking, lying boxes. That's what people are today.
Ezra Martin, welcome to the Flutter Discord. Ezra.
Is that supposed to be Morse code?
Yeah, he's from another dimension. Ezra, how's it?
Pretty good.
What are your thoughts about the lack of curvature?
Huh?
Why has nobody been able to find the curvature of the supposed Earth?
You have a YouTube channel?
What's that?
YouTube channel.
Yeah, what is it?
Do you have one?
I don't know what it is.
Oh. You live in New Zealand?
No, I'm just saying I don't know what these things are.
Lol. Nice.
Ezra Martin, do you know what the Earth is?
Yes, it's a round object. Sphere.
A round object. Oh. Sphere. Does that has a geometric shape?
No.
The sphere?
I don't know.
Is the sphere geometrical?
Do you have a cool gaming setup?
Does a sphere have a radius?
Yes.
How'd you measure it?
One point of the world to the bottom.
How'd you do that by digging only 8 miles? Tell Toggle about it. He wants to hear this.
Yeah, I'm not very smart with.
Yeah, Toggle's just looking for a radius measurement. He really needs that if you could help him out.
Yeah, wait, so what was the question?
Earth radius. We need to get that measured right away.
So what is the Earth radius?
Yeah, nobody's done it. They've been going around saying that, the Earth's a globe for hundreds of years now, but nobody's measured this radius yet, so we need that measurement right away.
Earth radius is 6,371.
Ah, so you're Google Earther.
So SR Martin, you know when you pour water on a cup, have you seen the surface of that water? How would you describe the surface of the water in the cup? Yeah, ask your friend in the background, how will you describe the water inside the cup?
I've been invited to this as well. No, is it?
What was the question again?
If you pour water on a cup, water in a cup?
Mm-hmm.
How will you describe the top of the water in the cup?
Full.
Level. You know how the water is level in the cup?
Listen.
Yep.
Yes, you do, right? Everybody does.
Yes.
Level in the cup. And what about in a bathtub? In a bathtub, is the water level as well?
It's full.
Is it level? The water?
Yes. Yes.
You know why? Why is it level? Because the building that the cup on top of the table that is in the building, that building is level, is it not?
If or not always.
The building, not always, right? But it has to be level for the water to be level.
No.
In the bathtub, it's level. What about in a lake? Is the lake level? Is the water in the lake level? What about sea level? Is that level?
Yes.
Sea level, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you measure any body of water on the earth, it will measure
You seem like
level.
quite a smart guy.
Hey, this is just basic stuff. Level is very basic. We experience it. Your vestibular system in your ears has liquid that is level, right? If you tilt your head, he's talking with someone in the background. Someone is talking.
Do you mind carry on?
I just wonder, has anybody ever observed curvature?
No, I haven't.
Why is that? I thought it was very apparent.
I'm not very smart though.
It's
You don't have to be
invisible.
smart.
But
You got
hey,
eyes, right?
I was
You got
taking it
eyes,
to
don't
level.
you?
Remember, you do experience level. The water, the bathtub, the building, the lake level, the sea level. You do know that, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So all waters across the earth are level, and that's all you experience. And then, what percentage of the earth is water? The surface of the earth. 70+%, will you say?
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah, he has to go. All right, take care. Come back later. We have he has to go. It's all good.
But
We also have X Farshad that wants to be unmuted, and you can speak to him, Toggle. I won't interrupt you. Welcome, X Farshad. You've been unmuted since
up, man?
you asked for it. Hi, welcome. So you asked to be unmuted. You have any questions?
No, I just wanted to see how to get unmuted.
So you wanted to get unmuted so you can speak?
Yeah, like when I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to speak over anybody else.
Okay. What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
Well, what happened was I was in another channel, and so I believed, I'm using a past tense, that the Earth was a globe. And then there was a few, basically, people who believed in flat Earth that were arguing their argument against like 80 people who believed the Earth was a globe. And what I consistently saw was that they kept being muted, talked over, yelled at, called names, and I just didn't like it at all. And it basically pushed me towards, because to me, if you're silencing somebody, there's a somewhat of a truth to it, that you're silencing that opposition. So it basically pushed me off the edge there to basically come to the other side and see. Like, I can't say I'm totally a flat earther. I'm not, but I'm interested in getting to know the details about it.
What server did it happen in?
Sorry?
What server did it happen in?
I think it's called Debate Flat Earth.
Ah, gotcha.
That's too bad. Toggle here is looking for a radius measurement of the Earth. He's really hoping you'd be able to help him out.
So you mentioned that you heard people speaking about the topic, and one side was kind of like being ridiculed about bringing a different point of view from the one claim that the Earth is a spinning sphere of certain dimensions.
Yeah.
So once you saw that, now you have more questions about the other side because you want to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the edge, man. I don't know. I don't know if it's at this point. I don't know what shape it is.
So the question comes when some people that claim that the Earth is a spinning sphere of certain dimensions, and that's been put to the test and been falsified. So that's why there's people that ask those people making the claim that the Earth is a sphere to provide evidence, and it turns out that there's no evidence for the sphere. The opposite is true. You experience flat, level, motionless, containment.
Yeah, they don't have evidence, so they do personal attacks instead, as you saw.
Yeah, that's true.
They have all sorts of gimmicks.
They don't.
That's all they have is gimmicks, man. Like, first of all, ask yourself, who has the burden of proof? Flat Earth.
The one making the claim.
Who has? Yeah, exactly. It's obvious to everybody that's ever lived.
The one making the claim opposite to the experience.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. They have the burden of proof. And instead of meeting their burden of proof, they have gimmicks, right? They'll say you're dumb. They'll say you don't understand. They'll start talking about flat earthers instead of flat earth. They talk about personalities. They talk about all sorts of stuff. The one thing they won't talk about is measurements. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about anything but that. And a lot of people have it in their head that like somehow Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat, are somehow equivalent claims, right? That somehow they have the same evidence. Somehow they're just they're the same claim, but they're just like opposite things, right? It's like saying, "Oh, the color of that is red." No, the color of that is blue. The nature of the claims are completely different. Their claim has never been, yeah, we measured the Earth and it's curving. That's not their claim. But our claim is, yeah, we measured the Earth and it's flat. Their claim is, oh, we have a theory. It's called gravity. And because gravity, Earth formed into a ball from a bunch of particles in the vacuum of space. They all formed together in a ball. Something that's A, number one, that's never been observed. B, or number two, it's not even a prediction of Newtonian gravity. So when they run this Newtonian gravity in a simulation, like a computer simulation with bunches of particles, and let it run, doesn't form into a ball. So point being is that their claim is we have a physics model, and a prediction of that physics model is that the Earth would form into a ball. Their claim isn't, yeah, we measured the Earth as a ball. That's not their claim. But that is our claim. Our claim isn't, that's why people come in here and they go, well, what about the sun? What about the moon? What about this? What about that? What about the other thing? We're not claiming that we have a physics model and that the flat Earth is a consequence of it. We're claiming, and you can demonstrate this yourself. You don't have to believe us. You can go do the test yourself. We're claiming that if you go out and you make observations of the Earth and you measure the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature. There's no curving water. And as a logical consequence of that it can't be a ball. Because you can't have a ball that's 72% flat water. That's not possible. Have you ever seen a 72% flat ball? Me neither.
No flat balls. If it was flat, you wouldn't be able to play. It wouldn't be a ball.
We wouldn't call it a ball. Yeah, exactly.
It might be a flobe.
Well, you can tell it's a ball because of how flat it is.
Yeah, exactly.
You bring it home, the point that they make about, the model that they have, this physics model, and all that comes with it. But they're not making a claim of measurement.
Yeah, they have a model and they make a prediction based on the model. But ultimately, all models must be tested against reality.
Yeah.
Right? Even predictions of the model. Now, you could prove, so you could have a theory, right? And you can prove the theory. But if the theory if that theory says, okay, this is a consequence of the theory, you have to test that consequence against reality.
Yeah.
Now, that consequence, you could be wrong and it's not actually a consequence of the theory. Right? So you could actually say, hey, the Earth being a ball is not actually a prediction of Newtonian gravity. So that means even measuring a flat Earth doesn't falsify that theory because it's not actually a prediction of it. people saying that, gravity pulls to the center of the mass and forms a ball. People just say that. They don't have any like mathematics to back it up. There's no published paper to back it up. It's just something people say. It sounds good, but ask any glober, right? And this is how I know that they've run Newtonian gravity in simulation and doesn't form a ball. I asked a glober, and he provided the evidence for me. And he only read the title of the it is a peer-reviewed paper in an astronomical journal. He gave it to me. He didn't look inside the paper. He thought, yes, this is going to debunk flat Earth. He just read the title. They ran it in simulation and just assumed that it was the result he wanted and sent it to me.
Yeah, the title.
And then I read it. And then it doesn't say what he thinks it says. It specifically said they couldn't get it to form a ball. And that because they couldn't get it to form a ball, they added, in their simulation, they added a glue variable so things would stick together. So, like, think about it. It's in outer space. Shit's flying around. They hit each other. They bounce apart. But it kept bouncing and bouncing and bouncing forever. It would never coalesce into anything. So they added the stickness factor. And then when they did that, it still didn't form a ball.
Yeah. That title reading and pre-assumptions about what he says just based on the title, that comes from the backward thinking that brings them to the sort of imaginary conclusion that
that's the blind
because you see lights in the sky, they see lights in the sky and they step it down step by step with I'm looking for the
that
word.
dude jetted, man.
Yeah.
That dude ejected.
But the backward thinkings and the fallacies that they add up until they come down to Earth and they say, hey, Earth is curving and it's a ball because all of the fallacies that we been bringing in from looking at the sun, looking at the moon downwards, and the ideas that we have about that, and we bring it down to Earth, and therefore the Earth is a consequence of these fallacies.
So did you know this? So the globers say refraction exists because the air at the bottom, closer to the ground, is denser, and light bends towards the denser medium. Did you know that is actually a model that the U.S. It's called the U.S. Standard. It's called U.S. Standard Atmosphere. It's a model. It's not actually based upon any measurement. It's completely a model based upon the air being an ideal gas, which it's not, because the ideal gas doesn't exist. That's why they call it an ideal gas, because it's an idea. So think about when they come in here and they try to say refraction, they're actually just saying, I have a bunch of models, and all my models predict that this is going to happen, and therefore it is happening. The same as what I just posted in live stream voice text. He sent this to me, and he had such blind faith in the heliocentric model. He thought that what he sent me was going to go along with what he believed. So he felt he didn't even need to read it. That's how sure he was of the results. But he was wrong. But he was wrong. And another thing Clovers like to do, which is really irritating to me, is they try to turn everything like everything's just an opinion. That there are no facts, there's just opinions.
That's really tough to think like that.
Yeah. So like when they're wrong about something, It's just that they just have a wrong opinion. They're not factually wrong. It's just like it's a difference of opinion. They try to like paint things this way. It's really irritating to me. It's like, no, dude, you're factually wrong. Like, it's just like saying, Wednesday's the first day of the week. That's factually wrong. It's not an opinion. I wonder why that guy took off.
Yeah, he said that he came from. He heard people talking in the debate flat Earth server, and he heard like arguments against flat earthers or whatever. No, the debate flat Earth and more.
Oh, Gem Panda's shithole.
Yeah,
that's not a flat Earth server.
Now we
literally.
That's a furry
Disinfo
server. It's a furry server posing as a flat Earth server.
Yeah, and it's funny how they title it "Debate Flat Earth." People see that and they're, "Oh, I'm in a flat Earth server."
Right, and they're gonna get
Just
steered in the
based on
wrong
the
direction.
title.
Yeah, I finally quit going in there about a month ago. Got old.
The other Glober gimmick is you don't understand. No matter what it is, they'll just say you don't understand. No matter how wrong they are about it, they'll just say you don't understand. And it's actually cover for them. It's actually a projection that they don't understand.
Yeah, they tell you don't understand, and they could also ask you, do you have, are you like an expert on this? What are your credentials, whatever? And if you keep, like bringing let's say they bringing it to them, they'll be like, oh, I'm not an expert, and you're not an expert, so we don't know. You don't know, I don't know.
So why do experts even bother to write anything down? If it's just like they're the only ones that can understand it, why even bother to write it down? Why bother to write down their findings for everybody else to read if nobody else can understand them?
And there's no way anybody can understand what they're claiming because it's not based in reality. So it's just some thinking of the mind. Can't understand it completely because you cannot experience it. You can overstand it and know that it's not true. Stand under that made up idea on a piece of paper and stand on that paper and stamp on it. And you see, this gravity on this paper doesn't do anything. Stepping on it. This globe that is not for educational purposes just falls apart if it.
Well, listen, I don't have any. Listen, tell somebody they don't understand. That's not the issue. The issue is they say you don't understand, but they don't say what the correct thing is. That's the problem. They just try to this is just a version of nuh-uh. It's just a more and they try to make their nuh-uh less obvious, basically, by saying you don't understand. But then you go, hey, okay, if it's incorrect, tell me what is correct. Then they vanish.
Yeah. That's kind of like the recipe for a lot of topics, the globe or politics or whatever. Any topic these days, many topics. People talk like they know what they're talking about. They are kind of like an authority, but they actually don't know what they're talking about. Or they're just spewing propaganda. They think it's true because reasons.
And then there's the gaslighting. That's the other one. Flat Earth is dead. It's pointless. Someday we're going to be in space. Like, all these things to try to convince you you're wasting your time. Then there's the, oh, you're going to be a social outcast. Just like gimmicks. They're just gimmicks. When all they have to do, it's so simple. Just come in here or go on YouTube. Go anywhere. Show us your measurements of curvature. Tell us how you did it. The method. What you use. The equipment. No problem. And we'll go out. We'll replicate it. And then we can all go home. Right? I'll go back to being a NASA fanboy. But until that happens, I'm going to trust my senses.
It'd be one thing if sarcasm were evidence of something scientific, right? But that's all they have.
Professor Dave?
Oh yeah, any of them, all of them, every single one of them.
Like snide comments and thinly veiled insults are proof of the globe.
And it's sad because it's like, guys, is it really that you're too stupid to look into it, or is it that you just don't want to? Like now there's a question really being posed there. You know what I mean?
Well, when they start this stuff, because of the character limit on Twitter, I just asked them, I'm like, is this the best you can do? Is this really the best you have to offer? Nothing of substance, bunch of insults, gimmicks, and logical fallacies. This is really the best you can do.
How dare you?
But I like go on Twitter, and the only reason I even like comment stuff on Twitter is because like the Globers on Twitter are really dishonest. I mean, even worse than the ones that come in here. And I know that's hard to believe, but they really are. They are just straight up lying pieces of crap on Twitter.
Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, it's the whole thing, all the places where they're allowed to spew vitriol and we're
Twitter
not.
has a particular culture though, because Twitter is like very mobbish.
Oh, I've never used Twitter, so I don't know.
Well, so if you like start smashing, and there's a character limit, so I think it's like 240 or 250 characters. So you start smashing on a Glober on Twitter, they start pinging all their other Glober buddies, right? And then, like, your Twitter starts going crazy because all their Glober buddies starts liking and retweeting their comments, right? So your notifications are going off the hook. And, like, these people are saying, like, the dumbest shit imaginable. And you're like, are you, like, shit that's just plainly wrong. So it's like they try to create it's almost like this thing where they're trying to create a perception like, here's a debate, and this person is obviously winning the debate because look at all these likes he has and all these retweets he has and all these other people calling this flat earther stupid. So obviously he's right. It's really like peer pressury. It's way different. It's like it's way different than YouTube comments. So I only go on there to like utterly expose their antics, dude. To just utterly expose their lies. I can't even tell you how many people like Globers on Twitter. I just they'll straight up lie and say they didn't say something. So like you literally have to screenshot shit because they'll say something then realize they fucked up, and then delete it, and then try to say they never said that. So you literally have to make a post, screenshot it, and
Man,
like,
why do that? Why do any of that?
that's how. That's what I said on Twitter. They are super scummy, man. Way beyond like what you experience here on YouTube.
Oh well.
But it's still a platform, and it's still like, you know, like I just go, like I said, I just go on there, and McToon and a bunch of other like clowns are on there. I just go on there to expose them as liars.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah. I'm confident because I'm lazy. I'm just like, dude, Earth is flat regardless of what any platform says or does. You know what I mean? I'm just like, oh, okay, well, y'all can go over there and have your little circus. I'm going to come over here if you want to know the truth about a couple things. If not, you know, whatever. Do your thing.
What you want to do?
You go on Reddit much, Indio?
Reddit? No, but we have a sub. We have a subreddit. It's called The Real Flat Earth.
Oh, okay.
I post stuff on it occasionally, but it's not really attended. Occasionally someone will post on it. Like I check it like maybe once every, 10 days or something. Someone will say something stupid, try to post a meme. And I just go on there, smack them around for a minute. That Reddit is like, that's freaking.
Yeah, it's a sewer.
They don't have nothing on Reddit, believe me. Nothing. Those dudes have got nothing. That's like debating like 2017 stuff. And they'll just disappear too. They're not like, they're not like here. They'll just vanish. But the thing about Twitter is on Twitter, they just won't admit defeat. They'll just double down, triple down, quadruple down. They'll just pile on lies after lies.
Yeah, and they'll just downvote you no matter what you say. So,
they just try to hogpile you, and then like it's happened tons of times. And usually some Glober like will say something, and I'll just make some comment like, "Dude, you're wrong. It's this, not that." Then it starts this whole debate with that person. Then next thing you know, there's 20 people all like bombarding me. And the thing is, like, you can only answer so many. The thing about Twitter is the way I have to use Twitter is like, I have to go, okay, I'm only going to use it for like an hour because they'll never stop. And they pull things like, you have 50 different people like asking you questions. Explain this, explain that, explain this. And if you don't answer every single one, the moment you don't answer it for like 3 minutes, see, Flat Earth can't answer any of these questions, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's just all gimmicks, dude. Like, they don't have anything of substance. And the only reason, like I said, the only reason I go on there is just to expose these like dishonest tactics. So that people see this is science. Like, this is what you think science is. These guys have science backing them. That's why they're doing this, right? That's why they're using this dirty shit, is because they have science backing them. See, people that have the truth on their side, they don't lie. They don't have to.
Yeah, I have to say one thing I do like about Discord is, I mean, we have the voice chat, so they can't hide behind the keyboard. So it's a little better. I like that.
Be careful not to be arguing against bots in the chats.
Oh, there's a couple in there in like the YouTube chat.
These globe bots will give you really bad globe arguments, the worst you can get.
See, robots cannot be programmed to be as pathetic and deplorable as some of those in the YouTube chat currently, right now, and throughout the day. You
They
cannot
also
write
have-
it. You know what I mean? You can't program someone to be that worthless. You can't. There's no way to do it. You couldn't even mess with genes before they were born to make them that just bad at life.
They also have the Vatican and God on their side.
Wow.
That's where the science comes from. You know, because if you think of it, if all the scientists and the Vatican think it's a ball, then we've got God on our side too. Am I right?
I guess, yeah. I mean, anything's possible, Bong. You and I know this. Anything is possible if you can believe in the globe narrative, right? Anything else that you can imagine is easily possible.
Yes, is blasphemous. Because science, I mean, you know, both God and science. You know, who can explain?
I would describe Twitter as fake it till you make it. That's how they
Yes.
operate. Fake it till you make it.
Well, Twitter is where you launch your social, you know, your influencer channel brand. You know, that's where it all starts.
So there's a thing about there's this weird thing about people looking at the sky. I don't know why this is. So there's different conventions. So if you want to tell somebody, hey, where the sun's going to be, right? If you go on time and date, they use something called azimuth and elevation or altitude, right? So the altitude is the angular distance of the sun above the horizon, and the azimuth is the angle from true north, right? So if you're looking east, it's 90 degrees. If you're looking south, it's 180 degrees, right? But if you go into astronomy, right, they use something else. They use something called zenith distance. So instead of measuring from the horizon, they measure from zenith coming down, right? And they use something called right ascension. Don't ask me why they have all these fucking different, like, each thing has their own thing. Like, I don't know. And then surveying, geodetic surveying, uses something else, right? They use zenith angle, and I think they might use azimuth too. But anyway, so MC Toon, so post this video. Someone modeled the sun angles to the sun from time and date, and time and date uses the convention for solar observations, this azimuth and elevation. And McToon's calling this dude stupid because he's not using zenith angles. Now, what did I just tell you? Zenith angles are for surveying. They're not used for solar observations. But he's like saying, this idiot don't even know geometry. He didn't even know zenith angles. Not even knowing that he's like actually embarrassing himself. Because like this is the kind of shit, dude, that just blows my mind. It's like you don't. But the thing is, someone that doesn't know either, right? Someone that's ignorant, just watching, right? They're actually going to think that this dude knows what he's talking about because they don't know any better.
And they shit.
This is the fake it till you make it. He's faking like he actually knows something, but he's actually using the wrong convention for what the dude is modeling. But a standard someone that doesn't know anything is going to actually think this dude knows what he's talking about, which is, you know, it's something that like we have to combat all the time. That we don't just combat like the globe and the facts and the propaganda. We have to combat straight up degenerate liars.
Yeah, anyone in that industry would call him out, but then you know, like, has anyone called him out? Who's watching it?
I called him out. I freaking exposed this stupid ass on Twitter. I mean, what else can you do?
Exactly.
But
It's not like they're gonna
this dude goes on time and date, right? So time, like SunCalc, and then SunCalc, right? I don't know if you've ever used it. You can go to the map, and it'll tell you like where the sun is, right? Sunrise time, sunset time, And this is how it measures it. Okay, where's the sun? And it's say elevation angle. And then you like if you hover over it, it says the angle of the sun is above the horizon. Hover over azimuth says direction from. Actually, it uses the word meridian instead of true north, but they're talking about the prime meridian that runs through Greenwich. That's supposed to run through Greenwich. So anyway, the point is that it's the like where it is in the coordinate system, north, south, east, west. That's the azimuth. Instead of using north, south, east, west, it uses the angle in degrees. The point is that he's using their convention. Dude is like comes out and it's like, you're wrong. Like what? And they use the U.S. Naval Observatory. So here's the kicker about the U.S. Naval Observatory. If you go on their website and go to their legal section, because they get so there's court cases where like people want to know, like there's an issue in the court, like the trial, where they need to know like what time of day it was or where the sun was or some other facts. So their legal section says, we don't answer subpoenas. We don't testify to anything because this is just a model. And it says nowhere in the United States does any branch of the government make observations of sunrises, sunsets, or solar noon. So nobody's watching. Okay. Nobody's checking if their model's even accurate in the first place. Is there Globies in the YouTube chat? They're probably fucking spiraling right now.
Well, yeah, the globe is never used. I don't ever remember using the globe in the military for anything, but I don't think anyone in the military does. Yeah, I don't think any person has ever used the globe to do anything. You know, like navigate, build anything. Why would the Navy? MC Tune, eh?
McTune.
Who is who? Who's the pilot? I forget. You know, I get them always. They leave here and then never see them again. Just hear about them. So they leave here and then they go off and start another. You know, like, don't you have a life, bro? Is your goal to be a teacher to teach this shit for the rest? This, you know. I just keep waking up wondering, all right, is it still flat? Of course it is. Of course it is.
You think you're going to wake up, it's going to be a ball? Come on, man.
I still do. I wake up like,
come on, man.
It's like there's gotta be something, man. There's gotta be something hidden out there, right? Like the government's gonna explain, right, what's going on. You know, I still wake up like, oh my gosh, I can't believe the world is fucking incompetent as shit. It has to be something, you know. It can't be this incompetent.
Okay, so I'm going to read this. It's the page that says astronomical data used for litigation. The U.S. Naval Observatory does not furnish data specifically tailored for litigation. The data describing astronomical phenomena provided by the U.S. Naval Observatory are intended for public information and general use. The data are computed and are not reports of observed or recorded events. The computations assume certain conditions, and the data might therefore not be relevant to the facts at issue in a specific case. The data are provided without seal or certification regarding authority, custody, or authenticity, and acceptance by a court is not guaranteed. The U.S. Naval Observatory does not collect or maintain records or systems of records of astronomical phenomenon. For example, observed times of sunrise, sunset, twilight, or moon phases that might be useful for litigation. Such observations are not regularly made by any agency of the U.S. government, since the relevant data can be computed for past and future dates for sufficient accuracy for all practical purposes. In this sense, astronomical data are different from weather data, which must be observed and recorded.
Wow. Not
So-
for educational use, sir.
So this is why, like, when they like, so the government is lying about the shape of the Earth. And I think, man, does the government actually? Do they actually have an official position on the shape of the Earth?
That's what I just heard. That's what I just heard.
They don't have an official position. They didn't pass a law that says the United States government hereby declares that we think the Earth's a globe. They've never said that.
Like, you know what? You know what the Navy taught me? Like, they literally taught me this. Always cover your ass.
Ha! There you go.
Always, yeah. No matter what you do, you first cover your ass. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Well, if you're working for the government, that's standard operating procedure.
Exactly.
Cover your
Yeah,
ass.
that's what it sounds like. It's like, what data? We're not good. Data is, anyone can make up data. I mean, we don't, we don't track
like,
stars. What are you talking about?
People don't, a lot of people don't understand about, like, people that are in government jobs. There's a difference between official acts of the government and just like the other stuff they do. They do very little things, very few things officially, but they do a lot of things. Let's put it that way. Because they're only responsible for official acts. Unofficial acts. So, like, if the president gets up at a press conference and says whatever, he's not liable to anybody for anything of what he says. Can't sue him, right?
Yeah.
Can't go to jail. Like, so he can say whatever he wants. But if it's an official act of the government, then he can get in trouble because it's an official act. He's acting in an official capacity. So NASA, when NASA says we went to the moon, that doesn't mean anything. Okay? Unless it's an official act. Right? So if NASA puts their freaking seal, their organization on a piece of paper and says, we went to the moon, now it's like an official government record and they could get in trouble for spreading false information. Right? But I very much doubt that they're running around writing, we went to the moon on shit.
Well, you got
That's what I mean. Like, people just think, like, because it's a government official and they're on TV, this is an official act. No, it's not. Not how it works. The government's not lying about the shape of the Earth. You know why? Because they've never made the claim about the shape of the Earth.
Right.
I don't think any country has. Has any country made like an official act of their government to say the Earth is a ball?
I mean, that's what's so crazy about it, eh?
It's one of those things where they just.
They think it.
Okay, I'll give you an example, a perfect example of when they've done this before. The Boston bombing. So during the Boston bombing, the governor of Massachusetts got on TV and said everybody should shelter in place. Don't leave your house. We're looking to apprehend these two terrorists. Well, and everybody stayed home. But that was never an official act. There was never an official emergency declared by the government. There was nothing official actually happened. He just went on TV and said it. But because people assume that everything that this guy said, this guy's the governor, when he goes on TV, everything he says is an official act of the government, they just assumed that. When in reality, he never told anybody to stay home. He never told anybody, he never told anybody that they were forced to do anything. They did it to themselves through ignorance.
I mean, that's how you do it, right? I mean, you just, yeah, that's how they
you're
do
not
it.
responsive. That's how you listen. But the beauty of it is this, right? If someone went to court and said, the governor of Massachusetts forbid me unlawfully from leaving my house, I'm suing him, they would immediately then they would immediately drop the case because the government would have went and said this wasn't an official act. This was just like a public information. It was a suggestion. Because our official acts, the governor writes down a piece of paper and they put the seal of the governor's office on it, and then they send it to the Secretary of State, and then he gives a public notice, and that's the procedure for official acts. So I don't know why this person thought it was an official act. There's no reason for them to think so, because we never said it was. It was never written down on paper. It didn't go through any of the procedures for an official act. This person did it to themselves. He can't sue us.
I think what it's successful. It's a successful experiment because the people, right? The people. How did the people not know that it wasn't an official act of the government? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it was a success that people went along with it and thought it was official. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like you go to court, right? They don't even have to find you guilty, right? They're like, you belong in jail, and you're like, you're right, and you just go over and lock yourself in the cell.
Yes, we must.
No trial, no nothing. You just think whatever the judge says, then that's how it is, and like you just go lock yourself. It must be official act. I must have been convicted. I didn't see a trial, but that's okay. I must have been convicted because why would the judge lie, right? Why would they lie? So I could just lock myself in the cell.
They know it's what's best for everyone, and if this is what the government has decided, it must be right. Everybody stay. Yeah, listen to your elders.
Yeah. The government doesn't exist. The government's a figment of our collective imagination.
Oh, it's also like the War of the Worlds. Remember when it was announced on the radio? People immediately assumed it was real.
Oh yeah. That's that's a good example right there. It's on the radio. But why would they lie? That really happened, Bong. We really got invaded by aliens and a bunch of people died. That really happened because why would they lie?
People believed it because it was announced, like as if it was real. That's why, like.
Oh, stupid fucking
Scary how
cows.
people. Yeah. Scary how people don't think when they hear, when the bell rings, ding ding ding, they just move, get up and go to the next class or respond like, what was the proper response to this that I saw in that movie? Oh yeah, listen to the turn on the TV and find out what to do next.
You know where things like this don't happen? In totalitarian countries. They actually have the balls to just come out and say it like, yeah, you can't do this. This is an official act. Here they play mind games.
Yeah.
Because they want you to think that you're free.
Yeah.
But you're really not.
Oh, it's Alice in Wonderland. The thing the effect.
Oh, the Alice in Wonderland technique.
Yeah. It's making shit so fucking weird and not normal, for it's like the pandemic, you throw people into such an unnormal, unnatural. It's like the CIA, like it's almost like the sense deprivation.
There was a lot of that going on for the pandemic thing. A lot of someone from the government would get on TV and say something, but it wasn't actually an official act. But everybody would just obey whatever they would say.
Yeah,
that happened lots and lots and lots of times. I can't even count. It happened so many times.
Yeah, I used to walk away from the TV like scratching my head, like what the fuck is wrong with people like that? But that was the Alice in Wonderland effect.
Yeah,
it's just so fucking.
Look, when you don't have a foundation to act. And you can't make sense of the world, and you can't predict, you have no foundation from which to make predictions, right? Should I do this? Should I do that? And then, because the world's so crazy, when you think in your head, when you run a scenario, right? If I do this, then this will happen. But when you actually do that, run that scenario in your head, you draw a blank. And then you come out and you go, okay, if I do this, then this will happen. You draw another blank. because the world's so crazy. You can't you can't string together any scenario in your mind, any plan. You can't even make a plan because you have no, like, all your past experience that determines how you behave. That just got thrown out the window. So, like, what do? I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do. So you default to tell me what to do.
Yeah.
I can't decide for myself. Please tell me what to do. Tell me how to act. Tell me how to behave. Am I standing in the right place? How does my hair look? Like,
yeah. Some people, you know, they panic because they don't know what's coming. You know, what's gonna happen to their jobs. Where they're gonna get, you know, resources, right? You know, and then there's this. It's happening to everyone. You know, like nobody knows what's coming. Like nobody knows what to expect. So it's like they've gotten the whole population, under that spell. You know, under that fucking asshole, man.
about how, like, this person was telling me about, because we were talking about the same thing we're talking about, like, kind of like how, like, people are starting to act like pretty weird. We were talking about, like, how, like, the situation, right, between the Mexican beer germ and Russian and like all this stuff, like the way the media has just gone straight crazy, that they're just telling lies that are so desperate that are like, you're just like, man, things must be really bad if you're lying this bad, right?
Rolling.
If you're lying this bad, like if you're telling such a ridiculous things got to be really shitty. But the effect is, but what we're talking about is like, because, you know, we're aware of the propaganda, we're aware of the people that aren't aware of the game, the normies, they're starting to act fucking weird because their brain can't process it. Right? They can't make any sense of it. So they are like in this weird state of cognitive dissonance, like paralysis, where they can't even make coherent fucking thoughts, man. Because a lot of people, they just go through. So I'll give you like, it's going to be a strange analogy, maybe. So there's a thing about animals that they'll walk the same way between places, right? So animals form like these trails, right? So if you're a deer, right, they'll go a certain way to like go to water, and they kind of like always follow the same way no matter what. They do, because if they make it once, I guess they figure it's safe to go that way, and they just keep doing it over and over again. And the thing is, human beings do the same thing. They become very repetitive. Like people, when they drive to work, they'll drive the exact same way every time. Or when they walk somewhere, they'll walk the same way every time. Right? So they form these patterns. So people have these patterns and these habits. So a lot of these patterns and habits, because of the situation, people's normal, like, and this is small stuff, right? It's not like huge things in their lives. They're just little things. But these patterns and habits of them doing things are breaking down. They're not happening. And it's almost like a subconscious thing that you don't, like, you know, I couldn't go to the gas station I normally go to get gas because the price was like 3 times higher than it normally is. So I had to drive like 15 minutes out of my way to go to this other place, which made me had to go to work a little bit earlier, which made me late for the daycare, which made me like, so it has this whole string of consequences where the entire orderly process of your world, which has been happening every single day, is now getting skewed, right?
Yeah.
This is happening to a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of normies that rely and they feel comfort in this certain repetitive, safe, you know, procedure of their lives, right?
Yeah, like a routine.
Yeah, the routine. Exactly, the routine of their lives is now getting skewed. In simultaneously on TV, they're being bombarded with fucking brainwashing, and I think like the normies are starting to really like have psychological issues. I posted an admin mods, I think it was like 3 weeks ago. There was like some crazy mental health survey, like mental health issues went up something like, I don't know what it was, like 3 times, 7 times, some ridiculous goddamn figure. that people are actually starting to have severe mental fucking crises.
Yeah, because that's what you know how we have a clock, an internal clock, right? And we need that routine, right, in order for our clock to synchronize with the day and our activities. And there's we need that every day. We need that, and if we don't have that routine, well, we're out of sync with life. Pretty, with what we have to do. Like we.
But listen, Bong, I partly agree with you. I partly don't. The part I agree with you is indigenous people, you have that routine, right? They have a routine, but it's not structured to a clock. So it's semi-structured, right? It's a routine, but it's not rigid. In modern America, it's rigid, right? That you are like literally a slave to the clock, right? That clock tells you where you should be and when you should be there. And it determines, like, are you going to have a good day or a bad day? How good did I follow that clock determines my day. That's people don't think of it that way, but that's really how it is. Like, there's a clock on the wall. How I synchronize like my activities for the day with that clock determines whether my day is good or bad. What a fucking existence, right? So, which is the same as a routine, but it's way more regiment or way more like stringent and rigorous and regimented. So when you get off of that, the effect is worse than say like if you were in an indigenous culture.
Yeah, it's more flexible. Like in a natural indigenous life, right? Like you can still predict what's going to happen. Like not everything is going to be unpredictable, but in this world, like with this kind of living, like you can't even, everything you rely on to live, it has to be on by the clock, and if you miss, it's not even flexible, right? If you don't get a job, if you don't secure, to secure that, you're going to be homeless. It's like this. There's no. Yeah, it's absolutely no control over anything in your life.
Yeah, indigenous life, it's like, I have to eat today. It isn't like I got to eat in the next 20 minutes. It's, you know what I mean? I got to get up when the sun comes up. I got to go to bed when the sun goes down. It's it's regiment. It's rich. It's a routine, but it's not.
It's
not
flexible.
super rigid. Yeah,
things. You can
got a
still
lot of wiggle room
and plan shit because you have a lot of control over your life. But in this world, it doesn't matter day or night. Every single minute, time is money. So it's like that's what I mean. Like you can totally throw people into chaos, and they have no control over their lives. Like they're afraid where next week's rent, next week's shopping. The kids, like all these things that you have like you can't just live off the land. Things like that. Like
I wasn't gonna post this, but I'm gonna post this shit. Watch this, Bong. Oh man, this is gonna fucking blow your mind. Well, I have to find them. It's a picture. Ah, shit. It's somewhere else. This is crazy, man. It's gonna take a minute. You keep talking.
Yep. I'm just waiting to. I just want to know when I can fly again, and I don't have to do the silly stuff. The silly stuff. I remember when I used to call smoking weed the silly stuff. Now.
Yo, look in live stream voice text. So that was food I bought 2 days ago. That cost me $50.
Holy shit, dude!
No joke, dude. $50 fucking dollars for that.
Are you fucking serious?
No, I am not kidding you. That sub was probably like $7.99.
Oh, so like $15 the most.
Dude, I almost shit my pants, man. Like literally. I mean, some of that shit's like expensive food, but like,
Dude, like seriously, I almost shit my pants. I was like, $50 fucking dollars? You kidding me?
I mean, Gatorade's like what, $10? Should be at least.
Yeah, just they used to like.
Used to
I
be.
didn't pay attention. Listen, I just didn't pay attention to the price of anything, right? So it's like Gatorade used to be like $1.99. I think they're like 50 something now.
Yeah.
So like those berries are those like strawberries, blackberries, blueberries. I think they cost like I think they end up being like $10, but normally they're like $6. So like everything was raised in price like 40-50%.
Fucking $10 for the berries. Holy shit.
Oh, it is February or March, dude. I'm in New England, man. Like, they're not growing any strawberries around here right now. You know what I mean? That's one thing I don't complain about. If I'm buying fruit in the middle of goddamn winter in New England, you have no right to complain. You're lucky you can see that shit.
I know.
Because in a natural world, you know what I mean, that you ain't getting that.
Yeah.
And so one good thing about modern living is that, I can get tropical fruit in the middle of winter.
for $10.
Yeah, for $10.
Damn, $50, man. I never. Oh shit. $50, man. I could like do a whole.
I also went to like a pretty expensive grocery store. There's a grocery store chain that's like, it's ridiculously expensive. Like if I go to like a different grocery store, literally everything is you'll pay like 50% less for everything. So like I was just lazy. I went to this close store, and you gotta remember I'm in the city, man. I'm like I know you're in city, man, but Boston's a very expensive city. So this is what happens when you don't pay attention and go shopping in a expensive grocery store in Boston. You pay $50 for one bag of groceries.
That's what happens when you don't send the wife to do the shopping.
Fuck.
Oh man. Yeah. Sounds like those gas stations, those service stations on the street. Late at night, you try to get something to eat. It's like freaking $8 for $10 for a sandwich. It's like.
In India, you paid that much because you didn't download the app and got the coupons. You have to scan the app before you start your purchase, so you get the discount, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
Exactly. Biometrics. If you give it your biometrics, you get the discount that all normies get. That's why you're paying a lot.
Bro, I actually have the app for that store, Star Market.
Yeah,
and,
Star Market.
And I get like reward points. And yeah, you do save some money if you use it. So
yeah, I know you do. I'm lazy though.
You guys talking about a real?
No, that's the thing.
Once you cost if we didn't do the experiment. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's like
No, I know you're not complaining, but that's the thing that they want you to use the app. Why not just put the price with the discount already, so you can just go to the store and purchase the product at discount? But no, you have to go through the process, pull out the phone, scan the app, clip the coupons, that kind of stuff. Just add the discount over there at the counter, and that's it.
So I'll tell you why. Because when you scan the app and do all that stuff you're talking about, you're volunteering to have your data sold to other people.
Yeah, to know what you buy. Yeah.
So they're taking your data and they're selling it to other companies. It's not just what you buy; it's all sorts of demographic data. Like you think like it's not just like Gemsy's eating freaking pickles. It's like, oh, this dude, Gemsy's freaking eating pickles, but we also have this other stuff he's connected to, and this other stuff, and they're making a whole virtual Gemsy out there somewhere. And they're going to predict what you're going to buy. They're going to predict what you're going to do. They're going to predict what you're going to act like. They're going to predict all your shit. And then they're going to target market stuff just for you. They're going to dissect your little brain, right, with some AI. It's going to dissect your brain, and then they're going to tell you exactly what you want to hear.
Yeah.
When you add that up to days, weeks, months, and years, and they know what days you go shopping, at what time, what kind of food you eat, what type of drugs. Because on the stock market, there's a pharmacy too. You could buy your drugs there
They
too,
know
and
what to
there's a
watch
bank
on
as well.
Netflix, and they know what you do with the doctor, and they know everything. And they know what you're looking at on the internet. But it's pretty cool because they might like maybe someday they'll have some like flat Earth pizza and they'll target market you, and you're like, man, flat Earth pizza, that's pretty cool.
Try some of this.
Gotta get
That
one.
just gave me a good idea. I'm gonna be rich.
I wonder if
Y'all
flat
like
Earth
pizza?
is marketable.
Who likes pizza?
Flat Earth pizza. The
Bro,
craziest
if you have
pizza,
that product,
bro.
And
if
then
you
I'll
have
make
that
globe
product
Earth
and you
pizza, but it'd be more like a calzone, right? So like the cheese and the sauce will be in the middle, and that'll be like more. I just got to figure out how you get water to stick to it.
Oh, a calzone?
Yeah, calzone. How do you get water to stick to the outside of a ball calzone?
Tomato sauce. You don't?
I wonder. I really do wonder if they're making like virtual people, dude. Like little virtual, like little virtual bong saws, virtual Gen Zs, virtual Indios of everything you do, right? And then they run, right? Because machine learning is just like there's something called Monte Carlo simulation, right? This is a way they like particular method of science.
Whoa.
So, but what they do is they take a scenario, right, with some variables, and they run it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? And then they look at the results and they say, well, you know, this is how they actually do the weather. They're like, okay, this is the most likely thing that could happen. We had 20 variables, and we ran simulations, and we altered all the parameters against each other. And the thing that came out most of the time was this. Now they can make a little virtual profile of you of all the things you watch, and run these Monte Carlo simulations and say, hey, what's the odds that he's going to buy this next, or that next, or this other thing next, or watch this next? Then they can push you in the direction they want you to go.
There's this thing called Baby X. Have you heard of it? Baby X?
No.
It's by this guy named Mark Sagar, Sagar. It's from New Zealand.
Actually, Elon Musk has a baby called X. So go ahead.
Yeah, it's a virtual like human baby toddler, that he designed, but it's also like a virtual human being. This guy, what's the Black Eyed Peas? The leader. Will.i.am. Yeah, he made an avatar of himself, like a copy of himself, a virtual. And the idea is that these things will be doing things for us on the metaverse or on the internet or wherever. You can have many copies of yourself. But how can it have the way we think? How does it know the way we think? That's the AI. That's the AI that they're trying to develop. How do we copy ourselves over there? Right, our thoughts are. But yeah, like you said, by studying us, I think the way it can be done. Your social media, all your private thoughts, all the way you do things and think, and all that's a part of the way the AI can clone you, I guess, or a copy of you. So that way, when you die, that's what they say is like, oh, what happens when I die? Does that mean my avatar is still going to be running around on the metaverse doing things like as if it was me? It's like, why not? Right? 2, 3, 4, maybe 1 million copies. I don't know.
Maybe they know I want like a mansion with a Lambo in it, and since I cannot buy in real life, just sell it to me in the metaverse, and I'll buy it.
Well, like saying more exciting to why be a boring you in the real world when you can be a god in the metaverse? Why be someone that just dies when you can leave a legacy behind? Not even Achilles could do what we can do today. Leave behind a legacy. You know what I mean? Be a god. It's the way to the future, to immortality.
Bong, do you have a profile ready in the metaverse?
Nah.
There's gotta be a Bong somewhere.
There will not be another Bong. There will only be one in the real world. Never. Hell no. I mean, I won't even let them, this is my body, right? I'm trying to reclaim my real body in the real world, right? Like, do we even know who we are? No. I'm just
I
saying.
imagine Bong whenever he downloads an app and he goes to the terms and conditions, he's like he never gets past that screen because he's always clicking decline. I don't accept. I don't accept with the terms.
Yeah, I can't see the words, right? That's zooming in. Like takes like
when they prompt you with accept, you never accept, right? You don't sell out.
You can create like fake profiles, to explore these things with. Like if they can make a fake you, then you can make a fake you. Like you don't have to be you.
But a fake you is not you.
Well, you don't have to be really you on the internet to the machines. You don't have to give your data. You don't have to give the correct data, right? You can create a you and then give them that data. Make them think you're just some guy that's into gaming and you know what I mean, something like that, or some guy that's into crypto and it's just some normie blue pill guy. Oh yeah, this guy just. They're just gonna advertise shit to you and log your.
He's gonna buy the pixels. You gonna buy the pixels?
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean, right? What is all that stuff? It's like digital assets, right? I go program something in an application, and I bring it to your metaverse, sell it, and now it's something real. Now it's something of value. I got some money for it, like some real money for it. And people now value it and say, this is a real asset. It's worth this many Ethereum. I'm like, really? Because I just fucking made that like yesterday. Like, anyways, I got some real money out of it. I mean, think about it. Like, what's going on?
Oh, have you ever bought flowers for a girlfriend or something like chocolates or anything like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. So now people do it in the metaverse. They buy like these cute or whatever flowers or costumes and they gift it to people.
Flowers you can smell, right? Chocolates you can eat. Stuff on the metaverse, well, you need a computer and then you gotta get an account and log on to somebody else's like infrastructure / platform, and then you gotta do then you gotta give up all this information and you gotta tell them who you are, all, you know what I mean? Like just so you can enjoy a digital asset. It's like saying, hey, you want to fly on my airplane? Oh, you got to stick yourself with these things. Like, oh, no thanks. I'll swim. I can swim. Well, then swim, right? It's like that. It's like you got to compromise. Sacrifice. You must give, right, to receive. And what must we give for this gift?
So are they still trying to go to the moon in the metaverse too?
Oh yes, look, the metaverse is how we're going to explore the universe because it's too dangerous. Think about it, right? This is how it's going to be explained because it's too dangerous, and because we have things up there exploring, we have created a 3D experience for you, comfort of your home. Yeah, they're doing that.
So sitting in your living room, looking at screens isn't a quote unquote experience.
Well, India, I saw a coupon. I saw a coupon that it will be 25 off if you order online, like deliver from the Star Market to your house, like deliver. So you stay in your house. We'll give you a $25 coupon if you order for someone to bring it to you.
Well, I'm going to tell you guys a true story. When I was like 24 years old, I wrote a short story science fiction novel that was exactly like this. And nobody left their house. They just sat plugged into virtual reality all day.
Oh, wow.
I'm dead.
Still
I'm
got
dead
it?
serious. He's probably somewhere.
Well, if you find it, send it to me. I'll read it. I'll fucking read it, dude.
Yeah, it was. I sent it to be published, and they said it's too dark. Said they only like happy endings, basically. Didn't have a
It's
happy
too
ending.
what? It was too what?
Too dark, too negative, too dark, too negative.
It's pretty good. It should be good now.
I wrote it in 1992.
Yeah, yeah. It should be good
It was
today.
too
It was
dark
ahead
back
of its
then.
time.
Just turn on Netflix, and there's a lot of dark stuff.
Oh, seriously, if you find it, man, send it to me. I'll read it.
So there were stories about a person who invents something, and like nobody gives a shit, even though it's like a revolutionary technology, because everybody's locked in virtual reality. They don't care, right? They don't care about the outdoors. They don't care about anything like that. So this person, because the authorities find out that he invented this thing, and it's kind of like, I'll tell you what it is. It's a teleportation machine, like Star Trek, which is highly dangerous, right? Because you could just like teleport into the White House and shoot the president, and teleport out, or teleport into a bank, grab all the money, and teleport out, right? So the government's after him, and he can't get anybody to like help him or save him or hide him because everybody's like locked in his house, and nobody even knows that any of this is going on, like because of they're lost in their little virtual reality. Like nobody goes outside anymore. There's nobody outside. Like if you go outside for a walk, there's nobody else out there. Like imagine a world where there's like if you go outside, there's nobody there because everybody's in their house. Everything is delivered by drones. Everything is people just stay in their house 24/7.
Yeah, past 2 years, right?
I know, right?
Yeah, dude. Like, yeah, it's pretty fucked up, man. Maybe I predicted the future.
That would be a good movie today. I mean, that would work today, definitely.
Wait, you wrote a movie script or you wrote a book?
It was a short science fiction story.
Man, I love that.
In university, I took a science fiction course, so I decided I was going to try and write. It's called a novella, so it's just like a short novel. It's like 120 pages, I think it was.
Nice. Try publishing it.
That's how science fiction. That's really how science fiction is written nowadays. It's written in short stories mostly. If you read like what's his name? Who's the thing? I can't even remember the dude's name. Hugo. No, they have the Hugo Awards, so they give that. Usually, they give that to novellas. Like they're not full novels; they're just short stories, short science fiction stories, not full blown novels. That's kind of how back then. That's how science fiction sold. Now people don't read books, so that's kind of immaterial.
Yeah, love short stories and short films.
Yeah, more is not always better. I wonder. It's making me wonder where that is. I know it still exists somewhere. It's probably at like an ex-girlfriend's house or something. And they're probably. I know. I remember what it was in because there's also naked pictures of her in it too. So I had in Manila with naked pictures of her in this short story I wrote. There's no correlation there, though. I was in my 20s, perfectly normal.
How else do you force people to integrate technology into their whatever lives, biology, like keeping
Into
them home?
biology, please, no. Please.
Yeah. How can we get people to accept this technology, though? Well, we can always scare the shit out of them. Oh, yeah, of course, we can always do that. Yeah, let's do that. In American Samoa, everybody was forced to get it. Everyone, even my parents. My parents said it's either they did or they couldn't travel or do anything. I was like, what? I would have totally rebelled, man. What are you talking about? And now it's not, you know.
Well, see, what that's another
Yeah.
thing. Remember, I was just saying about official acts. So the government didn't force anybody to do anything. They
Right.
had private companies do it. And this is how the government, like, they figured out, like, this a while ago, like, these loopholes, that it's not unconstitutional if they coerce somebody else to do it.
Yeah. Not an official. Exactly. Yeah.
So, like, Five Eyes, I'm sure you know what Five Eyes are.
Yeah.
So, Five Eyes, the U.S. government doesn't spy on its own citizens. That's illegal. It has Britain, Australia, Canada, and what's the other country? There's
New
one more
Zealand.
country. New Zealand, yeah. They spy on Americans, and then they tell
Yeah.
the U.S. government what they spy on. And the U.S. government spies on their citizens and then gives them the information.
Yeah.
So the United States government isn't allowed to print fiat currency. So instead, they created they have a private bank print it for them. They're not breaking the law. They're having somebody else do it.
There is a loophole that the government is using without even going to another country. They're using social media.
Well, yeah, that's a private company. Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing that.
Yeah, so that's a third party. It doesn't really matter if it's a government or a private person. They're not doing it, but they're having a third party doing it for them.
Man, that's so sleazy. Sleazy.
I mean, technically, you're not breaking the law, right? But that's still breaking some kind of
Could be
law.
conspiracy at least, like conspiracy to do whatever they weren't doing.
Right.
So, like, if I like, hey, kill this person for me, like, it's still conspiracy to commit murder, even though I didn't murder the person.
Right.
Charles Manson didn't kill a single person. Most people don't know that Charles Manson actually didn't kill anybody, not even one person.
Damn.
He convinced other people, supposedly, to kill other people.
And so, yeah.
But I bet you 99% of the people, like in America at least, if I said, yeah, Charles Manson, he killed people, right? And they'd say, yeah.
Yeah.
They would definitely think he killed somebody, even though he didn't kill anybody. He wasn't even there. He wasn't even present at the murders. He's like 50 miles away.
It's like saying, the mafia boss doesn't kill people, right?
Yeah,
He just
exactly.
tells
The
other
boss
people
never
to do
kills
it.
anybody.
He just gives the order to kill people.
Yep.
Shit, then what does that mean for the president? I mean, who gives the order, right? For America, for the army to bomb whoever, or for this drone to bomb when those people die, is it the president? I'm pretty sure it's someone higher than the president, right?
We droned some folks. Signed Obama.
Yeah, that's what I think of when I think about AI, right? I don't think about a robotic, humanoid. I think about a drone with like red laser eyes looking around, looking for you, looking for me. Holy shit.
Dude, that's like I've said on here before, that's the shit that scares me, man. The AI, like fucking combat fucking robots, man.
Exactly, dude.
Like,
I see
they're,
shit
like we're
like
talking about that they're never gonna miss. They're gonna
fucking
shoot
I
at where you
know.
are in the 6 places you would duck for cover to, all at the same time.
It's like fucking the angel of death coming for you, man. Like, are you fucking serious? All right, we're gonna need guns, lots of guns. What fucking drones, man?
When I used to be a freaking spaceman, like, you ever hear of this thing called rods from God?
No.
So
What's that?
it was this military technology where they were gonna put depleted uranium rods in outer space and satellites, right? And when they want to frickin' and send it in from orbit. So
Oh wow.
yeah, so by the time it hits the ground, it's going like 18,000 miles an hour of liquid depleted uranium, and it would basically hit something and vaporize it.
Man, that's dirty, dude. It's like some Death Star, like.
And then there's like the other thing is why even have a big robot, right? Have miniaturized robots. So
Yeah.
let's have like a little teeny robot, like the size of a fly, right? And put just like a little bit of C4 on it. And it just finds its target, flies into your ear, and detonates that C4 and just blows your fucking brains out.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even know what hit you. You're like, man, there's a bug, man. So someone kill that bug. Boom.
Oh yeah. I heard they just I heard they released malaria, not malaria. Mosquitoes in California, I think, area. This company released some GMO mosquitoes. I mean, a lot of people were complaining. FDA approved. What the fuck? You hear about that?
Yeah, I've
Like,
heard about that. So these mosquitoes can't get malaria, so they can't spread malaria. So what their idea was to have them interbreed with the native population so that they displace the native population. So mosquitoes that can get malaria no longer exist. Use their so-called theory of evolution, right? Survival of the fittest.
I don't know about that. I mean,
Survival of the fittest mosquito.
I mean, that's what they're telling us, right? This sounds like a
that's
nice.
what they're telling us,
I'm so
exactly.
relieved. I am so relieved. For a minute there, I thought they might be doing something bad. Oh gosh, I'm so relieved.
No, they
would never do such.
Yeah, it's them admitting what they're doing with ticks and whatever else.
I was
Don't be
kind of
paranoid. Bong, the government loves you.
They would never do such an evil thing. Gosh, what do you think people are? Evil?
There's no such thing as evil.
Yeah, I would say evil.
There's only legal and illegal. There's no good and bad. Those are man-made constructs. Legal and illegal, those come from God, the state. I mean God. I mean the state. I mean God.
You know what I mean.
The state is God. Didn't you know that?
Separation of
They
church
allow
and
you
state.
to breathe. They allow you to live. Like, you don't have any rights unless they tell you you have them. Don't you know that?
Oh, you mean the thing? You know, haven't you heard about the thing?
The thing? The thing and the thing?
You don't think things without them. things, to think about. Like you can't just think about things. You need to check with them. Like, is it okay to think this? Let me check. Oh no, it's not okay to think this. Naughty boy, naughty bong, naughty ball. Like, I wonder if it's okay to do this. Let me check with the government.
Sounds like Orwell's Thought Police or Pre-Crime.
Pre-crime.
Not okay to say.
Well, I'll just plead guilty now then. So if we're gonna have a pre-crime, I'll have a pre-guilty plea. How about that? I'm gonna plead guilty before I think of my pre-crime.
I know I did something. All right, just don't know what I did, but I know I'm going to do something. I'm just letting you guys know. You guys want to take me in now? I just got this bad feeling.
Yes, save me from myself.
Yeah, I think I might be a criminal in the future. I just wanted to turn myself in right now while there was still hope. The world.
So hey, Roger.
What's up?
So how's the media treating this what do they call it? Special military operation. How's the media treating that?
You mean in the east of Europe?
No, like where you live. Yeah, whatever's happening in the east in Eastern Europe.
Well,
Because we're in full propaganda mode here, so I was just wondering, how's it going
we
there?
do. Yeah, sure. So it's all about like the Russian guy is a bad guy, right? So that's
You're calling them names. They call them names there too, like they do here.
Yeah.
Because we have lots of adults running things, so they call people names because that's how they like. He's crazy. He's insane. He has a mental disorder.
Stupid, paranoid, psychotic.
Yeah, exactly. Call him names. That's what grown adults that are in charge of whole nations. That's what they do. They call the other guy names.
Names and sand guns. That's what they do.
They call him doo-doo head yet? That's a really bad one. You're a doo-doo head.
Hey, don't be
what they've been doing here lately is that this is the propaganda we're getting. Russia's losing. They're losing very, very, very badly. Therefore, the only way the Ukrainians will survive is if we send them weapons, because the Russians are losing so badly. Which makes no sense, right? They're losing. Like, why do these dudes need help?
I like cheering for the bad guys, so you know me.
Yeah, they need help from China.
Well, the thing is, it's such a stupid lie. The Russians must really be kicking their ass. They must really, really be kicking their ass because this is such a pathetic lie. Well, the thing about Ukraine is that Ukraine is actually the largest country in Europe. It's 230,000 square miles, right?
Oh.
So imagine, there's nobody in Ukraine. There's nobody there. The Russians go in unopposed with 120,000 people. And they're going to try and occupy 233,000 square miles. How long do you think that'll take?
As long as the Mongolians took to take their goats across that giant place and conquer the whole thing.
Well, I mean, I'm talking no opposition. Even if there was absolutely no opposition, it would take a month. So like they're like, the Russians are losing. Like, what are you talking about? It's a giant fucking country. Even if nobody else was there, it would take that long. It's like a, what was it? It's like a fucking 48-hour drive, like across the country. The country's something like, I think it was 800 kilometers across.
The way I understood it, it's not. It's technically not a country, right? It's self-governed states, and it's a complex situation there. So, is it really
a situation? Mm.
right?
Well, they're fighting for democracy because now we define democracy as, so there was a democratically elected government, and then there was a coup d'etat that took over that government, and then they had an election, and then the guy that was running against that guy that came in power from the coup d'etat, he had his opposition arrested and thrown in jail, and then he was elected, and that's democracy. And that's what we're defending. We're defending freedom.
Oh, you forget the guy that imprisoned the other guy had a comedy series where he acted that he was the president.
No way.
Yeah, he has a comedy series. He first was a lawyer, then he became an actor, and he went into all kind of shows like Dancing with the Stars, stuff like that, and he had a series of 6-7 episodes where he played the president of the Ukraine.
That movie.
No shit.
Was he corrupt? Was his role corrupt too? Was he a corrupt?
So he had a scene where he was in Parliament, and his security guy. So he walks to a security guy. He grabs 2 Uzis from his security guy's holsters, and he shoots down the whole Parliament.
What?
Just go on Twitter. Just go on Twitter and then search his last name and gun. Just go on Twitter, search his last name and gun.
That's creepy, man.
That's funny.
He also had a scene where he was walking on a square, and then he gets a call from Angela Merkel congratulating him with his
balls.
European Union. No, with his European Union membership, and he was like, "Yeah!" And the fountain erupts, and the fountain erupts, and you hear nice music, and then Angela Merkel says something like, "Yeah, we want to congratulate Montenegro." He was like, "Oh, Montenegro? You're calling with Ukraine? Oh, sorry, this was a missed call. Sorry." Then he hangs up the call and he's like, "Fuck Putin, fuck!" And then he runs away. So just go on Twitter and search that stuff.
This is almost like fucking bizarre.
Some comedy shows, like fucking TV show.
Yeah, one world system.
So whenever you see the guy on TV, remember he is an actor, right? In his green shirt and green army pants.
Listen, his immaculate green shirt that literally just came out of the package before they took the picture. like his shirt is so clean, like you can't even believe it. There's the one thing about being in the military. Unless you're in your formal Class A's, your shit should be dirty, or you're not in the military.
Yeah, there's a lot of paper pushing jobs, but I hear you.
Still. But the people that do those are slobs. Like they're not like this dude is so clean. Like I just show you his green T-shirt, dude, is just like it's unbelievable.
It's like something from a costume designer's set. You know? Oh, grab that one. Here. Let's wear this one.
You say he's clean.
Oh my God! You can buy them. You can buy them online. You can buy them from T-Shirt Czar. Zelensky cross Ukraine coat of arms T-shirt. Oh my lord!
You can buy a whole set of police uniforms. Stage.
Yeah, so if you go on Twitter and use his last name and then the white stuff, right, that people take to get excited. If
That's
you
one
use
way of
that,
putting it. That's
yeah.
funny.
So if you use those terms, you will probably find a scene where he's doing weird movements, right, with his nose and his mouth, and it's weird, right? It's like, so this guy is the president, and then he does this stuff. During a press conference, something. He was
Yeah, you
standing
got
there
his jaw
waiting.
going.
He's
Look at
touching
this.
his nose and looking around like, oh, I'm caught, right? So
Oh,
stuff
you know
like
what? That's
Look at this
exactly
immaculate fucking T-shirt, dude. It is like immaculate.
That's exactly like the American presidential candidates will have all this. What's that stupid word they use? Like I can't think of the word. You guys will think of it. It's like just like bad things in their past. Right? Every single presidential candidate will have all these bad things. They bring it to the forefront. The media does. It's just a crazy shit. Yeah, it's kind of slandering. You can't do that.
Blackmail.
No, that's Epstein.
So yeah, I mean, if you want to be, I guess if you want to be a politician, you have to have a perfect. You gotta be. Gotta have
Scandal.
Yo, what's with all the fucking pens, bro? Look at all the pens he's got. He's got pens, colored pencils. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. You gotta dot your I's and cross
wait.
your T's.
Dude, what official act requires a colored pencil?
It's just staging. Well, like when
man.
you have a set, yes. So they put these pens in the right colors. They're green and brown. They match the color of the set. So there's a set director that puts down these shit like, oh, this is nice, and this looks good, and just for the image, right? Yeah.
Well, it's funny.
There it is. Look at it. Look at it. These are definitely colored pencils, man.
It's for you. It's for the aesthetics.
Look,
So
he's
when
been
you-
chewing on that eraser. Think he's a little nervous? And listen, and here's the other thing. Here's how you know this is bullshit. Nobody, and I mean nobody, puts their pencils with the points sticking up. Nobody. Dude, you want to stab yourself? Like, serious.
Yeah.
Like, everybody puts them points down. Like, nobody has them sticking up.
Yeah, and knives.
And if you did, it would only take you a minute to realize how stupid of an idea it was.
Yeah, like the very first time you went to grab a pencil and you're bleeding.
Right. Be like, I should probably.
That's a lot of fucking sharpened pencils. I'd have like 2 or 3 sharpened and everything.
How many
else in the
pens are
box,
there?
in the
Like,
desk.
look, look with the eggs. There's pens there, and then behind them there's pens.
It's like a flower. It's like a flower decor. Instead of flowers, they're like colorful pencils and shit. Like, hey, let's just turn this into a centerpiece for the desk. Yeah, what about the walls? You know, we still got the walls to do, sir. We'll do that tomorrow. Let's focus on this pencil. No, I think it's all part of the. A painter, likes to lead the eye of the viewer to the speaker. You know what I mean? So I think everything works to keep your eye centered on the you know, like all those circles, that all those moving parts. You know, when a muse starting, right, and they flash all these. It's like part of the hypnotism. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Yeah, it's like all part of the hypnotize the eye, you know, and focus of the mind on the message that's coming from the speaker or the, I don't know, some kind of magic stuff. I don't know. It's like art. It's like the camera was designed for hypnotism. You know, that's why we have these things. Like it's like art. You know, when you look at a painting, it has to be done in a certain way, so the eye is drawn. And the rule of thirds, all that stuff. You know, balance, colors, yeah, and the arrangement of things. You know, it's all. Um, it's the Asian thing. What's the Chinese thing? You know, where you arrange things. You know, face east, where the sun rises.
Oh, that's what the hell do they call that? Feng shui.
Yeah, it's feng shui. Yeah, that's it. You know, it's to make your mind comfortable when you view it. You know, you trust this man. You look at the, you know what I mean? It's like setting your mind up to accept, about to be said as trustworthy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Go on, sir. Go ahead. We trust George Bush. Safe. You know, remember that? You know, Barbara Bush. The way the flag is set up, you know, like, oh, look at that flag. It makes me feel so patriotic and proud of freedom and, you know, all that. All the symbolism kind. Just can't believe why would you stage the White House, you know, to do that thing? You know, remember Joe? You guys remember that Joe Biden thing? It was staged, you know, when he was doing his Jabberwocky, you know, Jabberwocky. Like, why would you do that? Why would you just do it in the real White House? Like, why do you have to stage it? Official, not right? The official.
It's just like I don't know, just the propaganda to me. That's all I see is that it's just
mind control.
The whole world is united behind Zelensky. So yeah, okay, sure they are. So China is the most populous country on earth, and India is the second most, and they didn't condemn Russia, and they abstained from the vote in the UN. And India's buying a bunch of gas and oil at a discount, and China's giving them who knows what they're giving them. But so, like, what do you think the world is? That's the problem with the West, is that the West thinks the West is the world, and that is like the problem.
Yeah.
No, I wonder if I want to see this.
It's like a bubble.
It is. The Globers come in here all the time. They're like, the entire world thinks the Earth's the globe. No, the entire Western world thinks the Earth's the globe, but the rest of the world doesn't. Like, what are you talking about? Like, 50% of the world will never hear a phone ring in their lifetime. What do you mean? Like, the entire world thinks the Earth's a ball. It's like this weird narcissism that Westerners have. They think that, like, only the West represents the entire world and whatever we think. So today, I watched, someone went to China and they're interviewing people in the street, right? And asking them what their opinion was on the Ukraine-Russian conflict. Believe me, they aren't on our side. They weren't condemning the United States or anything, but they were like, Russia did what they had to do to protect themselves. And a couple of them said, if the United States intervenes, then China's going to intervene. And these are just regular citizens on the street. So I'm sure they're getting their form of propaganda, whatever that is.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the most populous country on earth, and the Indians, and People in America think that everybody in the rest of the world loves America. They don't. They really don't. I don't know why people think that. They do see the same thing the Russians see, that America has a double standard, that America spreads democracy at the point of a gun, that it's do as I say, not as I do. It like everybody sees this, and it's like this. They call it myopathy, where you can't see, you have no peripheral vision, where you just have like this tunnel vision. You don't see what's around you, you only see like what's right in front of you. And that's how the United States is, and unfortunately, it's gonna bite us in our ass, man. Because, and I'll tell you why. Because we fucking outsourced everything. We don't make anything anymore. Everybody makes shit for us as a part of globalization. So if the fucking rest of the world says, fuck you, America, we're screwed. We'll be starting over.
Mm-hmm.
They don't make iPhones in New York City. Everything in America
You were
is
born
made
to
somewhere else.
start it over.
We've shut down all our industries. We've shut, like, I can't, like, you know, maybe it's because of my age. I watched so many industries. So as I was growing up from like 16 to like 24, that age range, I watched so many industries in America disappear. People that were older than me, right? The generation that was older than me. People lose their jobs, right? Like entire towns vanishing because they had some particular industry. Say they made capacitors for the electrical system, or they made, like, you know, beds or textiles or clothing or whatever. A lot of towns in America, they have a particular, they'll have 2 or 3 like industries that support the town. In all those towns, those industries have disappeared. And the people either live on some sort of assistance or you know, you can't have a society that doesn't make goods.
Who's that cock?
You can't have a completely service-based society. You can have it has to be mixed. Because like even like, okay, so say you're a plumber, right? Great. It's a service. Yeah, you need plumbing everywhere. But guess what? If you don't make the plumbing, then there's no plumbers. You can't have a plumbers if pipes don't exist.
Do you think not outsourcing would have slowed down, say, the progress of, the economy and therefore technology, how fast we develop it? Do you think we still would have ended up in the same place like where we are today? No.
No, but it's the globalization thing. It's that. Listen, I mean, there's a good and bad to it, right? Because a lot of so China has a higher standard of living than they did before. India, Indonesia, all over the world. A lot of these countries that were third world countries that were super poor, we've raised their standard of living has come up significantly. There's less people starving to death. I mean, that's like empirically true. There definitely is less people starving to death. But consider that nobody's starving to death in the first place. But you know, that's neither here nor there.
I gotta go to bed.
The thing is, hey, good night.
Good night, Flowers, too.
Cheers.
Good one.
So it's
Later, bro.
you know, it's a you know, it's good in one way, right? It's good for the rest of the world that, like, you know, we opened up our borders, we got rid of tariffs, things like that. But we didn't replace it with anything. And it's like one of those things is did we really like lift the world up, or did we just drag ourselves down? Like, which one did we do?
We united the world.
Yeah, but then you have problems like this. You have problems like the Russian problem. So now it's a problem.
Yeah.
Russia's the largest freaking commodity exporter in the world. You need commodities to make all the other things, right? So The commodity is the base from which everything is built. Right? So they froze all their foreign exchange money, right? So countries keep gold in other countries, right? Right? So Russia keeps gold all over the world. They don't keep it just in their country, they keep it all over the world because they exchange goods. It's called, there's trade balances, right? So Russia imports, $1 million of stuff. The U.S. Imports $900,000 of stuff, so there's a trade imbalance. I don't know when they balance the books, but, they shift gold in the vault, okay? We're in a trade imbalance. We traded this much currency for your currency. Here's the exchange rate, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, this has happened. They decided that they were going to just unilaterally, which is actually illegal, seize Russia's gold.
Yeah.
So, what does that mean? It means that nobody's going to store their shit with you anymore. Nobody's going to trust you anymore.
Yep.
Right? If you have commercial agreements with different things, and then somebody seizes your property, you're not going to do business with them anymore.
I think Putin may have been expecting that.
The point I'm trying to make, going a long way, we actually need them more than they need us.
Yeah.
At this juncture in time. And the thing is, the real problem is they just don't want to admit they're wrong. That's really what it is. It is to me. They just don't want to admit they're wrong. They don't want to admit, yeah, we tried to put the screws to Russia. We got fucking caught. He called our bluff. He fucking invaded. Now we're fucked and we can't do anything about it. Instead of backing down or saying we're sorry, right? We're going to fucking double down, right? And we're going to blow our own foot off to try and appear that we're right because this ain't about democracy. Everybody knows that shit. It's not about democracy. It's not about freedom. It's not about any of those catchy little, these so-called principles that they think they're upholding. It's not about any of that. It's about a simple fact that goddamn US dollar's fucking tanking. Russia has very low fucking debt. They have, the value of their country, like their currency is backed by gold now, right? They're the largest commodity exporter, so they have shit that's actually valuable. And all we have is dollar bills, which people think are valuable. But we went and quadrupled the money supply, so now those dollars are worth less money. So if you had dollars a year ago, now those dollars are worth 1/4 of what they were worth. So who wants to hold dollars? Nobody. I'd rather hold some of Russia's fucking oil than US dollars. Right? Because at least I can burn oil. What are you going to do with dollars? You can burn some of those too. But oil burns longer than dollars. So but you see the situation, but it's just because these people don't want to admit they're wrong. It really is just that. It's so simple. Is that Biden and all the entire, because it ain't the president that's running shit, right? It's the Foreign Service, the State Department, the CIA, Department of Defense. They're playing their games, right? They're playing their power games, trying to make America dominate the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And they made a mistake. They fucking thought that they were going to get away with this shit. Again, they got outmaneuvered by Putin, and instead of backing off, because they could end this shit tomorrow. If Biden tomorrow could go on TV and says, I am going to personally meet with Putin and Zelensky, and I am going to fucking broker a deal. There's going to be a ceasefire. We're going to demilitarize Ukraine. Ukraine's not going to be in NATO, and we're going to defuse this whole situation, and no more people are going to die. He could literally do that shit tomorrow, and it would be over. Then you ask, why don't they do that? Because they'd be fucking humiliated. They would be humiliated. And it's their ego. They don't want to admit they're wrong. And they'd rather people in America fucking collapse the American economy, have fucking people in Ukraine killed, and fucking people in the rest of the world who's also, their prices are going to go up, them fucking starve to death, to not admit you're wrong. These people are fucking psychos, dude. They're psychos.
What do you think? Would be worst case scenario? With doubling down and just keep whatever.
Oh,
they're
worst
doing.
case scenario to me is this is my worst case scenario, because they keep fucking talking shit. Well, this is a bioweapons thing, but it's so exposed they probably won't do that because they got caught with the biolabs and shit. But they also keep saying like Russia has a clear pattern of releasing chemical weapons and blaming it on other people. Yeah, when? When did that ever happen? I don't ever remember Russia ever even being accused of using chemical weapons, not even in Afghanistan. So, but they keep saying this, which makes me think these fuckers are going to do it because they're like priming the pump. You know what I mean? They're putting the idea in people's heads that not only is Russia capable of doing this, they've done it before, and there's a clear pattern. Even though that all of that's a lie.
Well, China's openly backing Russia, so I think that's what's stopping the U.S. from doing anything, like militarily.
Yeah, but yeah, we know that's good. That's a good thing. That's actually a good thing because this is dude. This shit is so funny to me because for the last decade, right? DOD, Department of Defense, has been going in front of Congress. Russia has all these military capabilities. We need more money. They're making hydrosonic missiles. They're doing this. They're doing that. They're doing all these other things. Now this war kicks off, right? Russia has this old army, and they're failing, and there's no way they're going to take over Ukraine. And they changed the story 180 fucking degrees. Russia was some crazy fucking superpower that the Department of Defense needed billions of more dollars to defeat. Now they're fucking some inept fucking goddamn scrub army that can't even take over a bunch of podunks in fucking Ukraine. Which one is it? Seriously, which one is it? Are they a super freaking elite high-tech army or are they not? What worries me is that they're gonna one of these NATO countries is gonna ship arms into the fucking Ukraine. Russia's gonna fucking blast them off the face of the goddamn earth, and they're gonna trigger, and that country's gonna complain and trigger Article 5. Okay, Article 5 is where the NATO they all have to jump on the bandwagon and help whatever country's being attacked. That's what scares me. Because then that shit's gonna get fucking mad. It's gonna get crazy. I know a lot of people on this server don't believe in nuclear weapons, but I'm not so sure, and I'm not willing to take a fucking risk on a theoretical. There's no nukes, right? Because if there are, the consequences of there are being some is bad. So that's kind of like not believing in God, right? It's yeah, I don't think God exists, but you might as well say he does exist because the other way is those are bad consequences, right? Yeah. Just hedge your bets, right?
It's better to be wrong. And have to fix.
I believed in God and I was wrong and I died and nothing mattered. So what? But the other one is, I didn't believe in God, but there was a God, and now I'm burning eternally in hell. Yeah, so
I'm screwed. What the hell?
Yeah, so hedge your bets. I mean, seriously. I also don't think that Russia has been planning this for a decade. I don't think people realize this. Russia's been planning this invasion for a very long time. Do you know how I know? Because they've been saying it. They've been saying since 2014 that they were going to invade the Ukraine if Ukraine became part of NATO. Because in 2014, there was a little peace treaty thing. And they came out of that, the U.S. said, Ukraine and Georgia, country of Georgia, is going to be in NATO. 3 weeks later, Russia invaded Georgia. And they said at the time, Ukraine and Georgia are never going to be a part of NATO. That's our red line, because that's an existential crisis, right? Because what the U.S. does, right? They get real close to a country, then the CIA makes some revolution, and there's a coup d'etat, and yada, 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 right? So they did it in Ukraine. So Russia's been planning this for 10 years, easily. They've been planning this. There's no situation in which they lose. In my opinion, there's no situation in which they lose. Putin said that they have already planned for every eventuality. That means that they already have the plan now. They're not like flying by the seat of their pants. They've already war gamed all this stuff. With every scenario, already worked out. This wasn't like a rash decision that they made. This wasn't like, yeah, we're going to just invade today. They've planned this for a long time. But they've also planned what the other side is going to do. They know who's going to oppose it. They know the United States and the allies are going to oppose it, and they've planned all this stuff. I actually think that Russia put in the scrubs. I think they are actually trying to bait NATO into the Ukraine. That's really what I think. I think they're trying to get them not bait them, it's to try to get them to intervene. But I think they're doing the Sun Tzu tactic, right? You want your enemy to think you're weak when you're actually strong. So I think they're using weaponry, which isn't their best weaponry, because Russia has, like I was just saying, they have tested some pretty crazy fucking high-tech weapons. Russia is not a fucking shit country. Like, people think that Russia's just some fucked up country. They some very fucking smart people in Russia.
Oh hell yeah, dude! Like their programmers fucking program in their mind, dude. Like, you know how you can like visualize shit? Like, it's crazy there. I mean, that's why I wonder how their technology. I haven't seen much of
There's
it.
a lot of PhDs that are Russian, and PhDs in mathematics that are Russian. A lot.
What do you think about cyber warfare?
What do you mean?
Like, I know militarily, but like, people are worried about like Russia shutting down the U.S. with cyber attacks. I mean, do you think that's rational? Like, would they do that?
Would they?
Fuck yeah, they would.
I mean, probably not. Wouldn't really do anything.
Okay.
You got to think of it from a military view standpoint, right?
Russia's friends. We're friends.
How does Russia gain a military advantage
We're
by
friends.
shutting?
No, we're not. Oh yeah.
Not anymore, we're not.
Oh yeah.
No, we're not. Ever since fucking the United States walked out of fucking Iraq the way we did, Putin thinks we're straight lames. Straight punk
We're
bitches.
friends on one level, but not friends on another level. When it comes
We're
to
not friends at all. We're fucking lames to every other country in the world. Because we walked out on Iraq like that. That's straight lame of our own people. What would we do to them? Yeah.
There's still U.S. troops in Iraq right now.
They're not our friends, bro. And they never will be again because of that.
Because of Iraq? What? You lost me somewhere. What's Iraq got to do with it?
Hey, I have a lot of Iraqi friends here and Russian friends. I don't know what you mean by them be our friends. I mean,
Well, the point is that there's no military advantage. So what happens if Russia shuts down the internet or kills all the electricity? Now you got a bunch of Americans wandering around wondering what the fuck to do with themselves. Might as well sign up for the army. Yeah, so that's probably not a good idea. It's better to let lazy Americans just keep watching TV. That's probably a better military strategy. Because, like, it isn't like they're going to shut down the internet and everybody in America is going to go, our leaders are stupid. Stop this war. That's not going to happen. So there's no military advantage to shutting down the internet or cutting off the electricity. What I'm saying is they have weapons better than the weapons they're using now, but they're not using them because the people that they're using them against don't have the capability where they need to use those weapons. But I believe that if NATO or the United States gets involved and starts flying around in, stealth bombers and the stealth fighter and their F-22 bullshit fucking plane that costs ridiculous amount of money, doesn't work, that they're going to actually use, what do they call it, 7th generation weapons that they have. You understand that they don't do things the way we do because the profit motive is ridiculous here. So we're like on what they call a 5th generation combat fighter for an airplane, the F-22 Raptor. They're on their 7th generation. And when I talk about when these generations are based after World War II, right? Basically, from when they started making military fighter aircraft with jet engines in them. Russia's on their 7th generation. We're on the 5th generation. Because Russia doesn't look at making military equipment the same way the United States does. United States wants to make one really, 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 really nice piece of equipment with lots of capability, right? That does kind of a little bit of everything, but it's super expensive. The Russians don't look at it that way. They try to make a lot of shit. It's high tech, but it's high tech in the places where it needs to be, but in other places it's durable. So let me tell you something, like the difference between, say, an F-15 and an Su-25. Now, if I was on the runway of an and there was an F-15 there, and I took a fucking steel wrench and I threw it into the goddamn turbine, that plane would be destroyed. I can do that same thing to a Russian Su-25, and the wrench is just going to fly right through the fucking airplane. It's not going to do anything to the airplane. So American runways, they need to be cleared of debris because the debris will get sucked into the frickin' airplane and chew up the turbine. And Russian planes don't need any of that shit. Their shit is made to be durable so that they can land on like any fucking runway. There can be shit all over it, and they don't have to worry about it. So the point is the way they design their hardware is different than the way the United States hardware. It's a different type of philosophy. So you got to think, what would we have to do? We got to ship all our shit over there where we're in their backyard. They have thousands of tanks. They have at least hardware that's as good as ours, if not better. Right? I mean, it would be a bad idea to do anything. But like I said, these people are fucking psychopaths. They're crazy. They don't care about the consequences.
Made in America is just as good as made in China. Maybe worse.
I mean, you can't look at like people that are in positions like this as like they're normal people, like your person down the street. These people want to go in the history books. Supreme Leader Biden, conquered blah, blah, blah.
Guy can't even walk, man.
Yeah.
Can't even talk.
Neither can fucking neither can that chick, dude. Neither can Kamala Harris, dude. She's just as dumb. They asked her about U.S. gas prices. She tried to get the Polish president to answer for her. I'm dead serious. Like, dude, I'm dead fucking serious. They had a joint press conference. The reporter asked her, when are U.S. gas prices ever going to come down? She turns her head and looks at the Polish president and, like, puts her hand out, like, for him to answer. Like, that's the president of Poland, not of the United States. Like, what are you doing?
It's like, it's up to this guy.
These are our leaders, bro.
I know.
The thing is, confidence doesn't, to get in positions of power like that, it's not confidence that gets you there. It's
obedience.
What do you call it? No, it's It's cunning. It's manipulation.
See?
It's like almost like Survivor, right? You got to trick everybody into not voting you off the island, and then you're the last one standing. Right? You trick everybody into thinking you're weak. That's really it. You like, because when you're in a situation like that, you're trying to get rid of the threats. Right? But the biggest threat is the person that appears non-threatening.
Yeah. So get rid of the biggest and the least threat first.
So I mean, look at Joe Biden. He's the president of the United States. Look at him. Is he threatening? Does he seem like a threatening person? Kamala Harris, does she seem like a threatening person? No. But I'm sure that there's a trail of fucking human wreckage in her wake and his wake.
Yeah. Worse.
You don't get in positions of power without backstabbing a lot of people. But before you're high enough where you can crush people, you have to convince the people that are over you that you're not a threat. So you got to have more than one skill. You can't just be like, I'm going to crush my opponents. You got to recognize who's stronger than me that I can't crush. I got to convince them not to crush me. And I got to crush the people that are below me. Right? So the people stronger than me, I got to lull into sleep. And the people below me, I got to crush them into oblivion. So it takes it takes two skills, man.
Yeah.
It takes cunning. Like, you got to be slick.
And they're usually the ones you can't touch. You know, it's like, oh, I just want to break you. But you can't, because you'll get crushed if you
Exactly.
try.
They know how and when to do things, right? They know how to manipulate things to
Everyone. They
so that they're
manipulate
immune. They know how to like offload responsibility onto other people, so it's never them. They know all the tricks to make them look like they're freaking little golden angels. But you can't be too perfect. So you got to have some flaws.
You have to appear weak when you're strong.
Speaking of that, the U.S. is warning China not to get involved.
Yeah, whatever.
Or what else? What? And what? And if I don't?
That's just that whole China thing is a distraction.
And if and when I don't?
Anonymous U.S. sources.
China,
the Russians need equipment from the Chinese. That's a bunch of horse shit. You understand, like, all the military equipment that was in like the old Soviet Union, which was something like 20-something countries, all went to Russia. So like they have all that equipment. So they have like something like 5 times more equipment than they can ever use. Like, why would they be running out of military equipment? It's the propaganda war. So things like this is what I'm talking about. They're such absurd lies. They counter what the United States was saying about the Russian military capability 1 year ago. Because the United States does like count, like, oh yeah, Russia has 40,000 tanks. They have, 10,000 artillery pieces, 8,000 airplanes, 300 battleships, blah, 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 all this stuff. Like, they have all this equipment. And they just, in 10 days? I don't think so. It's not possible. The real war is the propaganda war. At this point. And the Russian, it's really hard to get news from the so-called other side in America. It's very difficult. But the Russian, I think it was the Russian foreign minister, said that The United States is trying to bait them into attacking a city so that they can blame civilian casualties on them. But that their military plan was just to encircle the cities to give the civilians time to flee and not to just immediately rush in and, fuck shit up. So that pretty much seems to be what they're doing, is that they're going to encircle the major population areas, give the civilians time, probably like airdrop, because we did the same thing. We airdrop leaflets to say, you better fucking leave now, because shit's about to kick off. And then, whoever's left is going to get blown the fuck up. Because Russia has cruise missiles. They have airplanes. They have radar-guided missiles. They have GPS-guided missiles, even though you use GLONASS. So they have all the stuff we have. All of it. Everything we have, they have.
Russia's so cool.
If you don't think they can just bomb Ukraine into submission, you're you're out of your mind. Russia, listen, Russia's just I probably sound like a fucking pro-Russian person. I'm not pro anything. I'm just calling it as I see it. Russia has a different military philosophy than the United States. They're not all shock and awe. They're not going for glitz. They're not going for glamour. They're trying to win. Okay? And winning in ground warfare means making the other side surrender because you've killed all of them. Okay? And that's just the way it is. So they've surrounded every major city. They've destroyed all their barracks. They've destroyed all their airports. They've destroyed all the military places that they were. Now what's left? You have, volunteers, some soldiers here, probably some regular units here and there. Anywhere they group together, they're getting bombed. Same way the U.S. does it. Russia has planes that fly at 60,000 fucking feet with laser-guided fucking 5,000-pound bombs, right? They have all the same shit we got. But if you get a bunch of Ukrainians gathered in a group, man, they're gonna have a missile go up their ass. They have drones. They have fucking all the shit.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is that Russia's basically, they're trying to look good in another way. The United States tries to look good as in they want to intimidate the next person, right? They want to, the rest of the world to go, holy shit, America won that war in 3 minutes. They're fucking awesome. Let's not fuck with them. Russia's trying to woo the world in another sense. That Russia went in slowly, methodically, gave these guys every fucking chance to surrender, and they still didn't. They got what they deserved. It's totally different. It's just a different approach. Not everybody thinks about the world the way the Western world does. They have different priorities.
I mean, if Russia was planning this, I would have expected these sanctions. Therefore, they would have
They
stocked
planned
up
on the sanctions. They even said that. Dude, before they even invaded, before they invaded, Putin said, listen, we've been under some form of sanctions, one way or another, since the Soviet Union. We've learned how to live with sanctions. And then he said, you can try to learn how to live without gasoline.
Exactly.
They have planned. Listen, this was all planned. All of it is planned. They anticipated sanctions. They anticipated NATO doing all this stuff. They anticipated it all. I'll tell you how I know they've really, really been anticipating it. Russia has been repatriating gold and accumulating gold bullion for almost 20 years now. Okay? They weren't before. But something triggered them after 2000. I think in 2004, something triggered them, and they started bringing all the gold back home. All the gold that they had that was abroad, and they started buying it on the open market.
So not the gold that's been seized or locked up, right? Not that gold.
No,
that's out
not that gold. Not that gold. That's gold that they hold for. That's what they call foreign exchange reserves. So that's different. Even though they did bring some of that home, they brought home some of that from New York City. They took it out of like one of the vaults. One of the vaults. They did take some back. So they did. It's called repatriation. So when you take your when you have some of your gold reserves in a foreign country in a foreign bank to settle your debts with that country for foreign exchange, trade exchange. When you bring it back home, it's called repatriation of your gold. You can Google all this shit. See, because I follow like financial shit, and I've been following it for a long time. And like on Zero Hedge, one of the things that they talk, gold is a big issue, right? Hard currency, things like that. So people who follow that shit know for a long time that Russia, Germany, China have been repatriating their gold. They've been trying to accumulate gold for a while, but Russia's really been going crazy. They've really accumulated a lot. And gold is money. Right? Gold is money, period.
So this could last for a while? Is this like a siege and these guys are just well stocked?
It probably like my guess is gonna be is that trying to think of a timeline maybe. It's definitely gonna last a few years. There's no doubt this shit ain't gonna end anytime soon.
And what happens after a few years, bro?
What happens after a few years? Russia's gonna get its way.
And then what happens once Russia gets their way?
I mean, what happens once they get their way? What do you mean?
Like, I'm not being a smartass. I'm just wondering.
No, I'm just saying. What do you mean? What happens? They just go back to doing their fucking thing. Like, what were they doing before that?
We are Russia. They're Russia again, right? They're trying to become like something, get Ukraine back.
Okay, let's listen. This is stupid idea that Russia wants to take over Western Europe. That's the dumbest fucking thing ever. And I'm going to tell you why. The last time anyone from Eurasia invaded Western Europe, they only got to Hungary. That's Central Europe. And that person's name was Genghis Khan in the 12th fucking century. Okay? Hasn't happened since then. When's the last time Eurasia was invaded from Western Europe? Well, that was the British, Napoleon, and the Germans. So this idea that Russia's going to just go to invade Western Europe because he's some power-hungry madman, it's just stupid. It's totally stupid. Anyone that believes that never read a fucking history book. But regardless, Russia would just go back to being Russia. They'll just go back to their thing, dude. Like, what were they doing before? Nothing.
That's kind of what I assumed myself, to be honest, bro.
Yeah, listen. They don't want a NATO country, the largest country in Europe, on their fucking border. And I don't blame them. Because NATO can put nukes in any NATO member country they want. Why would they want nuclear weapons 600 kilometers from Moscow? That's a fucking bad idea. Like, I mean, look at it from their viewpoint. We wouldn't let them put fucking nukes in Mexico City. We had the Cuban Missile Crisis. We wouldn't let them put it there. We're not going to let them put them in Canada. Sure as hell not going to let them put them like in Cuba. We already did that. So, like, it's called the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was created by James Monroe. It's a doctrine the United States will not let a foreign power, a great foreign power, set up camp in the Western Hemisphere.
So you believe nukes are real?
Me? Let's put it this way. I have no reason to believe they're real. I have no reason to believe they're not real. And I just explained it. It's not something that I want to risk. I don't want to I don't think I want to risk oh, nukes aren't real, and then finding out the hard way they are. I'd rather just assume they are and be wrong.
I kind of understand that.
Well, we just were talking about this. It's like believing in God, right? You believe in God and be wrong, so what? You lose nothing. Don't believe in God, and there is a God, you're fucked. Right?
Yep.
Don't believe in nukes and there are nukes, you're fucked. Believe there are nukes and there aren't, so what? Right?
If you don't believe in quantum computers,
right?
And
if I believe in nuclear weapons and they don't exist, so what? No one got hurt. Nothing's gonna happen. It's gonna be a pleasant surprise. I'm not gonna be depressed over it. Oh my God, I was wrong about nuclear weapons. Oh my God, let's throw myself out a window. I mean, no, it's not gonna happen.
They offered me to be a nuclear technician in the Navy, and they said, you might be some risk to your reproductive organs, but that's the only reason why I said no. But now I'm kind of kicking myself, dude, you could have known, you could have known about, the how nuclear. No, I don't know what they're going to teach.
Yeah,
you
but a nuclear power isn't a nuclear bomb. That's different.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I would have known enough to try to, figure things out on my own. But, IT is great, man. You guys should all learn IT. It's the future. But yeah, I mean, electricity, right?
Electricity makes the world not go round. But before I was interrupted, I want to say there is no Western Hemisphere. There's the Western world, and that's it. But it's not a sphere, so it can't be a Western Hemisphere.
But isn't that kind of like believing in nukes? They tell us to believe in space. They tell us to believe in nukes, and they keep us in fear with both of them. With the asteroids or the nukes. So the benefit of not believing in them is that you don't have to live in fear.
Well, I'm not afraid anyway. Listen, I grew up in the 80s. Dude, I remember this fucking civil bomb shelters and fucking duck and cover and all that shit. I wasn't afraid then, I'm not afraid now.
But how is believing in them going to save you?
I think let's put it this way. The fact that other people believe in them is the problem. Because people act on what they believe. So there's this thing, a lot of people, they don't, people say numerology is bullshit, right? And that is complete bullshit. And that none of that stuff means anything. But if there's people in the world that believe it actually does mean something, and they act upon it, and then that action affects other people, it's just as real as if it was real. Because it's changing human behavior to have consequences in the real world. They make it real. They make it real. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but nuclear power is real too. It's just have we seen
nuclear power is
of a nuclear
power is real. It doesn't make nukes real. No. I know. I'm not trying to argue. I was just making a point. You were kind of making it synonymous.
I have no idea if nuclear bombs are real. I think their video that they've shown of nuclear weapons, I guarantee that shit's fake. Totally fake.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's why fake it? No, I'm not saying that real thing. I'm not trying to make an argument, but
it's
not necessarily synonymous with believing in God, because there might be some kind of there's the whole idea of heaven and hell that you might have to pay for not believing in them. I don't know. I don't get that either, but the nukes, it's not like you have you're choosing whether. I was going to ask, you have a nuclear fallout. Is that the choice you're making? You're building a bunker just in case.
Well, no, no, I'm not building a bunker.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if you believe in them.
I'd rather die anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no reason to believe in them.
If you live a couple hundred miles within, near a nuclear power plant, and that something happens to that power plant, you could die from a nuclear, worse, Nuclear
But that
explosion.
Fukushima thing turned out to be totally fake as fuck too, though.
I heard about that. Yeah, I heard it was fake. I heard it
So
was not
a
fake.
lot of that shit is suspicious, right? Because when Fukushima happened, I researched some shit, and I found out that there is actually an amino acid which basically makes you fucking impervious to radiation. Okay, so there was a study that came out in 2010. It's some sort of amino acid that's produced in the body. So they gave it to mice as a supplement to test them to see what it did, right? And they subjected these mice to a proton beam. This proton beam has the radioactive equivalent of 40 gray, which is, put it this way, it would be like walking into a nuclear reactor and hanging out there for like 5 or 6 minutes. These mice had no effects on them whatsoever. They had to stop testing the mice because it would have been unethical to subject them to higher doses of radiation. Even though the doses of radiation they subjected it to, the highest they're allowed to, had no physical effect on the mice whatsoever.
I wonder if it's the same amino acid they were saying helps with the age regression. Oh, recently, I guess there was a study that actually reversed the aging in mice or something, which it was talking about. But yeah, there's amino acids.
From what it said something like, when you're exposed to ionizing radiation, nitrogen in your body, I can't remember if it gets like ionized or it loses an electron or some fucking thing, right? In that it mediates oxygen the way oxygen is processed in your cells, the way mitochondria processes oxygen. Somehow this blocked that process. Whatever damage it was doing, the nitrous oxide. Now remember, I read this a long time ago. Now, like I could probably find it, but
yeah, same kind of concept. The amino acid block the aging, whatever that is, that the breakdown.
Yeah, well, aging is actually related to that. So aging is related to Okay, so every time there's cell division, there's in your chromosome. So your cells divide, and then the telomeres, which is the end caps of your chromosomes, they shorten. Then when they reach a certain predetermined length, your cell triggers something called apoptosis, right? That's pre-programmed cell death. That pre-programmed cell death is done by something called cytochrome C or C45. That's the other name for it. But that is like processed in the mitochondria, right? So, and I know this shit sounds complicated, but it's actually not. So your mitochondria turns 80, what the hell is the name of it? I don't want to say ADHD.
No, DEAH or something like that.
And NAHD into ATP, right? This process, right? So that's what your body burns as energy, ATP, right? This happens in the mitochondria, but the way it happens, right? It's called the electron train transport. So basically, the easiest way to think about it is that there's a series of chemical reactions, and those chemical reactions are taking place because of there's extra electrons within the mitochondria, right? So it's like almost like they're sharing like this extra electron, right? So there's two chemicals that make this third chemical, and when that's made, there's this extra electron, and that goes off and to something else, and when it gets attached to this other thing, that other thing attaches to some other molecule, and then that makes another chemical. So there's like a chain reaction. That's why it's called an electron train. There's a chain reaction that this electric charge causes to make ATP. Now this cytochrome C or P4, I think it's C45 or P45. This chemical is related to that, and it's also been indicated as prevalent when people have cancer. When people have cancer, because cancer is this pre-programmed cell death doesn't happen. So your cells. I know this is crazy convoluted.
No, it's great.
I got way off into the details. No, it's awesome. The thing is, your cell's supposed to die, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your cell's supposed to die. A certain molecule tells it to die. This chain, this electron chain, this chemical is made in the mitochondria, not in the cell itself. So mitochondria is a separate entity. So you have your human cells, then the mitochondria is inside the human cells, almost like a parasite. But the human cells feed off of it. It gets its ATP from it. This chemical is made inside the mitochondria. It's not made in the human cell. So basically, the mitochondria's chemical tells the cell to die. But if it doesn't make this chemical, or there's something defective in the mitochondria, it doesn't release that, doesn't make it, and then it turns into cancer. What normally would happen is a white blood cell would kill that cell, right? Because it says, hey, this is a foreign cell. It says it's supposed to be here. Let's get rid of it. And then it would kill it. But
so do you think that there's an amino acid that they could use for to stop the aging process, or have they, or do they?
Yeah. It's called beta-alanine.
And is it hard to get?
Yeah, you can buy it. It's a supplement.
Beta-alanine.
Beta-alanine. ALANINE.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing about, right?
Yeah. Beta. So it stops this telomere shortening.
Well, it's only $16.
It's cheap. You can get it at GNC. I take it. I got some right now. Take a picture of the bottle.
How young are you? How young are you?
How young am I? I'm almost 50.
Right, me too. But I'm saying, did it work? Did you notice?
Does it work? I look probably like in my middle 30s.
Right. Nice. So how long have you been taking it for?
Probably started taking it well, I started taking it probably like 12 years ago, but I didn't take it for probably 5 years. I stopped. But it's also, that's not like its only purpose. It's also good as a supplement for weightlifting.
Okay.
Any new topics?
Okay, so let me tell you how it works. When you do exercise, right? Your body makes a chemical or a protein or an amino acid called carnosine. Carnosine is made from beta-alanine and histidine, right? So your body manufactures this. Your body wants to build muscle tissue. It needs carnosine to do this. Initially, they thought carnosine was what increased longevity, but then they found out that it's the beta-alanine is what actually increases the longevity. In that people, because listen, if you say, I study someone, I go, okay, this person's lived longer than average. What were they doing? You go, oh shit, they were exercising. Oh, exercise causes you to live longer. Oh no, it's not the exercise. We draw their blood. Oh, he's got elevated levels of carnosine in his body. Oh, it must be the carnosine. Then what they do is they supplement somebody with carnosine, and they're like, oh shit, doesn't do anything. Okay, so what else was in there? Oh, beta-alanine is a precursor to this. Okay, let's supplement them with that. Let's see if they live longer. It turned out that it was the beta-alanine that was causing people to live longer and was causing telomere shortening to slow down. So this telomere shortening, like I told you, every time you have cell division, right? Your I don't know if you've ever seen a video of cell division, right? The chromosomes split in half, and when they split in half, the ends of them shorten, and when they become too short, this pre-programmed cell death happens. So you get into what's called a catabolic state, right? When more cells are dying than are living, then your cells are dying faster than your body can recreate them by cell division. But if you slow down the cellular dying, the cellular aging, then it goes to the reason that you live longer.
So do you need to take carnosine along with the beta-alanine if you're not working out?
No, I mean nobody supplements when they first found out some of this stuff about 20 years ago. Carnosine was a supplement, and you still can buy it as a supplement, but I don't think it's kind of been like debunked as an actual like weightlifting supplement, that it doesn't like that it kind of doesn't work, or doesn't work as well as other supplements.
But it could produce more beta alanine. But then why not just take the
beta alanine is produced? Beta alanine is produced in alanine as a chemical is produced in the liver. So let me go back. Every amino every amino acid in your body has an alanine molecule. All of them, every single one. Alanine is the base from which all other amino acids are built. Those are produced in the liver. You can get it from eating turkey. That's how you can naturally get it. Because the molecule is chiral, they have beta, and there's also delta, but you can't buy delta. You can't buy straight alanine as far as I know, so you can only buy the beta form. So you can buy this beta form, but your body also produces it. Your body produces it by exercising. So when you exercise, your body actually breaks down muscle tissue. So in that muscle tissue is carnosine. That's like the protein has carnosine amino acid, and that shit is cleaved, and the histidine and the fucking beta alanine are separated. So carnosine is these two molecules, histidine and beta alanine, together. So when they're cleaved, they become separate amino acids. That histidine goes through what's called the lactate metabolic pathway, and when there's too much of this shit in your body, that's why you get muscle soreness. Because I don't know if you've ever heard that, right? When you exercise and you get muscle soreness, it's because of lactic acid buildup.
Mm-hmm.
So have you heard this before?
Yeah.
Yeah. So histidine is part of this lactic acid pathway. So when you exercise, because of this cleaving process of splitting the alanine from the histidine, you get this lactic acid buildup. Now, there's ways to defeat that. So one way is to supplement with creatine. So creatine forces water into your tissues, right? So it lets so that it becomes more dilute, so you don't get a buildup of lactic acid in your muscle tissue because it's diluted because water is forced into the muscle cells. So anyway, the point is, I don't even know what the point is.
No, it's good. No, it's cool. We were talking about nukes and how that, the amino acid help with the mice not being affected by it and all that.
So there's a lot. There's actually more to this. There's more to this, which gets kind of fucking weird.
Keep going. I love it.
Okay, so this is it. This is the weird part, I guess, is that so you have anaerobic. So your cells, because it's mitochondria, right? It can produce energy two different ways. So there's anabolic and anaerobic respiration of the cells. One comes from eating sugar, the other comes from exercise. Right? So this is this electron pathway thing, this electron chain thing. Metabolic process, exercise is a metabolic process, and then if I remember this right, it frees some of the electrons that bind the amino acids and shit together. And that these free electrons are floating around in your body. They get turned into energy in the mitochondria. The other way is sugar. So sugar can also be burned, quote unquote burned. I mean, there's more to it than this. This is kind of like the fucking brief version. Plus, I haven't thought about this in a long time, so my memory's kind of dull.
That's cool, yeah.
But so there's the what I say, anabolic respiration, which comes from the metabolizing of sugars. So the metabolizing of sugars is not good for you compared to. So you can get energy from eating sugar, and you can get energy from exercising, right? So think about it like this. If I had nothing but a protein diet, right, I can get energy to function, right, by eating nothing but protein and exercising. I can also get energy to function by eating sugars and doing nothing, right? One is better than the other because the anabolic pathway, it has byproducts. One of those byproducts is acetaldehyde. And acetaldehyde is a known cancer-causing agent, right? So here's where it gets fucked up. Okay, so if you drink alcohol, you don't get drunk from the alcohol. You get drunk from acetaldehyde. Your body metabolizes alcohol into acetaldehyde, and you get fucked up from that. Now there's a I wouldn't call it a disorder. There's a genetic variation called alcohol flush syndrome. A friend of mine had this, and when they drink alcohol, they can't metabolize. They don't metabolize alcohol. They don't metabolize the acetaldehyde properly, right? So they go from alcohol to acetaldehyde, but the acetaldehyde does not get metabolized properly in the liver, so they get a flushed face every time they drink. I don't know if you ever seen people with this condition.
Oh yeah,
very common in Asian populations.
Ding, it's like 1 in 4. But my friend wasn't Asian; he was fucking Italian, which makes no sense to me. Yeah, so this alcohol flush syndrome, this is a byproduct of this acetaldehyde metabolism. So the funny thing is, alcohol can be used in the place of sugar, but even though it is in the anaerobic pathway or the anabolic pathway, it's processed in the mitochondria as if it's the anaerobic pathway, which is really fucked up, right? So, and I'm talking like at the mitochondria level, because all energy is processed at the mitochondria. Mitochondria are pretty much the evidence that we weren't created by accident. Okay? If you think human beings were created by random fucking processes, look up ADP transferase. ADP transferase proves that human beings were not fucking created by accident. It's literally it's basically an electric motor in your cells. It's a one-way electric motor / pump.
Yeah, like the irreducible complexity.
It pumps protons into the mitochondria. That's what it does. It pumps protons into the mitochondria. It's fucked up, dude. It's literally shaped like a little electric. Like when you see like a diagram of it, it really, they mark it as if it's an electric motor. A stator, that's an electric motor. Like, dude, it's really whacked, man. It's so like.
So you can actually see it, or is it a diagram of it?
The diagram, I don't know if they actually imaged it. If they've imaged it, but it's a molecular motor.
That would be cool to actually, if they do image it, or if they could image it, to see how close it is to the diagram. Not more pictures that make us think small things, work. I'm sure it works the way you're saying, but maybe not necessarily the way the diagram shows. But yeah, even the irreducible complexity of even like a single cell organism seems to show those kind of mechanical, ingenious, unbelievable traits.
Here, look in live stream voice text. This is a diagram of it.
All right.
ATP synthase.
Wow.
So this is inside, like, so where it says a lipid bilayer, that would be the wall of the mitochondria. So one end is sticking outside the wall, one end is on the inside of the wall, right? But so see that H plus, protons need to get into the protons need to get, which way is it? Sometimes they need to get in and sometimes they need to get out. But this particular motor is one way. So they it needs the protons for ATP to be turned into ADP. It's really like, I'm going off of memory, and I can't even believe I remember that.
Yeah, you did a great job. That's awesome. That's really good.
This is old shit to me.
Yeah, you'd think you have a biology degree or something.
It's just something I looked at. When I look at something, I dig in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You could ask me any other question, and I won't know shit.
Look into nukes. Look into nukes. You'll stop believing in them.
Well, yeah, I have. Like, listen, I don't really care about them enough to like look into them. All I know is the videos I've seen. They're definitely fake. Like, there's no doubt about it. Especially the artillery one. Ugh, that one's so bad.
It's kind of like, well, they faked the moon landing, but they're really going to space. You know.
Yeah, they faked the moon landing on the moon. Didn't you know that?
Yeah. Right?
Dude, Globers believe that shit. They went to the moon and found a Nazi alien base. So they had to fake the moon landing there.
Oh, yeah. Secret space program. Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead,
I think my favorite, fake nuke. Sorry, no, that's fine. I think my favorite fake nuke video was the one where the blast is coming from the same direction as the camera, and yet the building is blown up, but the camera isn't.
Yeah, you gotta love.
Yeah, it doesn't even shake. Yeah, it doesn't even shake.
Yeah, it doesn't even shake. And like the trees are obviously like the model trees. Like they don't even try to make them look real.
Well, no, now there's subterfuge there, and a lot of these things we'll find that they actually have a documentary. And I was looking into this recently to send somebody some videos asking about fake nukes, and they have a documentary. And they're like, okay, so we built this model town to blow up with the nukes, so we could see how the reaction is. So they admit to making models. But if they show, then some of these videos will show it to you as if, oh, that looks fake. Look, they're just models. They're just paper houses. But that's the way that they present it, or maybe they repurposed it, or issued this to with the footage that makes it look like they're making models. But I think this actually is the way that they originally sold it. These are model houses that we're going to show you the effects that the nuke would have on your real house. But yeah, the camera doesn't shake, and there's lots of other things to it. But the bottom line, just common sense, if nukes were real, every country would have them by now, not just the ones that can afford a space program.
Yeah, you kind of have a point there because they're actually not difficult to make.
Yeah.
According to them, according to what they say is in a nuclear weapon, they're actually not difficult to make. And if you really wanted to make one, there's enough radioactive material and fucking smoke detectors that you could get together to make a goddamn... You could make it wouldn't be like high yield, but it would be a nuclear weapon.
For what they say, yeah. But yeah, every country, even if it costs a lot, the country would have enough to buy a scientist to make it for them, even if it was difficult. But it's like you're in the club, you're in the fake space program. Now you can be in the fake nuke program.
There you go, the fake space program. Well, you got to think of when they said that they made nukes, right? 1945.
Well, the atom bomb is different than the nuclear bomb, right?
Well, yeah, the atom bomb is different than the nuclear bomb, but no, none of these countries have the atom bomb either.
Right. It's all fake, right? But it's the perfect weapon because, you just bomb something you firebomb something like we've been shown, seems to be the case with Hiroshima or whatever. And then you claim responsibility, and then, you have your finger on the button for the rest of existence or for however long that country's in power. And you finger on the button's a pretty, threatening thing, especially if you hire somebody to say all the things and you think that countries are run by like single men that are just idiots with their finger on the button. That's a perfect psyop.
Well, yeah, it's a great intimidation tactic if the other side, right, that you conquer thinks that you can annihilate him at any moment with the push of a button.
Yeah, but Japan's in on it too. They knew we didn't do that. I mean, the whole world's on all of it. Don't you think they've already planned the end of this war that's coming up or that we're in right now? They've already planned the end of it before it started. I mean, that's the way things work these days, right?
Uh,
I mean, they're funded on both sides by the same whoever, Jesuits or whatever, you know. Just to play. And a lot of the stuff we're seeing from over there is fake. Oh, but I put a thing I've sent you this too. The Leak Project put a video out. Somebody was telling me that, and I looked at you have to just catch what she says about it. But the slant they put on this is that UFOs, and it's a story that she's heard from somebody that was on the ground there, and his village is surrounded, and his grandfather tells him just to pray. And so he does. And then he goes out and sees UFOs in the sky shooting at Russian tanks and saving the village. And their take on it is, well, we think it's our military or our reverse engineered alien technology, but it seems like there's help for Ukraine that doesn't have to come from us, but it could come from us as posing as the UFOs.
Oh boy.
That's the slant they're going with, right?
I almost can't take it anymore.
Right.
Well, listen.
So
I don't
Russia
know
has
how
everything
this
we
script
have.
is going to play out.
Do they have UFOs?
I'm sure
right?
our fate has been decided.
Yeah.
And that fate is going to be austerity. You know, as they used to call it. Less of this, less of that. Work harder, get less.
Mm-hmm.
More mindless entertainment, so you don't have to think about anything.
Mm-hmm. Free cell phones.
Yeah, probably. But like anything that connects you into the freaking metaverse, that'll be cost almost nothing. You'll be given just enough rations to survive, just to plug yourself in. But the thing is, I don't like. Why even bother keeping anybody alive? That's just blowing me away. Like, what's the point of that?
It's because we're a big experiment. I mean, if they wanted to kill us, they could have killed us off anytime, you know. And they wanted to just like make us sick to pay hospital bills for as long as possible.
See, I don't really get on with that idea. Sorry, Bong. I don't really get on with that idea of thinking about things because if you look at the world's, at least what they're saying, everyone's below replacement level anyway. So, I mean, these people look at the long term. I mean, even when you look at say the Arab world or parts of Africa, the places that used to have, say, like 5 or 6 children per woman are now having 3 children per woman. Most European nations are down to 1.5 children per woman. I don't think they have to kill anyone, they just have to wait.
Well, I think we're just like human beings are just the chips on the table. That's all I think about. I don't think they want to kill everybody off. I mean, sure, some. I think it's more like, dude, what's the point of being in charge if there's nobody to be in charge of?
Exactly.
If you kill everybody, there's nobody to be in charge of. I think
you need the masses.
It's a competition between narcissists to see who can control and fuck around with the largest amount of people compared to the other guy, and that they're like in some fucked up competition with each other, right? They're in competition not with just each other, but they're in competition with the history books, right?
Yeah.
How can I manipulate the world enough so that I can ensure my name goes down in the history books? You know how hard that is to do? Not only do you have to control your era, you have to set up a structure that's good enough to control the future so that they don't erase your name from the history books. I think that's the game they're playing. They're just playing just another level of fucking narcissism.
Yeah, but don't you think they're all controlled? I mean, don't you think it's like already like they're just puppets and it's not about their narcissism, even if we interpret it that way?
Controlled
the world order. Well, because they're eventually going to lead us all into smart cities after the Phoenix rises out of the ashes that they agree on before it even starts.
Yeah, but why? There has to be.
Well, there's probably outer ponders and other lands and places where you can go that none of this affects you, and we're just an experiment.
That's a scary thought.
Seems like it would make a lot of sense. I mean, we're not just like the land that is here. It's not like the Earth is just the continents we know about. You don't think that?
Yeah, I just think it's like Lord of the Flies. That's what I think it is. Just Lord of the Flies. Bunch of psychos fighting over the big shit pile. And they think that the shit pile is so important, you know, for whatever reason, that they want to fight over it. And that, yeah, they're all... I just think it's like they're playing a game, right, with each other. We're pawns in this game. How they're playing it, what their rules are, what they're after, we can't even conceive of because we're not them, right? We're not up in that echelon. They have these are people that don't have to worry about money. They don't have to worry about am I gonna have clean socks today? They don't have to worry about who's doing the laundry because they're not doing their own laundry. They don't worry about any of the mundane things that we think about on a daily life. Imagine having that existence, right? That you have so much time to think of other things when you never have to worry about going to the store, fucking ironing your clothes or anything, man. So they're
Think
playing
about it,
another
though.
game.
What about if they actually think about the psychology that it would take if one man really were in charge of these larger decisions? I think it makes a lot more sense that there's a council of people that are not at all affected, whether it's just Switzerland or people in Switzerland or people at the IMF or whatever it is. It's these bigger decisions and the beginnings and ends to war that are funded on both sides are decided and then blamed on these narcissistic quote unquote people that are just outrageous, and they, so it's easier. Then you can just, wipe your hands clean once that guy's not in office anymore or whatever. And his legacy is just going to be what they wrote it to be, not what he makes of it.
Yeah, and that's the trick though, man. I don't know. I don't think the ruler of this world is men anyway.
Maybe not. Well, what do you think? Outer Ponders?
No.
What? Are you mean God?
No, God is not the ruler of this world.
What do you mean?
The devil's the ruler of this world.
Right. Maybe that's another excuse. Maybe that's another patsy or
that's what God
way of pawning it off.
God said devil rules this world.
Yeah, but what if that's just another way of saying, oh, the devil did it, and then just excusing it all and saying, no, well, we can't do anything about it. The devil rules this world.
Well, they're spending a lot of time trying to convince us that the God and the devil are a bunch of bullshit. I mean, why are they doing that?
It kind of makes sense, it kind of makes sense that, okay, if God wants to have a kingdom and rule all these stupid people, let him do that. But if this is going to be our world, let it be our world. Only the people we want in it. All right, it's kind of worth going for it. You know what I mean? Fuck humanity. You know what I mean? It's kind of worth going for it. Living as long as you can live, maybe try to, immortality. And if not immortality, you know what I mean? Leave behind a legacy. That's, something very rebellious. Some kind of, you know what I mean? It feels, why?
You're saying that's the way they feel, or that's the way you feel?
That's the way they feel. I mean, that's the way a person feels. Like after you have everything, once you start living a certain way, right? Like you got all the things, you don't have to do shit. The thing you would start worrying about is dying. You know what I mean? Is death. Then you start, trying to prolong your life or trying to, I don't know what.
Oh yeah, I think they've probably figured out what India was just telling us, and 10 times that, and they've probably lived to be a lot longer than we think, and that's probably the trick. It would make a lot of things make sense if there's a lot longer lifespans amongst some of these people. Not the ones we know about, probably.
And then whatever your religion is, because you're probably going to find some kind of religion, God, or thing that accommodates your lifestyle. You want to call God, a group, a secret society, whatever. But it's probably going to be made up of a bunch of rich, powerful guys like yourself, if you're one of them, right? You're not going to be going to church with some poor-ass dude from some neighborhood. If you're some billionaire, you're not going to go to some local church with some poor people, are you? You're part of their community? Like, what would be your community? Other rich billionaires. And what would be your religion? Probably something that we wouldn't support. That we would probably, that, people would say no to.
They don't have much of a community, and that's why they hate us. Like, you ever heard that?
Yeah.
That idea that they hate us because we have a real community. We have, I mean, it's always a give and take. Becoming a billionaire has its, drawbacks as well as not having no money has its upside.
Right. It's a cult.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. They plan things and come up with crazy ass ideas.
Right. Welcome to the show. Yeah, it's crazy. I wonder if there's other stations or other channels or shows that are going to try to, also push that idea that UFOs are helping Ukraine defeat Russia. And then how much truth is there to that? Because we know there's stuff up there flying, right? So, and we know it's probably our tech. But then is that going to lead into this whole fake alien invasion? And then are they going to say that it's outer ponders or going to go with the alien scenario? I think the former. I think that they're going to use the outer ponders and absorb the flat Earth and say we're inside a dome and then tell us the air's contaminated. Tell us we need to get in these smart cities to, these other little domed areas to protect us from the other domed areas' air. I think that's that's their best move. I don't want to give anyone ideas, but I'm sure they've thought of this.
Oh, it could be those Generation 7 airplanes India was talking about.
I said it was one of those triangle pyramids, like the one that everyone saw. I guess a lot of people witnessed it in Arizona. There was a ship that was hovering with the three lights, the triangle UFO type thing.
Yeah, I saw that.
I know too many people that have seen them. I've seen stuff that definitely something flying around up there. Not just.
Have you seen that? Have you seen the largest drone light show in the world? It's like, you can Google it. It's like as big. It's bigger than a city.
Really?
So I'm just saying, like,
biggest drone show. Yeah, it's amazing what they can do with the drones now. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like, what can you do with lights? Like, what kind of you do? Can we trick a bunch of people? Can we make a bunch of people think UFOs in some suburb?
Most people at least think that UFOs are real at this point. As far as like aliens from outer space, I don't know that many people believe that. And they made it the distances way too long. I mean, I think this is probably like 1,000-year plan, and they're probably planning on trying to, have scripture seem to come true and have Jesus come back and have us all on a plane by then so we could all witness it. But
They can be on a globe Earth, though, but they can be real. Yeah. You just can't.
Well, I mean, the distances to other galaxies is too far away, though. Like, I'm surprised they didn't make it seem like to do the fake alien invasion. They should have said they should have already prepped us with, like, there's other beings on other planets nearby with that idea. Good evidence to show that there's other beings close enough to get to us, but they haven't done that. It would take lifetimes to get here from wherever they say that these things are. It's weird.
Yeah, if someone sees a drone at night, good evidence that there could be life on other planets near us. That was my drone. Oh shit, was it? Oh, sorry. It was live. It's already aired.
It makes much more sense just to say it's outer ponders, because then it's an immediate threat. That would scare the shit out of people way more than from other planets, because you'd have they could tell us we're surrounded by outer ponders, and we had to lie to you. We had treaties, and that's why we lied. But with those people that lied to you are now gone, and you can trust us again. So now we're telling you the truth to get into the smart cities, because that's the only safe place.
You know,
I think you're underestimating the globe brainwashing in people, because in order for this hypothetical futuristic psyop to work, where they'd actually use the flat Earth somehow, the subject of the Earth being flat, somehow use it in a psyop against us, hypothetically. In order for them to do that, you'd have to keep people brainwashed about some kind of subject matter, while at the same time revealing to them while at the same time revealing to them the truth that the Earth is flat, and getting them to accept that openly. And what I'm saying is that step, with so many people, enough people, like, you're not going to do that. Like,
well, it's something that it would get everybody on the same page, and it would follow scripture, like the big truth revealed, right? What bigger truth could there be, right? And it would get people to think that it was scripture that prophesized it, rather than them just making it happen, you know. And that's the whole idea of this New World Order. Everybody's supposed to be on the same page or the same plane across from each other instead of around the world from each other. And it would be like the one world religion of this truth, this truth that they revealed, and it would get everybody, you know, because we all are here because we realize the same thing. And if they and you know, we're just the predecessor maybe to them getting everybody to realize it, and then in that way, they could really have their New World Order.
Well, yeah. See, it functions. Flat Earth as an observation functions, and as a piece of knowledge functions as a foundation of truth. So it's for this reason alone that I'm pretty damn sure it's actually, I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself, so I'm not going to really claim it, but I'm going to say, like, I'm guessing it's actually impossible to use to make a psyop of any kind, or a plan of any kind, where you actually use the knowledge of the Earth being flat against humanity, against mankind, you know? Like, I don't think they can do it. Like, I can understand you're thinking, like, you know, oh, maybe they could fool people this way or this group of people that way. And, you know, I don't think it works that way. I think it really just functions as a foundation of truth so well that it's actually impossible to use the knowledge of the Earth being flat for bad. I don't think you can do it. I mean, unless you can demonstrate it.
But that's why it would work. That's why it would work, because we all realize it. It's not like they have to get people to believe in anything. We can all prove it to ourselves. So they get everybody on the same page and use the truth to sell more lies. Why wouldn't they?
There's the six.
Well, I mean, I guess we'll just find out, but I don't see it as happening that way. Because I mean, thinking, like, you know, just yesterday was the first time I talked to the last of one of my brothers. So now I've had conversations with all 5 of my brothers, my older brothers, about the Earth being flat, you know, directly. And this guy, I was trying to, you know, this brother, I mean, I was trying to get him to, you know, realize that the Earth was stationary by asking him for evidence without saying the words "the Earth is flat and stationary," you know, to him before, trying to get him to, like, accidentally prove it to himself that the Earth is stationary. But he never even got on that. So I just kind of, like, gave up, you know, because he didn't want to, you know, trigger his mind or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, if that brother of mine, if he accepted the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary and openly acknowledged that, I don't think, what I'm saying is I think he'd be much more willing and capable to be critically thinking about other things too. Like, what I'm saying is, I think, I'm not saying he couldn't be fooled
it could
again.
backfire on him, is what you're
I'm saying I
backfire.
think it would be harder to fool him with other stuff. Like, he'd have to admit he'd potentially been lied to about a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is the foundation of Western civilization, this teaching that we live on a spinning ball.
Right.
Because it's such a big lie.
Right.
It would trigger. Yeah, everything else. Like, I could have been lied about other things too.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. It would be so powerful in that way if they did use it. So I'm not bringing it up to try to say that's what they're like. That's what I believe.
I don't understand what you mean by that, though. I don't see your logical connection of they could use it. I don't see that logical connection. How you're illustrating that. I don't see that.
Because if they revealed it in whatever way, they wouldn't have to make people believe it. People just prove it to themselves, and it'd be like in Scripture where the great truth is revealed, and it would be that powerful that everyone wouldn't be able to deny it, because they would be, the only reason that they're not accepting it is they haven't been told it yet. You know, but once they've been told it, it's not a belief.
I still understand how they use it against us.
Well, they could say that the Earth is flat and that we have a dome and that the air is contaminated, and now you have to get in the smart cities. That's just the only idea I was throwing out there. It'd be the perfect way to escort it.
If they hold on. With that scenario you just illustrated, if they openly told people, at the high up down quote unquote if they told people that the Earth is flat and stationary, and then said, oh, and we're inside this container, the whole world inside a big container, but the air inside this container is fluid. You got to get inside the smart cities. At that point in time, those people would be like, "What? You lied to me about that, and now you're telling me to get in this this confined area?" Like, no,
Yeah, they would have to make it like they did away with the people that were lying. And a small example of that would be like Trump coming back into office. Not that he's necessarily going to do that kind of move right away, but like the Trump is going to come back, and maybe Fauci goes to fake jail, right? The fake Fauci goes to fake jail, and it seems like there's this battle that's been won, and we start trusting Trump, and he seems to give us everything we want, but he has a Truth app now. He came out with a Truth app, so now Truth is going to be something that you have to adhere to because fake news is not allowed. But that might include everything that is not allowed to be said by anybody. So it could be like a reverse psychology of it. Like, I'm giving you the truth because we're going to get rid of fake news, but that means that you don't really have freedom of speech as much as you thought you would. That's the kind of weird thing I'm talking about. They use the truth to sell the lie.
I understand what you mean, but still, I think it's worth stating that, the subject of the Earth being flat, more so than, the lie, effectively is a lie about the Earth, telling us that we live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, when in fact we don't. The lie involved with that and the critical thinking that gets someone to come to the realization that it's a lie. That's, as far as I can tell, that's the highest level of, realization. What I'm saying is there is no lie bigger than that one. So the idea of telling someone the truth about that lie and getting them to openly acknowledge that they were lied to about that, and then trying to fool them about something that's all a bunch of smaller lies, like, I think they'd be willing to dig up the truth on those other ones. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I hear you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hopefully that's the way it goes. I'm not saying that's what they're doing or what I necessarily think is going to happen, but it's something they could do. And I think if they wanted to kill Flat Earth, they could have done it a long time ago. With the algorithms.
Going just by what I see when I type in 24/7 Flat Earth into YouTube, because the channel this is broadcasted to comes up, as the first thing. But everything below it is just the most clownish bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life. Just anti-Flat Earth bullshit that's just really just so far out there. Like, I really don't see them going the other direction, not even an inch.
But it's interesting because if Flat Earth ever does go mainstream, then it's going to suck.
No, that doesn't make any sense. That's my point. That doesn't make sense. It's just an observation. It's not like it's a culture. It's not like it's a dance style.
Right. No, that's what I'm talking about. If they make it a dance style, if they try to commercialize it, that would be going mainstream. Like if there's mainstream acceptance of the flat Earth, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Then people, even the normies, would know, right?
Just because everybody knows the Earth is flat and we've been lied to doesn't mean that it's going to fix our problems. And if anything, it's an awesome catalyst or launch for the Antichrist, for somebody who's going to solve all the problems of the world. But it's not going to fix our problems. I think it's the first step to look, this is my reality. I shouldn't listen to people. But then the second step, you know what I mean, is because the Earth used to be flat. Remember? People were still trying to create a one world order.
I disagree. I disagree. I think that telling people the Earth is flat would solve not all of our problems, but I'd say half of our problems at least. And I'll tell you exactly why. Because people don't think critically. And if they realize that the Earth is flat and stationary and realize they were lied to about that and openly acknowledge that, then they would be thinking critically, and half of our problems would go away.
Yeah, but it's not going to solve the problem of control and propaganda, deception. I mean, just because people wake up to that truth doesn't mean they're going to wake up to the the actual truth or to real science or the creator, because we're still going to have to sort that out. We don't have an origin story or the flat Earth, a consensus. You know what I mean?
I don't think the masses, getting the masses on our side, seems like seems like the goal in a weird way, but it's not really necessarily the best thing for us, because then that means that they're accepting it and pushing it themselves. Because the only way the masses would ever get on the page with us is if the streams are open up for the dissemination of information to actually get to them, and that means that then they're using it rather than they just can't deal with 24/7. That it's an organic movement in my opinion, but at the same time, I think that they're helping it for whatever reason, just for the separation it causes, maybe, but maybe something bigger than that. Maybe that's following scripture would be a great device of control.
But it is. That's why we have to get rid of all religions, because it's always going to be the thing that divides the new world order, I guess.
Yeah, spirituality and religion are totally different, right?
But I don't hold on. I don't think we should get rid of all religions. But I think that if everyone on Earth knew that the Earth was flat and stationary, I think that there would be less religious extremists that are violent, and less extremists that are violent, period, for that matter. Political ones even as well.
Well,
they just started saying God is watching you, and we know we have the connection to God, and now you're judged for everything you do. And what if they started using it in that way to make the religious indoctrination even worse?
The authority of science would crumble, because now science has to be thrown out because it's bullshit. This whole evolution / Big Bang / all these theories, gravity. It's going to be destroyed.
That part of science, not all of science.
And no one's going to trust anyone. No one's going to trust anyone as far as like real science / God, the creator. It's going to, I think it'll probably cause more division.
It could, yeah.
That doesn't have a consensus, as far as science and religion, or I don't know if religion will even be a thing. If there's a creator, people will probably fight even more who the real creator is and try to prove science. Like this is real science. Look, cause and effect. Look, experiments. These are real experiments. You know what I mean? Oh, and then there's the 60-degree then there's the Atlantic Treaty. It's like a fence. Like who's gonna fight to go out and figure out what's really out there? Like, how does that work?
Well, that's why I think if they did absorb it and they used the outer ponder idea and had the UFOs, which they do, and used directed energy weapons and used these outer ponders / secret government or whatever, even if there are outer ponders, they could fake the outer ponders and say that that's why this neighborhood got zapped, because they didn't do what they were told. And they just have to have that example, and you'll have real-time gods you could control people with or inspire people with. There could be a good and a bad, and they'll use both. They could even make a heaven outer ponder and a hell outer ponder, and you get to go to that heaven outer ponder for good, and the hell outer ponder is where you don't want to be sent.
Valhalla,
That kind of
or have like a Valhalla for warriors that die with honor.
It makes a lot more sense than the aliens from space, because then they wouldn't have to use costumes for the aliens. They could just use humans and dress them up like they're more advanced.
Yeah, but again,
that would work
this
regardless.
idea of yours just keeps going on with the idea of letting people know that the Earth is flat and then trying to fool them about something else. Like, some people, on this same subject, I think is fascinating. Like the sheer number of people, and I've mentioned this before on here, the sheer number of people that I hand out these cards to and tell people the Earth is flat too, and who accept the truth, but yet they're still maskies. And they'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, the Earth is flat and stationary. I'm all right with that, yeah. Okay, I can accept that, yeah. And then I bring up the Miley Cyrus subject and how you shouldn't have that thing strapped onto your face. and they're like, "Oh, no, you think you're wrong about that."
Yeah, they're
But
not
I
going
can
to get
show
it
the
all.
Earth is flat and stationary. So I mean, like to a certain degree, it's true. You can have someone accept that the Earth is flat and stationary, and they can be fooled about other things. But I mean, like, I don't know, the things you're talking about, them being fooled about, like, I don't know. Like, my point is, it's still the minority. Like, I think the most people, they I don't think you can fool them about that sort of stuff.
If they actually made some kind of like fake war about the whole, like if they had it be that the people that were, giving us the lies, are somehow banished, right, or conquered, and then the people that are telling you the truth are the new people in charge, then you would believe it. You would say, okay, well, those, not that you'd believe the Earth is flat because it's not a belief. I'm just saying you might trust those people if they're revealing the great truth and getting rid of the people that were lying to you.
I mean, it's just an experience, right? It's not like you can fly up into. What if the Earth is? What if your experience is just a simulation?
Well, you'd have to observe a place outside of this place for this to be a simulation, but we don't observe a place outside of this place.
Not yet.
What about a place inside?
Yeah, so like your
if you think about
PS2,
it,
Grand
we
Theft
don't
Auto.
even know where we are right now, so you can't say what we have, like what we know about where we are currently. Even like what any of the countries look like. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you've only seen what they present to you, unless you can. I mean, how many people have really experienced all these places they see on TV? You guys been to Africa?
Even with the ball that they're showing us on one side of the ball, it's like all water. So like if this pond is the area, pretty much what they're saying, there's lots of room in that whole other side of the ball that's pretty much all water to have lots of continents and lands and stuff, even in this pond.
I mean, the thing is, you have to be awake to experience this thing, that we call the real world, right? Like, but when you're asleep, you're experiencing another world, right? Like, so do we really know the difference between the two worlds? Just because we're in this world a lot longer, in this reality a lot longer than the sleep realm. Think about how our brains process the senses, the information coming from the senses, the light from the eyes and the pressure from the air, the ears, the sound pressure. Temperature on the skin, the nose, picking up all this data that the brain is interpreting or converting to an image or a hallucination or a dream that we are all experiencing or in. That makes sense? Okay, never mind. That was crazy. Sorry. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? It's like
you were nailing it. You were nailing it.
We're in the same dream. And like, when you're hallucinating, not seeing, when you're seeing things, that's different, but we're all seeing the same hallucination. I don't know. I'm just trying.
I want to agree, but it seems like people are seeing something else, But yeah, we should be seeing the same thing.
Right. And then there's that, what you see in your mind's eye of the world, right, is what is real to you. Okay? Like, because whether somebody fooled your senses, right, and you believe it, you believe the lie, that's still real to you, and you're still going to act and behave according to what you believe is real. So it's unlike, a dream. We accept the reality we are presented with, Truman, on TV. The Matrix is all around us. When you wake up, when you go to work, You pay your taxes. What does that mean? Like, what the hell? I'm not trying to say this movie knows shit, but
It's
the globe is a prison for your mind.
Yeah.
Like your
It's the
whole
world.
everything you're doing isn't what you're supposed to be doing. It's what they want you to be doing.
It's what they want you to
Even like
think.
what you want to do. Even
Yeah.
what you want to do.
Yeah. You
For
do
example, college demand, like what's in demand for like what you should even go for, you know? What you should learn about in college so that you fill the demand. It's whose demand is that? You know? Are
it's
you
programmed the world. Yeah, it's like this is how the world is.
exactly?
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth?
Could be something simple like separation from nature.
I was thinking the other day, like, how did people used to brush their teeth before toothpaste? Like, why don't we know this?
Yeah, no
How?
doubt. That's so weird. It's just gone. All that information's just done.
Hey,
Goes
like,
away.
what about showering? Like, what did we used to use for soap or soap? Like, why don't we know these things? Like,
It's sad, man. And you know, another thing is this seems I don't know how much of history is real, but this seems real. Ancient um Chinese and Japanese certain portions of the country. They had the timelines, the family trees, and the scrolls, you know what I'm saying? Like family mattered so much more, if that makes any sense. That's some like enough that they're tracking all their family lines for a long time, you know, with these scrolls, like family trees.
oh yeah, our culture does that too. Samoans, we have it's oral, and now it's written. It's written down now, but it used to be oral, and it goes all the way back to the first, the beginning of time. When the first man was crazy, eh? I
No
know how
way.
much.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
That's crazy.
it's crazy, but science comes along and be like, this is real science. That's you get your people were superstitious and crazy. They didn't really know this is real science. That's this is real magic. That magic is weak. It's like, yes, this magic is pretty weak. I like your magic better. It's very strong. Bang. Gunpowder and metal. That's the good stuff. Especially metal. The iron, the steel, and the gunpowder. Pretty much like the chemistry, because our chemistry is like more like botany chemistry. It's like plants, we didn't have the metal and the all those other cool magical elements. Yeah.
Yo, for the person that asked, what did we use before toothpaste? There's a tree, literally called the toothbrush tree, where they just took they took like little pieces of it, like the root of it, and they used it as a toothbrush. They still do it today, actually. A lot of like Muslims still use it today.
Yeah, yeah. I heard it was a tree. The thing you chewed, yeah.
Hey, real quick, Orion, I just put a couple commercials in the live stream voice text. One's Ewan McGregor, and he's walking through like a set, and they show astronauts on strings, and then he walks behind a TV, and then there's astronauts like they're in space, right? So that's a mainstream commercial they keep showing over and over again. The other one is Matthew McConaughey, and he's like in the beginning going, space, the final frontier, and he's looking out into space, and he goes, nah, we need to worry about what's going on down here on Earth, and they pan out, and he's in a balloon, not in space. So that's mainstream flat Earth, right? Your face, right there.
Hollywood. How easy it is, eh?
Hollywood.
Oh, well, wait. That sounded like more like an environmentalist kind of ploy thing you were describing with the Matthew McConaughey thing.
Right, but he's saying it's all started with like space, the final frontier. Like we need to go to space. Nah. He goes, nah, and he's in a balloon. So they're showing us the illusion. Get it?
Yeah. In your face.
Well, so I'm kind of wondering, do you think that the people that are responsible for that commercial existing in the first place are the same kind of people that are responsible for the content that shows up on YouTube below the channel that this one's broadcasting on?
I think they control both sides of it, yeah.
Well, because one is, as you're saying, with this, showing people that the Earth is flat, right?
Well, at least alluding to it.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. That why would they be doing that over there and the opposite over here?
Because that's how they do everything. They always control both sides.
Matthew McConaughey.
I don't see how that doesn't make any sense. Like I don't get that. Like I understand controlling both sides in a war,
opposition. Yeah,
but
that's how they do everything psychologically.
Well, I mean the FlatEarthSociety.org, who or whatever the hell runs that. Yeah, that's controlled opposition. But are you saying the commercial is controlled opposition? I don't get it.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it's all controlled.
Matthew McConaughey transcended space-time with the power of love to save the world in the movie Interstellar. I mean, the power of that man's face. It's like, this is the guy in that awesome space movie that's sick. Yeah, let's save our planet. Love. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, like the very powerful.
Don't you think it's safe to say anyone that's paying any attention really already knows that we're not on a spinning ball? Like a lot more people than we'd ever even imagine.
Yeah. So it's like
it's either they did it on purpose, or it's too late and they have to absorb it, or they're just going to gaslight us with those kind of things and keep the conflict going forever.
It's like get your mind off.
Take a poll.
It's like that's the message.
Take a poll if you want to know for sure if that's true or not. You gotta go out with a clipboard, talk to 100 random people, ask them if they think the Earth is a ball or if they acknowledge that it's flat and stationary.
A lot of them wouldn't admit that they even think that, though. People might know it without wanting to admit it to themselves still.
Well, it doesn't
like all our friends.
Then you're going into, just guessing what people are thinking, which is, what the hell would you do that for?
In the 2 years, like when I went out in Hollywood with Flat Earth Dude and was flat smacking people on Hollywood Boulevard almost 3 years ago, even within the first year, we saw a big difference. It, like the way people reacted the first time was like basically get the fuck out of here. Then a year later, it was like a lot more people had heard about it at least. And then a year after that, there were people high-fiving us. That's how fast it's changed. That's how fast the general populace, and you could tell just by the reactions people have when they walk by your stand. And the kids know. The kids know because they have the internet. They've looked on both sides. They're savvy. They realize that it's not a spinning ball, a lot more than we'd ever think. So either we can continue that, the cool people just get to be the ones that looked into it and have lots of cool friends that know the truth, but they're not telling us the truth. I'm just saying, if they do tell us the truth and it goes quote unquote mainstream, they're doing it for some kind of reason.
I'll make sure to point out when that's happening because I don't see it. I see it going the other direction. Lots of media organizations that like to spend a lot of time talking about other things and don't ever talk about the Earth being flat.
Well, they have subtle ways of doing it. I think they're faking space poorly on purpose and showing us the ISS fakery. Like, they don't have to show us shit. They could just take the money and do whatever they want with it. Tell us they're going to space. They don't have to put on a show and do it badly on purpose. So they're gaslighting us. At least we know that. Those harness videos didn't just leak; they were shown to us, right?
I still just find it remarkable how it scares some people. Just the subject of the Earth being flat. Like the other day, I was walking through Trader Joe's, and this woman, she must have been like 50 years old or something, and she was just asking me how I was and how my day was going. I was asking how she was doing. She's like, yeah, doing fine, And like as she's like handing me my change as I'm walking out, I'm like telling her the Earth is flat and stationary. It's like, wait, what? What do you say? I lean closer to her and I say so she could hear clearly. The Earth is flat and stationary, and I'm like, holding my hand up to make a flat physical shape with my hand, flat, not a globe. And she didn't say anything from that on, or no, she did because I said, have a nice. She didn't say anything in response to that, but just had this look on her face like she was just
like
scared. Like she just was absolutely scared. Like the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary scared this woman. I don't know why, but it just did. And I said to her, like, hey, have a nice day and everything. And she's like, yeah, you too and everything. And they're like, I'm just like, I don't. That's what I'm saying is like, when you say like, you think, they might tell the truth about the Earth being flat, but then somehow fool these people with other things. I don't know, man. I don't know what that kind of propaganda would do that woman. Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I always say it's like offering them a permanent hit of acid. Because you might as well have just said, I just dosed your drink with a permanent hit of acid. Like, if she had learned that, she'd be anybody would be terrified. Even we would refuse that. But that's what it's like, pretty much.
Because you're probably also.
But I mean, would you even get her to accept it to begin with? Like would she even be like, oh, the shit, the TV says that the Earth is flat now, but do I even believe it? I mean, I guess, or do I even acknowledge that? I don't know.
If the TV says it's true, that's the
where I would go with that kind of individual.
Isn't it funny when you talk? Isn't it funny when you talk to people like about flat Earth or whatever, and they like friends that they know you're right, but they don't want to talk to you about it anymore, or they don't want to accept that you're right, and they say, well, if it ever comes out, and even flat earthers will say, if it ever comes out, it already came out, it's out, people know. So if it comes out in the quote unquote way they mean, that means that the media is talking about it as, like that's the truth now. And they will believe it if the news people tell them.
I mean, it has to come out on social media. It means it has to be like tweeted and as it's cool, like.
Well, it already has.
About it. Has. Things have to be made about it and shit.
Hasn't it? There's been lots of tweeting and memes, and I mean, people. It's something you find out. It's not something you believe. So, and it's something that has gone through social media. It was trending or whatever, right? So.
I don't know, man. Because they associated with anti-government and anti, the other thing. That's why if you think of a person like that, like okay, this guy's a flat earther. He's also all these other crazy things. I bet. Just get away from.
Have you seen that show Space Force? Somebody
Yeah.
put a clip in that stream the other night. They were talking about it, and that was like basically like a flat. Like the clip was basically saying, "Yeah, the Earth is flat. Come on!" Like it was like us sitting there. Like they had scripted us into the Space Force program, where it's like we know it's flat. Come on, people figured it out. Anybody that's paying attention already knows. I'm sure there's tons of Hollywood actors. Some people don't want to know still, but most people that are have
They
half
flat earthers.
a
I think
brain
they
know.
have on it, but it was
Yeah, most people aren't going to watch that and think of that as the truth, though. I mean,
No, it's gaslighting.
they're not.
Gaslighting. No, yeah, but anybody that's actually looked into it realizes it. It's not a belief, so.
It was a wedding, and I think there was Fire Society on it, was it? Or am I thinking of another show? I think I'm thinking of another show. It's a cartoon.
Yeah, there's that, what is it called? Inside Job? The show's called Inside Job, I think, right? So they've made conspiracy commercialized already.
Yeah. I mentioned that on here before. That's the only example I can think of where they've actually gotten malicious with the sort of propaganda against flat earthers. Like, so what I mean is that's the only example I know of where they actually actively depict people saying that the Earth is flat and stationary, flat earthers, as violent as they do it in that cartoon. They have them show up at some government facility with guns and be like, "Oh, take us to the edge, take us to the edge," makes them look all retarded and shit.
Yeah,
it makes them look like a bunch of slack-jawed yokels with guns saying, "Oh, take us to the edge" and shit like that, and they try to take people hostage, and it's just a bunch of bullshit. But the point is that that's their low shot. That's their foul ball. I forget what term I'm looking for. It's a cheap shot. It's a cheap shot. Is what I'm saying.
Right, but they could have done much worse. Oops. They could have done much worse by now. Like if they really wanted to stop flat Earth, they could have made one of these school shootings totally like directly a flat earther or some other fake thing and made it like made us enemy number one. They've made. I mean, there's hit pieces, but they make us look. And people have to laugh at it before they accept it. That's I think the strategy.
That wouldn't work. That would fuck everything up.
They could fuck it up if they wanted to, but they're using it some way. Whether it's just to divide or whether they have a longer plan, I don't know. I mean, the videos were all suggested to us, at one point.
Well, look, they teach pilots, they teach professionals that work with long distance land, right? That's assume that it's a non-rotating, flat stationary plane.
Exactly.
Okay, and at the same time, they believe that it's a ball. So I mean, it's a success.
Well, all the kids playing video games know that their environment is a stationary level environment, right? And it doesn't match what they're saying about the Earth.
I mean, I don't know how long they can keep it up, but that's why I bring up simulation theory, especially with the metaverse, especially with AI.
They're pushing that too. They're totally pushing that.
Elon Musk, especially with this AI thing. I don't think the AI knows anything, but they're pushing it because they're like, if you could ask the AI anything, like, what would be the most important question you'd ask him? And he said, "What's outside of the simulation?" And I was like, "What the fuck, man? There's all these fucking questions you can't ask. He asked the dumbest fucking." I was like, "See, this guy's pushing fucking simulation." But they are definitely gonna try and use, the metaverse, this whole blockchain, technology, 5G. But anyways, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that they may just let it be anybody's interpretation and not make an announcement about what it is or isn't, but make it a little bit more even within all these areas. So like you could say you believe that it's a simulation or it's the outer space. Just let the religion of outer space continue, and then people that think there's outer pounders or think that it's a stationary Earth might interpret the alien invasion as outer pounders, even if they don't tell us it's that. Maybe they don't. They want to keep all. It's not like they don't want to ever kill any narratives. They just want to control them all.
Well, if you can control reality, if you can control people's reality and what they believe, this is before technology, but now after technology, you can augment reality. It's called augmented reality, virtual reality, and it's basically things you do in the metaverse, on the internet, in the spiritual world. That's what I call it. It affects the physical world, and things in the physical world affects the metaphysical world. That's what I call it now, metaphysical, metaverse, whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, it's like freaking the Matrix almost. Like, how can, like, now, like, if people don't believe their senses now, like, how are they going to believe anything? Their senses in the future when their world, like, look, people don't know how to grow food and provide for themselves. Well, in the metaverse, when everything is provided for you because you're in the system, like, how do you, and you don't know anything and you rely totally on the system? Probably safer to stay in the system and be provided for, you know? Maybe be on some kind of IV, I don't know. Or maybe in those little, like in the Matrix, you know, those little pods. That would be cool, right? Everything the human body needs, all the proteins and amino acids. That's just, you know, I'm speculating crazy.
Sounds good, though. Sounds good. It's something we should all think about, actually. So, good bit of speculation there.
Oh, Jin CBR1, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Behold, the flat earth,
One and only.
loudest flat earther you'll ever meet.
The loudest and
Behold.
proudest.
Say that again.
What's up, G?
Don't worry, I've been out there smashing those delusional scumbags. You know, I've been
What
giving
else?
it to them good and hard. The truth, that is. The truth, that is.
Good addendum right there.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know that some people like to go into the gutter, keep it clean, family show and all that.
The way you said it sounded like it came straight from the gutter. Like, I gave it to him good and hard.
No, I've been reminding them that these characters don't have the excellence and the integrity of a blade of grass. For when you behold the beauty and the integrity of the blade of grass, yeah, it's something to behold. The magnificence and the splendor. They don't have any of that. Yeah. You see?
No, they
Words
do.
can really destroy people.
Jin's on some Bruce Lee
Yeah,
bullshit.
I don't think it's fair to say that they don't have that. They have it, and they don't.
No, they don't
They
have
do.
it.
They do what
They
they
don't have
the
it. No,
God-given
they don't have it.
design.
They
do
don't
a
have it. They've
disservice.
thrown it away. They have thrown it away. They have turned their back on it. They don't have that excellence. They don't have it. When I speak to them like that, I'm trying to get them back to that excellence. But they have to make some concessions. They have to concede that they were wrong, and they haven't done that yet, so they don't have it. They are less than elephant and rhino feces, poo mixed together. They're less than that. But that mixture can fertilize earth. You can grow substance. You can live. They are less than that. They are lower than the belly of a snake. That is low, man.
Oh,
That is
jeez.
low.
Forgive them.
That's intense.
Forgive them for they know not how they err.
I'm telling them how they are. They can't say they don't know because I'm telling them. No, they're not getting away with that either.
It's a malfunction, man. Sometimes people just they're dumb and they just can't take the criticism. They don't understand it and stuff like that. You know, you have to feel pity for them.
Tough love.
That's why I'm doing it. That's why I'm doing it. That's
Yeah,
why
I'd rather
I am
hear
doing
from Antonio Banderas, you know?
That's what my
That is
uncle
why
said
I'm
after
doing
he
it.
kicked my ass. He's like, I did that because I love you. It's like,
That's right.
Uh-huh.
That's right. That is exactly right. You got to be cruel. You got to be cruel to be kind, as the song goes.
What's that phrase? Forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Not what they do. That's from Jesus Christ. But they know what they're doing because I'm telling them what they're doing. Come on. No, that they're not going to get away with that. Nah.
Yeah, what you're
No
talking about is
forgiveness
the
there.
distinction between willful ignorance and ignorance. So when someone cuts you
Yeah.
off, they probably don't know that, they probably didn't realize they cut you off. Just chill out, relax, keep driving. Right? But when
Yeah.
people are willfully ignorant, that's different.
There you are.
How would you
There you
distinguish
are.
between willful ignorance and malice?
It's like
Well,
when
it's
you
quite easy.
There's a scripture beginning of Romans. I often hear Helio quoting it, but it talks about how, only, I think it says, only a fool says there's no God because his, fingerprints are on everything. And, when you really look and study the world, and then you think that, we came from just like some rocks and, the table of elements, that's where we came from, just all random like. That would be the willful ignorance, I think.
So would it be fair to say that if there's no harm caused, then it doesn't cross the line to malice? It's just willful.
There's a lot of harm caused because it's been educated through the education system, which is an indoctrination system.
That's exactly
in
where I
itself.
was going with it, Jin. Like,
Yeah,
is
there's
the
harm being
hiding
done
of
there.
truth, can you argue that causes harm? Because I think you
know
can.
it's
Yeah,
it's flat, but people say it's not flat, it's a ball. Or when something looks like a male because it has a penis, but people are like, "Oh, you don't know that."
There you go.
No, it's
Well
like, what the
said.
fuck?
Yeah. No.
You don't know that just because it has a penis.
It's doing immense harm because imagine like now the way I feel now. Imagine
harm. I see what
the
you
way
did
I'm feeling now as a flat earther. If I'd known this in my youth, man, I'd be unstoppable. Doing good, that is. Doing good. Yeah. The world would be a much, much, much better place. They've set us back centuries, as far as I'm concerned, at the moment. And you know this Ukraine nonsense. Humanity is involved in this. It's the fault of humanity because humanity is voting for its devaluation, expecting something. But look at what's happened. Go get your jab, for example. Now it's raining bombs. We are all to blame for that. Well, those of us who went out and voted for the so-called democracy, which is actually dictatorship. So no. I'm real, man. I'm telling you now, man, yeah? We are to blame for what's going on. Until man stands up and gets the soldiers to put down the guns and get them on our side as well, and then throw out the scum, expose them for what they are. No, we're going to get more of this. And we are to blame.
Drag them down the street and then hang.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Drag them by their ankles on the street.
I'm going to own that. I'm going to own that one. We're all to blame. Humanity is to blame for what's going on in Ukraine. We know it's well planned in the Bilderberg Group and that. The fact is, we shouldn't allow them to have that meeting as such. We shouldn't be voting. I mean, that is the worst act ever at the moment. Thinking you are doing something for your benefit. Are you mad? Look at what's going on. Look at what's happened in the past. They're laughing at us, man. Do you know what I did today? I revisited a movie that I watched in Britain when I was a kid. It's called Lord of the Flies. Right? Lord of the Flies. Some kids were being evacuated from the Second World War in Britain, and their plane crashed over a Pacific island, so uninhabited island. So they're there now. Okay? And you can see how do you know the film? Does anybody know that story? Lord of the Flies.
Had to watch it in school.
1963. I watched it as a kid myself. Yeah. And I just see that is what's going on at the moment. Scumbags in control. Weak,
bullies,
spineless scum in control. And the masses are just following like dumb, ignorant fools.
It's just what
Yeah,
we
Lord of the
have.
Flies.
What could happen to us, the people,
Mm.
if left to our own devices?
Yeah, we can do better though. We can do better because if I was on that island, that scrawny little skinny scumbag boy would have been slapped up completely because there was no black boy there, all British. If I was there, that boy would have been smacked to smithereens because my ethos is we all live together. My best friends at school were those boys who were being bullied at school. I stopped the bullying. That was me. So I know that I'm not here to be the leader. Lead comes from everybody. Yeah. I'm not the leader as such. I'm more the protector of the group, the leader. Yeah, that was my role as a kid. As a kid, growing up, going to secondary school, my best friends were those boys who were being bullied because I stopped the bullies bullying the kids.
Yes.
Yeah, those are my friends. So I know that boy in that movie, if that had been a reality, he would have been taken out, smacked up, not killed, but reminded that no, you do not have any say in what goes on. Stand back. Let the ones who really want things to happen speak up, because they're the ones that are going to make the new world, not you. You have to follow us. Otherwise, go your own way. Yeah. But that's what I'm living in. That's what I'm living in, you see. So there you are. I come to Japan. I'm the only school that's refunding money. Kids are sick. Adults are doing overtime. They're getting 100% refund. I make 0 N. They say no one does that in this country. I said, I know. But I can't live by making money because you are sick or because you had to make overtime. So you lose money. I wouldn't want to lose that money. So I cannot take it from you. So here it is in return. So that's my integrity. I'm not gonna go down without fighting for that. Believe you me. And that's what we need to be doing. So when it's happening in Ukraine, humanity is involved in that. That's what's wrong. Because, that's us allowing that to happen. Because none of us are standing up. We are voting. If the worst act we could ever do. We were born free. The earth was meant for us to live on. So if we're going to be looking to others, with bombs, taking our money, right? And then they bomb us to death. And then we pay to be bombed to death. I mean, look at what's going on. Right. Be real, yeah? You're a flat earther now. It's time, you got to stand up. You got to scream this reality till people wake up. You've got to do it. And that's what I'm doing. Went into a shop yesterday. The man saying to me, the first time in 2 years, the man said to me, where's your mask? I said, what do you mean, where's my mask? Please pass me what I need. Shut up. Pass me what I need, yeah? Okay. If you are scared of the virus, that's you. I haven't been sick 44 years. Do you understand? 44 years not sick. 20 years in your country not sick. You're doing something wrong, not me, yeah? Give me my bloody stuff I want. You idiot.
You actually told him to shut up?
Yeah, of course I told him to shut up. I goes, yeah, and I said to his wife, if you're scared of the virus or whatever, do some research. You have a smartphone, was smart enough and do the research, yeah? I've been in your country 20 years. You know me, King's English School. You know me, right? You see me.
It's all in Japanese?
Oh, of course.
Oh, you're a gangster, man.
Of course. I said,
just imagine it.
Right. So, but yeah, she said about the other customers. She said I don't care about the other customers. When they come in, I will educate them, I said. I will educate them on their mistake. Okay? Don't think because I come in here, I know nothing. I know more than you. I'm a gaijin, yeah? A foreigner. You copied the foreigners. That's your history. Is it not? Right, then give me my goods. Bloody cheek. I went mad yesterday. Yeah, man. Fucking man. They know me. Yeah. And I'm the man that's cleaning up. Look, I go and empty my rubbish. These idiots are so scared of catching COVID from the rubbish that they don't even put their rubbish in properly. So it's a big mess. Who tidies it up? Who's been tidying up for the last 3 years? Me.
The entire neighborhood?
Pissing down with rain, it's snowing, whatever. That area is cleaned up because I'm showing them, I'm not scared of your fucking COVID, am I? Right, and it's your rubbish. There you go. I don't have to do it, but I do it to show you that, one, I'm not scared of catching COVID. Two, this is how we do it when we're in London. We don't do this. Do it like animals, okay?
I mean,
there you go.
when's the last time you were in London, man?
Well, 22 years ago.
There's some neighborhoods that are pretty dirty.
No. We got in London, when you go and do your rubbish, there's all bins set up. Paper, cardboard, recyclable green bottles, brown bottles, what? It's set up beautifully.
Yeah.
Because that's why you pay your residential tax. So it's done here in Japan. It's all happening under a net, all like animals. But I tidy it all up.
For the entire neighborhood, or?
For my neighborhood, yeah.
Yeah. That's admirable.
Right. I'm trying to show them, and this is winter, jeans in shorts, lycra, t-shirts. Because they said that we black people are more susceptible to this virus. We can get it easy, yeah? Look at me. Am I getting it? No. Right, there you are then. Thank you. You think I'm living for nothing? Don't be silly. You think I've worked this hard for some scumbags in America and from the WHO to dismantle my truth? You're mad. Absolutely. Wherever I go, I'm going to be talking about this. Bars, toilets, fucking laundrettes, shopping malls. That's all I'm talking. Flat Earth, vaccines. That's it. That's what they've got to get in their heads. Yes, are you scared of the virus, are you?
Yeah, Jin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's cool down on the sea stuff, okay?
Yeah, I understand, yeah. I got you. But
you know what I mean. Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah. I follow you.
You're doing good work, man. You're doing good work. We are talking to people directly in real life. It makes more.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more productive than.
It's more productive than
all this stuff right here.
Well,
but again, this server is meant for Flat Earth, and the coming new Discord terms of service will.
I totally understand. Yeah, I'm aware of the new, the revised regulations that are coming in, and we can't. Yeah, so by the end of March,
I'm not aware of them. What's like the key thing that they're
Flat Earth
changing
related, which
that
is
affects
fine.
us?
Everything's happening on the Flat Earth. What I'm talking about, anyway, folks.
So Discord is hammering down on disinformation. Yeah, so Discord is hammering down on disinformation and misinformation.
Yeah.
That's all they say, just disinformation, misinformation? Those
disinformation.
key terms.
That's right. I understand.
Those catch-all.
Behold the beauty of the flat line. The most beautiful flat line you'll ever see. It's the horizon, signaling and officially stamping on your head that the earth is flat. That's the beauty of that straight line.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have had a DM percentage. You should have had a DM from Discord. I think if you search your DMs, Discord sent you one, an official one, which they state the new terms of service.
No, I blocked Discord.
Oh. You should go on the website. It's everywhere.
They kept on spamming me. I just blocked their asses.
28th of March will be the new terms of service.
Cool. Yeah, Jin saying the horizon, the flat line of life. You'll see it until that flat line.
I heard about it anyway. I heard about it. Yeah. All right. Behold.
Till your heart stops beating. The flat line of death, which is the second beauty.
Yeah. When you've done your best and you pass on. Oh yeah. So you have to stand up for the truth. It doesn't matter whatever. Even with Discord and its regulations, it can never stop you being who you are. That can never happen. And that's never going to happen.
Are you saying they're trying to ban Flat Earth?
Sorry?
Are you saying they're trying to ban Flat Earth now?
I don't think
they're they're trying to... No, they're not trying to ban Flat Earth. They don't want any side
He said was Yeah, we don't want to get banned for anything but flat Earth. We know we only got a limited amount of time. We don't want to speed up that time.
Yeah, we want to be able to give as much help to people.
Can you
who come
expound
to the
on
server.
how you know you have a limited amount of time? What do you mean by that?
Well, I think that what they've done is they've tried to do everything but directly attack us to see if that would work. And I think eventually that's not going to work, because if the Earth really is flat, and people can really go out and measure it for themselves, and 95% of the people live by the sea, and the rest of those people live by probably a large body of water, it's only a matter of time.
That's right.
That they
Remember, folks.
shut down the flat Earth servers in Discord, you mean?
It's only a matter of time for they have to shut everything down, because once you start like to control the narrative, like you have to like really double down every time.
Of course they do. Of course they do.
I'm with you. But in terms of the context, you guys are speaking as if the flat Earth servers are going to be shut down. It's a matter of time, that they're going to shut down.
Yeah, it is a matter of time, honestly.
That's been established. I think that's just, a speculative claim, and the way you guys are saying it is as if it's a certainty. And even if it were to happen, we would just go to a different medium. So I don't think
exactly.
A bigger worry.
That's what I was saying, that they can't stop us no matter what, even if they shut the server down. Doesn't mean we're gone. No.
I mean, it does show, it's indicative of, the establishment's like propaganda and how they're, trying to censor everything and stuff, if it does happen. But I don't think it's a deal breaker.
That's why you wear flat Earth clothing and you initiate flat Earth conversations wherever you go, Even if you're on the train taking a ride. Flat Earth, folks. The Earth is indeed flat, okay? Do not say you weren't told. Gin CBO, I'm speaking on the train as we're all on our way to work. Diddly-dee, 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 diddly-dee on the train, yeah? Okay. Good morning, folks. Flat Earth, all right? Thank you. And then I'll just go back to reading the newspaper. What fucking news has it got? I don't know. Probably Motorcycle Magazine. But that's what I'm like. That's where you've got to be at now. When they do that, you've got to be in their faces with it, literally. Just blast it out on the carriage. Just blast it out. Do some research. Look for it. Go and find it. Beware of the debunking videos, because they're obviously, if you read a debunking video and you believe in that, then you've given up. What are the odds that somebody like me on the train on the way to work in the morning, everyone's aftershave perfume overwhelming the carriage, talking about flat Earth? Okay? Start to think, are you a sheep or are you somebody who wants to know the truth?
Jen, let me ask you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you talk to people about flat Earth, is your goal simply to just raise awareness about the flat Earth, or is it kind of indirectly to make them start thinking about God and that they were created, and to work towards
well, you see
that?
You see, that's it. That is it, because flat Earth leads people to God. You see, that's why I use the word, the beauty of the flat Earth, the Creator creates for us. You understand? So I'm not a religious man myself, not by any means, but those words will come out, that I know that this Earth was not made by man. And it's flat, it's level, and they're going to know that, of course. The idea is for them to connect with nature, which brings them back to God, obviously.
So would you agree then that flat Earth, in and of itself, isn't really, important, but it's just the ramifications
No,
of
it's
it?
important. It's very important.
Why?
Very important.
In and of itself, I'm saying, per se, like, in a...
No, it's encompassing of the Creator. Has to be.
Yeah,
because once they realise that the Earth is in the ball and they've been lied to, the next thing is they're going to think, wow, and then if they're thinking logically, they're going to think, how did this Earth come to be then? And it's flat, the Creator. No one else could have done it. No man did it. No human being.
Yeah, it's like a gateway to what comes after, which is like, the real important stuff. That's the real meat of it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They will reconnect with God, and in whichever way they choose to do that.
That's what science is supposed to be, but instead of revealing that, science is, right? As if it's doing it on purpose, and it doesn't make any sense, and all the stories we're told about not God doesn't make any sense, but we're supposed to believe. You know, the
Yeah.
nonsense.
Ridiculous. Oh, that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
But the evidence will always lead, you know, that's what science does. You know, when you study things, it leads you to how it came to be, right?
Yeah.
And then you're either gonna follow the evidence or you're gonna make something up to hide the real understanding, knowledge.
Such true words. Such true words. Because I was 6 years old when I realized I couldn't put the leaf back on the tree that I pulled off. Pulled the leaf off the trees for this nature study project we're doing at school. Ladybugs, insects in a jar, put a paper on top or a tissue, you know, elastic band, little holes so the thing could breathe. But I wanted to put the leaves back because I knew that the leaves were going to die. But then that's when I realized, yeah, the creator created this. I'm destroying it. I'm never going to do that again, is what I said. I made that mind up at 6 years old, and I couldn't wait to get the insects released back into their habitat after the project. So, and I knew. I just
You
knew,
understood,
the power.
understood what life was. Is that life came from a creator that it couldn't have. It's not something that you can just, you know, find somewhere like a rock. You know that once you kill it, it's gone forever. Like
Gone forever. You see, I can't bring it back. And I knew that. And that's when I connected. I said, yeah, this is, you know, I was really sorry for what I did. And after that, I said, I'm never going to destroy anything. And with my children, when they stamped on an insect, I said, now, okay, you see that insect? What if that insect had a family now and it was trying to get food to go back home? You just stopped it from doing that now. That's what I said to my kids. I said, whenever you're with me, make sure you touch nature with your eyes only. You hear me? With your eyes only. Not with your hands or your foot. Yeah? Okay. Don't do that again. And they learn.
And your nose.
Yeah. They learned. They learn quickly. They learn very quick. We go camping. Don't break up the fresh branch. That's the ones that are dead is what we use, yeah? Don't kill fresh. Take the ones that have dropped down. Let's make our fire with what the old stuff. It's going to burn quickly. We're going to have a fire soon. Okay, let's go. Don't destroy what we didn't make, yeah? All right. Go on. Go get the wood and the stuff we need. Yeah. Oh, I loved it. I mean, we're the ones dancing in the campsite with our music and everything else. Because we're living good. We're enjoying it. We're not harming nature, but we're enjoying nature. Nature's giving us good time. Everybody thinks nature is bad because of the insects, the mosquitoes, everything. No, that's the reverse. It's the best place to be. If there's an earthquake, which would you rather be, in a tent or a bloody house? They said a tent because they understood the tent can absorb. The house is going to come down on them and kill them. There you are. So you see? Okay, boys, you understand there? Okay, you're getting there. You're beginning to understand that nature is what we are. The buildings we make not always the best. Okay? Oh, all right. Yeah, my boys, they know. I'm alive. What? My second son is currently snowboarding in a place called Niagara with his friends. You know, he's staying overnight. You know, in a hotel one night there. But he's snowboarding today. Yeah, I wanted to go, but I had to work. I said, I was screaming, because he could go and I couldn't go. But you know, got to appreciate what.
Are they being chaperoned by the boy's parents?
No, because he is 19. Excuse me, black belt in judo, 19. And the ski resorts, ski lifts are free for the 19 and 20-year-olds because they're becoming of age, so it's free for them during the spring holidays. So they've gone.
So your 19-year-old son would be perfectly cool with you joining him and his friends for like a snowboarding trip?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to be in their way. I'm accompanying them. They're going to do what they're going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And then we meet up for something to eat.
Yeah, that's good. I think that like shows that you have a really good relationship with your son. Because most like teenagers and, you know, guys like that, they don't want their parents anywhere near them when they're doing different things, you know?
Exactly. But the thing is, I said to them, I'm not going to be in your way because I just want to snowboard. So if you're going to go with your boys, I mean, I understand that. Go ahead, man. Don't even think about daddy. But daddy's here if there's a problem. That's all. And I'm going to enjoy my snowboarding myself. and then we can meet up and have something to eat. Yeah, no problem. So that's cool, isn't it? We're there, but they're doing their own thing.
Yeah, that's how it should
That's
be.
how it's always been. Yeah, that's how it's always been. As such,
Inshallah.
they've always had that real democracy, real independence. They've had it. I've never been the autocratic dad. Only when we go to the supermarket when they were little and there's cars moving around. If I look and don't see you, you're going to get a conk on your head. You understand? So when I look, I must see you. That means you've got to be near me, yeah? Oh, okay, let's go shopping. Let's go shopping now. Let's
Did
see
you
if we can
spank
do
your
that.
kids when they were younger?
Oh, I conked them on the head because I didn't want them to be in the way of others, causing accidents, raising heart levels, pulsating hearts, because my kids ran out in the middle of the road when they were trying to park their car and whatever. So
No, I
of
mean,
course
aside
I got
from
a
that,
conk.
like if they misbehaved in the house, did you ever spank them?
In the house, not really, no. It was more say on the street when they were doing things that were mega dangerous. In the house, I just had to raise my voice and that was it. You know, and they knew what they had to do.
Very
But
well
on the
behaved.
streets now, it's a little bit more serious. They got a conk. So the embarrassment of getting conked in public sorts them out. That's the psychology there. That's all. And it wasn't often. You know, if you ask them, was your dad strict? They're going to say only when we did something wrong. That's it. And that's it. Nothing else. Other than that, I've been very much liberal. I even told their headmaster and their teachers, guess what they said? Don't be too liberal with your kids. Don't tell me how to bring up my children. They're not going to be like the Japanese kids, like robots, yeah? They're going to be free to think for themselves, okay? Don't tell me. Don't ever tell me how to bring up my children. Fucking cheek. You know, they're telling you, don't be too liberal. I said, shut your mouth. You know, I was totally annoyed with them. The reason why, there was a dispute over haircuts and hairstyles, okay? And then they sent me a letter. So I phoned them up and shouted down the phone, don't ever call me about my children's hairstyle. You're an education authority only, and that's all you are. Your Japanese government doesn't tell you what hairstyle to have. You have no right to tell what haircuts my children have.
was
Then I
was
went
one of
to
your
the
sons
school.
rocking a fro or what?
Sorry?
Was one of them rocking a fro?
One of them had an afro hairstyle. Then the other ones had the ones they were complaining about was the cropped hair, where you know like the military style, where you have nothing on the back but just a little bit on top. Right. They were complaining. So I went to the school and said, look, you see this hairstyle? This is what's known as the poor man's hairstyle. It doesn't cost anything to do. It is not a fashion statement. It doesn't have Nike or Honda or Coca-Cola on their head. Okay? Or Calvin Klein.
It's a simple fade.
Yeah. It is hygienic and easy maintenance. And if you're in London, you would be losing your job today because you don't have the authority to tell any children what color hair, length, style to have. Because children, when they leave your school, have a life outside of school. They could be in acting school where they may need to keep a certain hairstyle because of their private hobbies.
They're expressing themselves. They're in that's a phase in life where they're the way they express, very expressive, but it's through their
individuality.
Fashion. Yeah. They're trying to find themselves. They're trying things out.
Exactly.
You found that, like,
Experimenting.
so you mentioned how in the store you were like, very kind of assertive, forceful with a shop owner regarding masking.
Just tell them about their
And
arse.
with like the school, you sound like sometimes you have kind of these aggressive, assertive exchanges. Have you found that it's served you poorly, that like bridges have been burned or people avoid you, or it has hurt you somehow in the future when you do that?
What it's done in the school is that it's made them. For me, I mean, the relationship between me and the school is I wear a flat-up T-shirt because I'm a real teacher. You're following the system, so we don't get on in that sense. But when I go there, they have to I am free to do what I have to do, and they have to just step aside.
And they've
There's
never
no
once
control.
like faulted your kids because of your
No, they can't
actions,
do
your
that. They
demeanor?
can't do that because the kids in the school come to my house anyway. 16, 20 kids in the house. So it doesn't matter what the school says. The children know the truth because they come to this place. They've come to learn English, but not only that, they come to stay with their friend, my sons, and they're having a great time of it.
Okay, what
You
about
know?
like being like adamant with like a shop owner and they they say that you can't shop anymore or
No, they
has that ever
can't
happened?
say that. They can't say that. They can't say
Why
that, you
not?
see, because one, they lose money themselves, and they don't want that kind of hassle.
You
They
hurry up
don't
and
want
buy.
that kind of hassle, you see.
Jin, you hurry up and buy.
Say that again?
He said, "You hurry up and buy and get her."
What does that mean?
He's trying to. He's trying to say, "Hurry up and buy."
Oh,
Sorry, Jin.
oh, I see what you mean, yeah. No, I just go in there and just do what I got to do.
Crazy gaijin.
Yeah.
It's from
They-
it's from Not Boys in the Hood. It's
Some
from
of them might see me as that. Yeah, some of them might see me as that, but that's a very small number. You know, it's not even a 0 point something percent. It's not even that.
No,
Minuscule.
it's honestly, it's impressive. Like people should know to be that assertive, to not back down, to not be kind of scared of confrontation and stuff like that. Because
Yeah.
you gotta be you gotta believe in, gotta have conviction. It's integrity.
Yes.
It's honorable to have conviction. And
Right.
people, whether or not they disagree, like they could disagree with you, but they would still respect you for having your opinion and being, standing by it. So
That's
it's definitely
exactly-
an impressive quality. It's a virtuous quality to have, in my opinion.
Right. That's exactly what they see in me, is that this guy is doing it his way. He's not Japanese. He's not harming anybody. Okay? And maybe we can learn something, because that's what I say to them. Don't think I know anything. I don't know anything. Think, what is it he knows that you don't know? That's what you have to think when you see me. Because I come here to bring you the truth. That's all I'm here. I know about your history, and the embargo you had with America, Holland, and Britain. That's why you started to attack in the Pearl Harbor. But you don't even know that. I've had to tell you that. So then you can go and research it. Because you didn't. You just listened to the narrative. So don't think I don't know anything. Think, what does he know that I don't know? That's what you've got to think before you even ask me a question. All right? I'll tell
Your
him.
interactions with people. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
Just wanted to say my dad said that all the time.
Yeah, that's it. Because my intention is to be honourable, respectful, and let's all live on this earth together. The good that you have in your culture, I'm going to use. What I don't think is good, I'm not going to use. And I'm a free agent, and I will always be a free agent. That's how I'm going to be. And remember, this country, you don't even own it. It's owned by your government. That's your problem. You don't even own the country. Your government is owning it.
I was going to ask you, Jim, what's like, from all your kind of exchanges and conversations about flat Earth and the truth of the universe, what's one thing that another person, the person that you're talking to, has taught you, like something that you didn't know, which kind of like, caught you off guard?
Oh, yeah, whaling. Because I came to Japan with the idea that the whaling and the tusks that they use to make their, what's known as the hanko, they have these seals, like royal seals that they, well, I thought that the Japanese were killing elephants in Africa and taking the tusks to make their seals. But when I came, a woman corrected me on it. One of my students corrected me on it. A female student corrected me on that. She literally lived 3 minutes from where I was living, and she corrected me on that. And I think, thank you very much, because she went home, printed out all the information from her computer, and brought it. I've still got it. She stapled it together like a book. I've still got it. So yeah.
So they take, the blubber of whales, or what?
Well, no. The Japanese use every facet of the whale. So the whaling problem was not due to the Japanese. It was due to the West. And after she gave me the book, fortunately for me, the BBC put on a program that I watched here in Japan on TV, showing how the West harmed and hunted the whale to extinction almost. It had nothing to do with Japan.
So
Japan was not there.
So they would use like the blubber of the whale to make tusks? I don't understand.
Yeah, the tusk from the elephant is used to make the seals even today. Okay, but this tusk is coming from stocks from elephants that were killed years ago, and they're buying old stock. I thought they were killing fresh elephants, so that was corrected there. And with the whale, They've been whaling. The Japanese have been whaling for over 10,000 years.
I see.
So every facet of the whale is used. The blubber and everything is used to make a glue. The bones are used to make tools and whatever. They eat every facet. They waste nothing. So I learned a lot.
Yeah, when you mentioned the tusks and the whales together, I thought they were like part of the same point, and I was confused. But no,
Sorry, yeah, no, the
it's two
tusks
different things.
are coming from the elephant.
Yeah.
And I thought that they were killing African elephants to take the tusks to make their seals. But no, the ivory seals, no. They're buying old stock that's lying around in the West. They're buying that and they're using that. So they didn't kill the elephant as such. So my conceptions from what I had going to Japan changed.
Well, I'm sure
That
they
was
still
in
kind of create a market
2002.
for the continued hunting of elephants, right? If they're still using these seals and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, they're still using seals, but they're not hunting. It's coming from old stock from years
Yeah,
and
but
years and years
how
ago.
much does old stock last? At some point, they're going to start dipping into, new stock and hunting and like.
Oh, I think
elephants
hunting
that exist.
elephants has since been curtailed somewhat. So, and there's quite a lot of tusks that are in stock at the moment. That you can feel safe that if you go and buy a seal, it's not going to be from an elephant that was killed in the last 30 years.
Mm-hmm. And also that you can feel safe that they've kind of regulated the market and the harvesting of them so it's sustainable and you don't have to worry about these animals going extinct or what have you. Hopefully they use the elephant every part that they can, just like they do with the
they
whales.
do. They in Japan
That's like really the most kind of the biggest kind of bombshell that you learned as a result of talking to the people.
That was the one for me. Yeah, that was the one. Yeah, that was the one because I brought that all the way from England. I carried that. That Japanese was a whaling country and they're harming the world. But when I then looked into it properly, it turns out it was the West that were killing the whale for a piece called the blubber, and then they'd throw the carcass away. And the blubber was used for oil for the Industrial Revolution. That's all they were using it for. What a waste of an animal. They didn't even send the carcass to Japan so they could eat it and use it. They just threw it back in the sea. The Japanese, on the other hand, even today, they've since recently, they've left, I think 4 years ago, they left the monetary system because Iceland violated it. Japan was the only one honouring the actual treaty for the whaling. Japan was the only one. Iceland and other countries were breaking that
Like
treaty.
the Kyoto Accord.
Yeah. So they gave up. It was a proper official treaty where they mustn't be hunting for certain species. So Japan has now left that only 4 years ago, mind you. Now the others broke it like 10 years ago. They were breaking this treaty. So now Japan, even though Japan hunts for whale, they're within the legal limits. And remember, the industry in Japan has died almost. People have gone bankrupt because of this monetary system, okay, because they want to replenish the population of the whale. And remember, the only reason why the whale was going extinct was the West, not the Japanese. They always fish.
Honestly, Jen, I was expecting like something a little bit more. Like for instance, I was thinking maybe you talk to someone from Hiroshima or Nagasaki that has has insider information in terms of mutation rates or whatever, and can tell you like without a shadow of a doubt that it wasn't
I'm glad you
an
said
atom
that.
bomb or something like that.
Yeah, I did talk to some survivors of the atom bomb because I went to Hiroshima twice with my family and the in-laws. We went out there to Hiroshima 2 times, and I met up with the survivors, at ground zero. But all they had to say was, they were happy to be alive today, and that they understand that the West understands the wrong that they suffered. That's what they said. That's all I can take away from that. I said it was actually a fluoride bomb. Did you know? I said, I don't think it was an atom bomb. And they said, fluoride fuso? See, fuso is fluoride in Japanese. I said, fuso bomb datta yo. Fuso, fluoride. And they said, really? I said, yeah, that's why you shouldn't use fluoride toothpaste because it's chemical waste. And she said, really? I said, yeah. And then I showed her on the phone. And in Japanese, I've got it written. The site is in Japanese kanji, right? And I showed them. I said, you see that? Read it. She said, oh, really? Yeah. So now you've got to do the research. So no, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it, because I taught them that fluoride is dangerous. It gives you curvature of the spine. It's in toothpaste. It's toxic waste. You shouldn't be putting it in your mouth. My children don't use it, I said. We don't use fluoride. I stopped it when I was 19, 20, because I was independent, living by myself, and I couldn't afford to buy toothpaste and Listerine mouthwash. So I had to choose. So I thought, because the toothpaste was so messy, I stopped the toothpaste. Not because of fluoride. I didn't even know about it. Remember, I'm only 19, 20. But the mouthwash was easier to use, more user-friendly, because you gargle, you brush it with your mouth, liquid, it's clean. With the toothpaste, it tends to dry into a chalk, and it leaves your toothbrush with a little bit of chalks in the bristles. So that's what I mean by not user-friendly. But with the liquid now, it's antiseptic, it's clean, leaves your brush clean, less work to clean your brush. There you go. That's why I stopped it. Not because of the fluoride poisoning. I didn't even know about that until 2004. And I'm 19 back in London. That's a good 30-odd years later. So, isn't it? If you're looking for the truth, you'll find it. And that's what I did with the... So when you mentioned the nuclear bomb, yeah, I spoke to many survivors, but I kind of put a positive spin on that by introducing them to the dangers of fluoride, because I'd learned that the atom bomb was actually a fluoride bomb, because fluoride was the most unstable chemical. When they combined it with other facets to that bomb, it was the main chemical of the major concern. And I got this from Richard Bryson, the fluoride deception, 30-minute video. That 30-minute video was it just filled in such a gap. Unbelievable. 30 minutes and you learn a lot. 30 minutes, that's all. Damn. Richard Bryson, the fluoride deception. BBC reporter.
Yeah, I've seen that actually.
Yeah, he's working at the Rockefeller Center, in America. And in England, Leeds, back in 2003, they were going to fluorate the water in Leeds, and all the population and the citizens of Leeds complained to the mayor that we don't want fluoride in our water. No. So the mayor contacted Christopher Bryson, and said, what do you know about fluoride? What is the Yanks angle? And then he replied, I don't know anything. I don't know the difference between fluoride and a hole in the wall, but I'll get back to you. Said he does a research and produces a book from his research. Wow, that was it. It's called The Fluoride Deception. So, and that's how I learned. I thought, wow. So I was lucky at 19 stopping the toothpaste, but purely by luck that I stopped the toothpaste. So I was quite pleased with myself there. You know what I mean? Because
what product do you use, Jin?
I use Listerine citrus flavor mouthwash.
That's it?
That's it.
What about shampoo?
I don't use shampoo. I use Body Shop body soap. Because I keep my hair short, it doesn't require shampoo or conditioner. All my children are the same. Yeah. No need.
What about lotion?
Lotion, I use what I've been using for donkey's years, a combination. One is Johnson's baby oil, because I used to, with my mum, that was from the 60s. And then I use Body Shop, cocoa butter, cream.
I can't believe you, Jin. You're supporting Johnson & Johnson? Using Johnson?
Well, I've been using that for such a long time, and it hasn't harmed my skin in any way at all.
Jin.
It's clear liquid.
Jin.
I know the scandals. I know of the scandals.
Yeah. What about
that's all I have.
Deodorant?
I don't use any deodorant except for aromatherapy oils. Natural oils I use. So I don't buy any.
Rub them into your armpit?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah. I don't buy. I used to use, when I was growing up, like you said, through the teenage years, if you pulled out the drawer in my bedroom, it was like a shop, because I had every brand of aftershave and cologne in my drawer. Every brand. I had it all. Okay, literally had it all.
I think that's a British thing, because I know a lot of like Brits that have a bunch of different bottles of cologne and stuff.
Yeah. I had it all. Okay, but then when I worked for the Body Shop, I stopped instantly. I said, never going to use that anymore. I just want natural, and that's when and that was back in around about 1985, 85, 86. I decided to stop using cologne and that, and started using aromatherapy oils. I was working for the Body Shop for 1 year. Best company I worked for, because they're into. Remember, Anita Roddick's company was the force behind recycling as we know it today.
Into what?
She was the catalyst and the force behind businesses recycling today.
Yeah, but I didn't hear what you said. Anita
Roddick.
Roddick.
Yeah, Anita.
Oh, Anita Roddick. Okay, got it.
Yeah, Anita Roddick. She's since passed away.
Anita Roddick.
Yeah. No. Anita Roddick. She was the CEO for the Body Shop, okay? And she said when she came to my shop, my stockroom, which was in Great Marlborough Street, Carnaby Street, London, she said she could eat her breakfast off my floor. It was that clean. I said, you're welcome to, as a joke. And then she said to me she was having problems with other shops in the King's Road and on Oxford Street. Could I help her get the other stocks organised? I said, look, are you going to pay me for it? She says, yeah, no problem. I said, okay, I can do it. You know what I mean? And then I went to the annual meeting and she created a new job for me. Aerial stockroom manager. New job because of my zeal. And then she gave me the opportunity to chaperone her daughters at the annual meeting in Littlehampton. And there's an amusement arcade. And she said to her daughters, can you go with Jin? Jin will take you to the... And I was glad. She gave me 2 daughters to look after. Can you believe that? It's Anita Roddick, the boss. She passed away in the end.
Did you how old was she?
Anita Roddick? Oh, she would have been in her 40s when I joined the company.
And you were
40s,
like
maybe
20-some?
Late 40s.
You were like young adult, 20-some or what?
I was in the 20s. I was in my 20s, yeah. Yeah, I was in my 20s. 25,
you saw
26.
your potential.
Yeah. I did really well there. But the only problem was that the salary wasn't good enough. So I only lasted a year because I wanted to make more money. I had to move on. I needed more money. I was living in a nice area. The rents, the bills, I wasn't making enough at the Body Shop, even as an aerial stockroom manager.
How did she react to that?
Oh, she was devastated. And all the women, because Body Shop is a women really, it's a more female organisation. There are some men in certain positions, but in the stockroom, it's a man. So I'm leaving now, and I've still got the card, the goodbye card. I've still got it. I left in 87, I think. I've still got the card. I've still got it. I brought it with me to Japan because the love was in the card. The love is in the card, yeah? You know? So I brought that with me. I didn't let that go. I kept it. I raised money for the Boys Town in India through we had this kind of like charity event in England. My team got the silver medal. We were cheated out of the gold, but never mind. We really should have got the gold medal, but they cheated us. Never mind. But we raised money for children in India. Charity event. And we did that as well. I've got the T-shirt still. You see, these things I keep because I cherish them. There were watersheds in my life, my history. Watershed moments. Yeah. I still use Body Shop products today. My children use it because they know it's clean, it's biodegradable, no chemical testing on animals and stuff like that. And that's important when you're living on this flat earth. Yeah, man. My children use Body Shop. 35 years now I've been using it. Good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't give the loyalty of your service to Anita Roddick, so at the very least you gave them the loyalty of your business.
That's correct. She died from blood transfusion, unfortunately. Tainted blood. And I think she was hit. She was taken out because she won best business on several years. okay, best business, and she was inspiring companies to make sure that they recycle and don't do wasting. All right, and you know what companies are like; they can't keep it up, can they?
Yeah.
But Anita
That's the bottom line.
Roddick, together with Greenpeace, this is Anita Roddick, Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth. She was wrapped up in those organisations were together, and that's an important force on the earth if you want to keep it clean and healthy and reduce pollution and all that. So she was part of that group. It's since been tainted though with what's his name, the one that Bush beat. What's his name?
Al Gore.
Al Gore, that's it. Yeah, Al Gore did a bad one there with with his scam. But Anita Roddick's
the organization,
integrity.
just like they tainted her blood.
Yeah, they tainted her blood. Yeah, she died from a blood transfusion, which was tainted. Poor woman. I think she was about 63 or 60 something when she passed away. Young, as far as I'm concerned. Her children went on. One of her daughters has a sort of like a lingerie line, women's underwear line. So that was quite funny that, but I haven't connected with the daughters because I've been in Japan for 20 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So
is it a well-known brand or just like, some pledges?
I would imagine so. I haven't actually had a deep delve into that because, again, it's none of my business really, at the end of the day. But
in any case, may she rest in peace and may God grant her paradise.
Yeah. Body Shop joint with kind of merged with a company called Max Factor, which I didn't like because they use chemicals. They weren't biodegradable. So I felt that Body Shop had tainted itself slightly by aligning itself with Max Factor. I don't know if they still are with them, but I'm hoping not. So I shall revisit Body Shop to check. But if I was going to promote any company, that would be the company that I would promote. If I was a famous sports personality, I wouldn't be doing the tobaccos. It would be Body Shop. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I use the product.
Any kind of natural brand that promotes, natural living and stuff like that.
Yeah.
For me, it gets a little dicey because the more natural the brand, the less of a brand it is. It's just stuff that you harvest,
Yeah,
aloe vera
exactly.
from a plant or something like that,
Yeah. But I think these companies realize. Do you know what I was thinking of doing? I was thinking when I became a flat earther back in 2015, right, 2016. I was thinking about contacting the Body Shop at the headquarters, reminding them of who I am. I used to work for the company, and said, "How about promoting the flat Earth on your because these Body Shop glass windows are so beautiful, and I think it would match because you'd be telling the truth, and people would be you've got integrity already from your products to promote the flat Earth would enhance you to another level."
Absolutely.
I was thinking of doing that.
I'm gonna save you some time. They will not do that whatsoever.
Yeah, I know. I since realised that for myself that they probably wouldn't want to do that because they would see it as negative press, and perhaps they might the fear of losing customers.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But if I had a franchise, it would be a flat Earth one, without a doubt.
Yeah, you call it a flat chise.
Yeah, flat choice, yeah. But yeah, I think Body Shop is perfect for flat Earth. Don't you think?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of like consumerist culture and stuff like that. So in terms of like natural products, I feel like the best thing is kind of to work towards sourcing it yourself. And kind of like self-sustainable, and maybe like trading with people and stuff like that. But I try to get away from the whole having to go to a place and shop and money and all of that. It works towards bigger government and taxation and stuff like that. And
I agree with you totally on that. But then when you live in a concrete jungle and you don't have access to that, if a shop can bring all that to you and you just pay a little price, and you're getting
absolutely,
it, if you can't do it yourself, then you're providing
I guess
service.
ideal would be out of a concrete jungle. Don't live in the cities and But I mean,
Yeah,
there's only so much kind of that you can do, right?
yeah. So if you work and live in a concrete jungle now, you haven't got the access to do that. So you're bringing it to them as such.
Yeah.
So
in that case, it's definitely like, it's definitely an admirable and good service that you're providing by being able to source this stuff from the natural kind of ecosystems.
That's
that you
the
get
whole
from
point, you see.
Bring it to these
Yeah,
people.
that's where I'm at. Do you know that I used to have, right? All my mates' mums wanted Body Shop, you see, right? So I used to have a massive list of the things they want, and I used to get what was known as the staff purchase. So you're going to get like a certain percentage, maybe 25%
employee
off.
discount.
Yes, exactly that. Now my manageress was complaining, and I said, "Look, the people I'm shopping for can't come to the shop. Number one, so if they don't come to the shop, you don't make any money at all. That's £0 coming in. But because they know me, I work here, they want me to do them a favour and get it. Do you get it now?
Yeah, it's a win-win. They get a better price and they get the business.
Exactly. And then, so her name was Melanie. She said, "You're right." I said, "Thank you very much, Melanie. You see, it all works well. I'm not stealing your money. Okay? No, you're making money. And everybody's happy." Yeah, so sweatshirts, everything. They wanted the men wanted the mostly men range because there was a small section for men. And when they knew that I was working there, they said, "Yeah, Jin, because they were kind of like shy to go into the shop." So I said, "Yeah, I'll get it for you. Give me a list. What do you want?" Make a note of everything. And then I used to have all my saddlebags on my motorbike, making a little deliveries to the people's houses. Here's your stuff, here's your stuff.
Hold up, so they just gave
Wasn't
you a
making
list of
any
like the
money.
general item, and then you just basically chose the exact kind of like variety?
Yes, I'd give them a pamphlet so they could choose.
Oh, yeah, they had a pamphlet. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'd give them a pamphlet. Give them the mostly men catalogue, the women's sundries and all that. And then they'd choose it all. I'd make a note. And then I collected. I had my motorbike at the time. So I had my saddlebags, fill it up, and I'd be going around my neighbourhood dropping it off. Didn't make a single
These are
penny.
days before internet.
That's correct. Before internet, yeah. I didn't make a single penny because these are my people that I know. I know them. They know me. It's not about money. They wanted the product. I worked there. Great. I was
You
glad
made
that I
more
could be
than a
of
penny.
service.
You
Sorry?
got the good deeds, you know?
Yeah. It wasn't about the money
Hasanats.
for me. It was like helping them to receive something that they really wanted, and I felt good that I could connect for them. You know, I mean, they might have given me a drink or something to eat. You know, that's good enough. In that sense, come round for a meal tomorrow, Jin. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. You know.
Yeah, you got all the good vibes, good intentions, you know? The blessings.
Yeah. I used to love all that. That was my life back in London. Yeah. I was always that kind of person. I tried to help the public. Remember, I grew up with a whole heap of racism around me. So I could have been very negative, hate white people and bashing them on the head and be very, very bitter. But my bitterness is reserved for the governments of the earth.
Well said.
Yeah, that's it. That's where my
Have you always
bitterness
been
is.
kind of like an optimist?
Yeah, of course. Because that's how I grew up. I mean, I'm going to school with my brothers, okay? Let's say in the summertime, we're walking back, and people we don't know would say, like, if we're going to school in the morning, they'd be saying good morning to us. And we'd say good morning, and that we don't even know who they are, but they're saying good morning. You know, how many black children they meet? They don't meet any, okay? So now we're coming back, and they'd say, do you want a glass of orange? It's a hot day and a biscuit. And we'd say, yes, please. And they'd give us a drink and biscuit. Now, when people are doing that for you, the world is a good place, isn't it? Isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, the world is a good place. Bloody hell, people we don't know, they're giving me drinks, they're giving me biscuits, they're talking to us, sending us off home, go home safely. Yeah.
The thing is,
and we'd
like,
say thank you.
for instance, you and your brothers, you know, two people could go through the exact same thing, and then just because of their natures, one person, you know, remains optimistic and doesn't let it affect them too much. Another person becomes jaded and bitter, you know?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of it is just the nature of the person.
That's
I don't know
correct.
if your brothers
Now-
are like, you know, the type that
Yeah, I have
more
one brother like
pessimistic or
that.
something. Yeah, you
I do have one brother like that, and that's I am number 5. There's 7 of us as kids. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so I am number 5. So boy number 6 now, he's a little bit bitter with the white people. He can be, okay? Even though he had all this good stuff happening to him. So I have to remind him. I said, but don't forget when we went to Fairfield Play Centre and all those hippies helped us to have a good time. Do you remember that? Okay, they were white people, Shamsi. Do you remember that? They were white people. Okay, Don't forget that, yeah? Don't forget that. Because when you get bitter, you have to remember the good that the people did for you. And how many times were people bad on you or bad towards you as opposed to being good? And you've got to go back in all your history. Okay, that's what you have to do.
Yeah,
so don't carry the
good things
bitterness.
And remember the one bad one.
Yeah, exactly that. And I said, don't carry the bitterness, because if you're saying you're a Muslim, Islam, it teaches you to love the world, not hate. So you can't do that. And I'm not a Muslim, even though I was born under the Muslim religion. I don't practice it, but I know that. Do you know what I mean? So so I have to remind my brother of this. You see?
Mm-hmm. Did you say 7 boys?
Yeah, 1 sister. So number 4, that was my sister. So 3 brothers, 4th is a girl, and then 3 boys, 7 of us.
So you're just like your dad, straight shooter. Because I understand you only have boys too.
Yeah, mostly boys. I've got 4 boys, but my brothers are in Nigeria. My elder brothers are in Nigeria. My sister is in London, and my 2 younger brothers are in London. So I'm the one that's in Japan.
Yeah.
I've moved out to meet the world. You see what I mean? Because I've always been that person. To go out and meet the world. Yeah.
Meet the what?
Meet the world.
Oh, like flame to metal, hey?
That's correct. Let's go meet the world. Let's go see what there is out there. 6,000 miles. Can you make it in Japan? Well, let's go have a look. Far East. I was very impressed with my wife because she came to England to learn English and to learn to become a masseur. So I thought, and she was speaking pretty good English, and I was very impressed with that. Could I do the same? I thought, And she said, you'd be a very good English teacher. Why don't you come and help the Japanese learn English? I said, yeah, that might be an idea, maybe. I thought about it, and then I went. She left me in 1998. 1999 June, I was in Japan.
Nice.
I've been there ever since. Yeah.
Suge,
yeah. When people hear the story, they think, you should make a film. You should make a film, yeah. Sige is correct as well. That's a correct pronunciation. Sige, that's more of the youngsters use that more. The elders say Sugoi, but the youngsters say Sige. Yeah, so you got it right. But yeah, people would say, you could make a film of your life.
You could,
I said, couldn't I? I said, I could, couldn't I? Yeah.
Yeah, I tell the same to my dad. I say that you should, write an autobiography.
Yeah, I should, really.
Because my dad has an interesting life as well,
Would people buy the book? That's the thing.
Even if they don't, just for posterity's sake.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about even if it's just something that's passed down within the family, a record of his life.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah, because I'm always talking about to my children. I say, look, you can't know more than me. I've lived longer than you, and you've only been in Japan. Okay, you traveled to Hawaii, Guam, Saipan. You've been to Singapore. You've been to Los Angeles, London. So they've traveled a bit. Okay, more than the average Japanese boy, but you still can't know more than Daddy. Come on now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't settle down, young pups.
Yeah. Yesterday, last week, I went upstairs to the and I went to use the toilet because I use the toilet downstairs more than the upstairs one, really. But it reeked. Fucking up all. Well, my wife's not cleaning the toilet here. Okay.
The upstairs one?
Yeah, this is the one that's in. Actually, if people come into the house, that's the one they're going to use because we got one in the school. We've got one in the the massage parlor. Then we've got 2 upstairs, one on the top floor and then one on the. So the top floor would be the second. Hang on a second, ground floor. Yeah, second floor and first floor. The first floor was a bit ponging a bit. So I thought, wow. So yesterday I just gave it the gin once over, right? The proper, and it's like, with aromatherapy oils. Yeah. So I said to the kids, can you smell the toilet? Who cleaned it? Daddy. I said, that's right. I mean, why did you let it? But I said to them, why did you let it get like that? You're being lazy, you lot. As I said, you're being lazy. Why did Daddy have to go and clean the toilet to remind you? Remember, if you use the toilet...
Did you include your wife in that talk?
No. But my wife's busy. The boys have got to do something. Wife's busy doing the massage. When you're massaging people, that's physical. But you can be physically drained after that. You don't want to stop bending down over a toilet now, do you? After you breastfed your children and they're grown up now. Now they should be thinking, how can I help mummy? That's
do they have a chore list?
Say that again?
Do they have a chore list?
Yes, exactly. So they've been neglecting. That's what I said. I said, you guys have been neglecting your duties. That's why it's smelling nice, because I did it. Now, why did Daddy have to do that? Why did Daddy have to do your job for you properly? Okay, so you get it done next time. Okay? Keep an eye on it. Don't let the toilet become a place that nobody wants to go in. All right? Fuck. Yeah. I said to them, my toilet, Daddy can lick it, ne? Can Daddy lick his toilet? Because they've seen me put the bog brush in my mouth, in my teeth. The bog brush. Because I cleaned it. The integrity of the clean. That's why I can do that. Okay? So I said, if I can do that, it tells you that that's fucking clean, isn't it? Right. Make sure you do the same. That's the army military style. Plus Daddy on top.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I said to him. So, Daddy can lick his toilet now. Yeah, right. Make sure that this toilet is a place where people want to go and have a good, relaxed poo and piss. Not go in and it stinks like the public on the street in London where you're dying from ammonia stink. Come on. What the fuck's going on? Yeah. So I told them off yesterday. Yeah. Fuck. But it smells beautiful in there. The smell of spring. I used, we've got the aroma of chamomile pouring out of that toilet now. After I cleaned it with bleach and everything else. It now smells of chamomile. Beautiful smell for spring. Lovely.
Oh, chamomile is delicious.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, it smells nice.
Even like
now.
Tea.
Yes, chamomile tea, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
nice
I said,
aroma.
you see that? Okay. So they've learned. They're learning. They're being a bit lazy because they got their homework and they got their little sports activities, right? And cleaning the toilet and that, and washing the dishes. So they think that's a job below them. I said, look, you eat off the plate, so clean it. It's not below you at all.
So did they apologize for "Sumimasen, Oto-san"?
They didn't.
Do they
say
speak
that.
English or Japanese?
They
in the
said,
house?
because we speak English as well as Japanese. They said, yeah, okay, Daddy. Okay,
so they speak English more in the house?
I said, okay, good. No. They speak Japanese to Mummy, English to Daddy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It should be the other way around. So that, that your Japanese gets stronger and her English gets stronger.
Well, yeah, but her English is good. My Japanese is the one that has to be worked on. So I tend to speak English first and then Japanese as well. I mean, when they were growing up, I was Japanese and English, both. I had to speak both so they could understand what I was saying. I had to do that.
Yeah.
So I might say, go and get me the bag from the corner over there. Kado no tokoro, kaban, the vinyl bag, kashite. Go and get me the bag from the cupboard. Can you get it in the corner? Thank you. Yeah. So double it up all the time. All the time. People used to say to me, like when we go to their school and that, you are speaking Nihongo to Eigo there. Hi, sugoi na, because they could hear me doing it naturally, like it was just like no problem. I said, I have to because I want them to learn English. But we're in Japan. So the only way they're going to learn English is from their dad, of course. And then the TV programs and when we go on holiday, of course. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. So we used to watch like all the sports programs, Dakar Rally, WRC Rally, the Olympics. That would all be in English. And then the Marvel Adventures, Captain America and Spider-Man and all that. You know, Iron Man, that would all be in English. Yeah, lots of programs. Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, Stingray. They were watching all that in English. I made sure that the childhood I had, I gave to them, even though I was in Japan. You see what I mean? So they had a very rich childhood as they were growing up, because not only did they have the Japanese culture, they had the British. It had to be British because that's where I grew up, and it's English, and they got that as well.
English breakfast from time to time.
Oh, they love that. Of course.
Overrated.
I'm the man with that. Yeah, man. Yeah. Sausages,
baked beans are overrated.
Sorry?
I said baked beans are overrated.
Yeah, I would agree. When I do an English breakfast, it's no baked beans, but it's like mushrooms, sausage, tomato, and sunny side up eggs, toast and marmalade. That's good enough.
That sounds
with Italian herbs and a little bit of black pepper on top. Yeah, they love it, man. And a little bit of like the size of a 10 cents amount of tomato ketchup, just a blob, and then you just dab that. You don't have to coat it all over the food. No, I said to them, none of that. No, don't cake it on, just dab, and the flavour is there because it's only sugar. There's no tomato there. It's not even real food. Oh, really? No, it's not. You see, right. That's why you got the real tomato to eat. That's the real one. This is just a little bit of flavour. But yeah. No, they eat the English breakfast. Not only that, shepherd's pie, chicken pie. What else do I make for them? Then I do the Daddy's Gin's pasta extravaganza, which is like king prawn, what do they call that? King prawn. Yeah, king prawns with garlic, sweet corn, broccoli, onion, pasta, and a beautiful bit of salad dressing, all mixed in. Fantastic. And black pepper, and then cover that with Parmesan cheese when you serve it. And they love it. Yeah, even my son, who doesn't like garlic, but when I slice the garlic up and mix it in, he doesn't even notice it. Says it's fantastic.
Slice it real thin, like in Goodfellas.
Yeah, Gin's pasta extravaganza. Then Danny's chicken ramen soup. That's a good one. Chicken ramen soup.
What's chicken in Japanese?
With sweet corn. Chicken wa toriniku. Toriniku. Yeah, tori is bird. So toriniku. Mendori. Mendori is hen. The female chicken. One mendori.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, toriniku no ramen. It's beautiful. Fantastic. About the flavors, you've got sweet corn, you've got broccoli and carrots, and then that chicken and a boiled egg, and half a boiled egg. But I do one boiled egg in 2 halves, so they get.
I'll be back in a bit.
Full stomach, and then I put a little bit of olive oil in. Sorry? I didn't hear you. You broke up. I must be breaking. Mic check.
Testing,
Yeah,
testing,
good,
1,
good.
2, 3.
Oh, okay,
Percentage said he'd
great.
be
Yeah.
back in a sec. Percentage said he'd be back in
Okay,
a sec.
right. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So basically, with the chicken ramen soup, I do the one boiled egg, but cut it in half, and then I use either olive oil or my favourite is hemp oil, which I get from Australia, and you can get it online and it's delivered. Big massive bottle of hemp oil. Put that in there, and that just uplifts that flavor. Yeah, the kids love it with a lot of sesame seeds on top. So yeah, I do like cooking. I've always liked it, and of course, I spend wisely and I cook economically. No panic cooking, no wasting of any ingredients. Yeah, but I love it. Yeah, and they like it and they've enjoyed it. They're independent now because we've got one who's 20. Next month he's going to be 22. Then we have one at 19, going to be 20 this year. Another one that turned 17. The youngest one turned 13 last month. So yeah, they're all doing their own thing. But occasionally I might cook for them something. But they're also trying to cook themselves as well. And my main concern is let's not have a fire yet. So don't panic cook. Don't cook on a high flame. It's not necessary. Take your time. Tease the food to existence. Succulent is what you want, yeah. So when you fucking put it on a high heat and the food is shriveled up, ugly, tough, that's not good. But if you coax and encourage it, low heat, bring it up, and then you can see it's bursting with flavour. You can see it's almost good to pop. That's when you know it's time to stop it. Put it on your plate and then sizzle. Nice, yeah, lovely. Yeah, when you're cooking meats. Vegetables, you just stir fry lightly because you want it to be a little bit crunchy when you eat it. So there's a little bit of a rawness. The outer is sealed, but the inner is still raw. That's what you're trying to aim for. Yeah. Steam your vegetables if you can. Stir fry, lightly stir fry in a wok. And don't use hemp oil because it's not good for that. Hemp oil you pour on when the food is hot. It's not a cooking oil. Yeah. I thoroughly enjoy all that. It's all fun. Whilst all this madness is going on. Yeah. But I've had to tighten my belt greatly the last 2 years. But that's okay. I'm a man who can do that. Don't use the car as much. I use my bicycle and the bike trailer because I'm a man who can and will because I want to. So I use the bike trailer. Yes. And people think, oh, that's really nice. I said, yeah, because I used to take my kids to school in that, and to the kindergarten in that. So I still use it. It's in good condition. Cover it up so it doesn't get the ultraviolet rays killing it. I'll bring it out and I put my water in there, the shopping and the laundry, yeah. And I go out to the laundry with the bike trailer. Fuel prices have gone up recently. I don't really need to use the car at the moment, so I don't use it. Although I do charge the battery up, so that in case I do have to use it. So the battery gets charged, but haven't used it as much as I have done in the past years. But that's fine. I use the motorbike more than anything. And that, again, is only on a leisure ride. I haven't got anywhere really. I'm not really... I work from home, so I'm not commuting anywhere. So the motorbike, again, is a leisure ride. And I'd rather do that than use the car. And then, of course, there's my exercise. And again, it's the bicycle comes out again for my exercise. Turned 60 November, which is what? 6 months ago now, yeah. I'm happy about that. 5 months ago, sorry. Still trying to keep.
Hey, what day in November were you born, bro?
I was born on November 18th.
Okay. Mine's the 29th.
Okay, yeah, right. So you'd be...
It's the 333rd day of the year. Okay. Yeah, I'm a Scorpio.
Okay. If you're looking at the horoscope. Yeah.
Hey, my birthday's the 333rd day of the year.
Wow. So the 33rd day.
Trip, huh?
Yeah, nearly the end.
Right.
Yeah, you're right at the end, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
That's all right.
Well, you know what I just realized? Your birthday is the 322nd day of the year.
That's right.
You're born on the 322.
Yeah, Oh, yeah.
Trip on.
322, the skull and bones.
Yep.
Look at that.
Trip out, huh?
Yeah, the skull and bones. As soon as you said that, I knew exactly what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, the skull and bones. Yeah, and that's
Trip
strange.
on.
Yeah. Yeah, that is strange.
You know what the skull and bones is the 322. The 3 is the C in the alphabet, and 22 is the V. So the symbology is the pyramid and the dome.
Okay. There you go. Let me tell you something. Since I've been in Japan, the number 11 has come up rather a lot. In fact, number 11 comes up a lot. It can come up like 92, that's 11. Or, what is it? 83, that's 11, yeah? Or 79. No. With the immigration office and the government. That number comes up a lot.
Yeah.
It's almost like keeping an eye on me.
You ever seen the number 846 a lot?
846, no.
They made 2 movies called 846.
No.
So 846, the first movie, it was made in 2012 because the first plane hit the first building at 8:46 in the morning.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And then fast forward 8 years later, when they made the second movie called 846, it came out in 2020 with Dave Chappelle, where he did a comedy performance at George Floyd's funeral and called the movie 846 because they said he had his knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
That's right. That's not the one. Not Floyd.
Yeah.
That was 90. No, but that was 9 minutes and 11 seconds, wasn't it?
No. Well, they're saying now it was 9 minutes and 29 seconds, but for
that's it.
Whole year they had
9 minutes and 29 seconds.
46. They even made the movie called 846. But they had Minneapolis on that day that he supposedly died at 8:46. It's a sunset ritual, bro. The sunset ritual is symbolic of taking the left knee. So they right after 9/11, George Bush made the bullhorn speech where he goes, "America, today I come to you on bended knee," right? And then think about what the cop did on George Floyd's neck.
I remember that.
It's a ritual. It's the martyrdom of hearing the biff.
So they're definitely gaslighting us. Look, they're definitely gaslighting
for sure,
us,
bro.
Okay? And then those who are making more waves, those of us who are more or less unruly, they target you. And I think that's what's been happening with me with this number 11 number, but I couldn't give two shits. I'm the man that you see outside the immigration office shouting out that the earth is flat. Get smartphones out, get smart, wise up, check it out, look it up. And I've got an orange jacket on, white and orange motorcycle boots, I have to go in February when I go get my visa and that. And people are cold, but I'm just marching up and down right outside the immigration office, make a big hit there, big splash. Yeah. And I say to them, what are the odds? Think about this, What are the odds that somebody like me, I'm here to get a visa like you, but I'm telling you the earth is flat, it's not a spinning ball. Do I look crazy? Am I crazy? Remember, you're the ones that are cold. I'm not cold. I came out on a motorbike, Okay, so think, All right, who's more independent? How did you get here? By train, How did you by train? By train. I came by my car, okay. I came by motorbike. How many black people you see riding motorbike in this country? You don't see any, only me. Right, so wake up. Think about it. Look at the message I'm telling you. Check it out. The earth is not a ball that is spinning. We're not living on a ball. It's not spinning. Look at the information. And then I show the memes that I got from the Discord. Look at this. Look at that. Does the plane do that? Did the plane follow the curvature of the Earth when you came to Japan? It didn't. It was level, wasn't it? All the way. It didn't. Yeah. Right. Have you seen the curvature? Yeah, I'm really into it, man. How do you know it's? How do you know it's curved? I've never seen it. I'm older than you. I've never seen it, so you could never have seen it. If I've never seen it, you ain't seen it. Where did you see it? I've lived longer than you, and I've never seen it. Yeah. Yeah. Love it. Talking to the Chinese, the Philippines, the Arabians, Americans, Africans. They're all there getting visas at the immigration office. And Jin's dressed in orange, big, massive, loud, fluorescent orange jacket. Flat Earth. And then vaccines a day to day. Yeah. Love it. Yeah, man. Has to be done.
You live in Australia, right?
No,
You live in Australia?
I'm in Japan.
Oh, Japan. Okay.
Japan. Right, yeah. But you do get foreigners who are there on business or they're there studying in universities and that, so yeah.
I just gave you some memes for some people in Australia in the live chat.
Yeah, I'll look in a minute. I'm just going to use the toilet. One sec. Sorry. Yeah, there's nothing like, introducing the flat earth to people who have some of them never heard of it, and some of them have, but, they think it's wacky, it's way out there, it's kooky. But when I say to them, what are the odds that a man born in England, from African family, here in Japan with his family now talking flat earth, what are the odds of that happening in your life? Okay, start to think, yeah? Who are you living for? Why the hell are you living? What is the meaning of your life? What is the point of your lives? Yeah, I love it, man. It's been a really good journey so far with the flat earth. Last 7 years. Very empowering and enriching, I must say. Not making money, put the amount of work that I've put in. Check that. It's been fun. And very people have heard about the flat earth from Guam, Saipan, Hawaii. Some of them whilst they're at work. So I'm at the restaurant and I'm flat smacking.
That's right.
At the restaurants. Yeah, I'm looking at some of the images you posted. That's a beautiful image there. I mean, look at that. I'm saying to people now, I'm winding up people in the Gem Panda server, behold the straightest line you'll ever see, the beauty of that straight line, the horizon, signaling and stamping with authority, the earth is flat. Behold the beauty of the straight line. Yeah. I'm winding up.
You talk about that meme I just made.
All in one. That straight line. No curvature. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Lovely images, man. Lovely images. Well, are you in Australia?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm in California.
Oh, you're in California. I've been there.
Yeah.
Los Angeles. Nice place, man.
Yeah. I live like an hour
north
of Los Angeles.
Yeah. I flat smacked for 2 days, each day up to 6 o'clock in the morning. Flat smacking.
That's right, bro.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. Now, the image you got here, there's one image, the falling man. But I knew he wasn't falling. Was he really falling, or was that superimposed?
I'm sure it was all superimposed, bro.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. I don't think he was falling. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, no one falls like that.
Nah.
Do you know what I mean? That's what I thought. I thought no one.
The story behind that. The story behind that is that the guy who took the picture sat there all day taking pictures of people at that building, and he just got the perfect shot. And then the next day, Time Magazine decided to go with that picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. He said he was taking pictures of people, falling out. He said that. Yeah, I looked. Yeah. I followed his story, but I said when I look at this picture, nobody falls like that. No one's that reside. You're not that reside.
Hell no.
No, you're not that reside. Okay, I'm going to die now. So I'm going to keep my hands in my pockets, kind of thing, and look like I'm walking upside down. No, sorry.
Yeah.
No, you don't die like that.
I don't think anybody would jump out the window, even if they were faced with smoke inhalation. I think somebody would stay rather than jump out the window.
Yeah, but if they were to jump, you're going to jump like flying like a bird, feet first, not head first. You're not going to dive. You're going to jump out, and then you're going to be flapping your arms and hoping somehow you're going to make it. You're not going to jump head first upside down. I mean the way you've got the image is how I visited it. So you did a good job there discerning.
Thank you.
With this man who's falling down. You did a great job,
Oh, thank you.
That's exactly how I saw the image. I'm not going to dive, Look at this man falling down. Relax, please.
I know.
Ridiculous.
Hey, look what he's wearing. It looks like he has a beanie on and like a thick white jacket.
It's an insult. Yeah.
Yeah. Like something a stuntman would wear,
He looks like.
Hey, I just found out some crazy stuff the other day. That do you know the Pentagon? You know the day that they broke ground on the Pentagon in 1941.
To me, he looks like he's dancing.
Yeah. So I found out that they broke ground on the Pentagon when they built the Pentagon. When they built the Pentagon, the date it was September 11th, 1941, when they broke ground on the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I remember. I checked it. Checked it out. Of course it's weird.
Yeah.
They're crazy. They're letting us know that they've got that much control.
They built a hot dog.
That's what they're telling us.
They built a hot dog stand. They built a hot dog stand in the middle of the Pentagon, and it's called Ground Zero Cafe.
Look at that. Ground Zero Cafe. I mean, if they're not gaslighting us or what,
right?
And then when you look at the picture posts that the plane supposedly hit before before it landed into the Pentagon, those lampposts should have fell towards the Pentagon. But when you look, they way.
Yeah.
Opposite direction, right?
Yeah.
And it's obvious that the plane did it because they were too clean, no impact marks.
Yeah.
And if ripped out of the ground.
And all they got the best footage of the plane hitting the building from a 7-Eleven that was across the street. A 7-Eleven.
Mud, nothing. Clean as a whistle. Too clean. Like they were placed there, ready to be installed. Going to be installed rather than being ripped out from their no footage from the petrol stations across. So now he was the road as well. Not only that, and then they gave us this 5. Not only that, it's also confiscate with the wrong day. The
We lost him. He's not there no more.
Yeah, he disappeared, man.
Yeah. So what's up, Flatty?
Not much, dude. I've been enjoying your YouTube channel, though. Awesome.
Oh, thank you, bro. Yeah, I had to create a second channel because I'm on 2-week strike for my first channel.
Damn. Fuckers.
Yeah, whatever. I think somebody complained about one of my videos because one of the video was up for like 2 weeks before I got a strike for it. Normally, so I think somebody complained about the video.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Fucking arseholes.
Hey, do you know anything about? Have you ever heard of the Church of Set?
Yeah, I've heard people talk about it, not really in depth, though. What do you
Okay,
know
so
about
it's gotten really big, but it's not like they don't advertise it. It's like really low key, right? Well, the church was actually consecrated in the summer of '78 in the town that I live in California, in Santa Barbara. And the dude who started running the church, his name is Michael Aquinos, and he was head of the NSA back like, I don't know, 20, 30 years ago. And he specialized in microwave frequency mind control. Anyway, the church is big and it's all over the world. What they do is they worship the setting of the sun. So everything they do, because they always try to mock Jesus, and Jesus is the sun. So all their the traditions that they have and stuff like that they do are all geared towards the setting of the sun. So they call that like the sun dying, or either the sun setting or the sun dying, right? Just like how on the day George Floyd died at 8:40, the 8:46, the sunset at 8:46 there. It's a sunset ritual, right? Well, everything to them is they do everything like the duality, the opposite of stuff, right? So I always like to get the anagrams, which is like you take a word and you rearrange the letters in it, which is what they do, and trip out on this. So they said that Tesla and Edison both came up with a light bulb around the same time. So they illuminated everybody, right? So if you rearrange the letters in Edison, you get the word die sun, like the sun dying. And if you spell Tesla backwards, you get the word all set, like the sun setting. So I know I don't even think those people's names are real. I think they're fictitious names that they gave as part of like a sunset ritual.
Yeah, man, I'm with you on that.
You know what I mean? So weird, dude. And then I look at words like the person who invented like one of the optical lenses or refraction. His name was Snell, right? You've heard of him, like Snell's law?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So Snell spells backwards as lens.
Yeah, it's like when they use on like TV on like news things, and they have experts on, and their name like matches what they're talking about.
Yeah, dude, all the time. It's ridiculous, dude. Yeah, so stupid, dude. Do you remember that the George Floyd's teacher who went on the news? Her name was Waynell Sexton.
Yeah.
Dude, that shit's so funny, dude. Waynell Sexton.
It's like having a woman talking about trees, and her name is Theresa Green.
Yeah, exactly. Or somebody, a newscaster talking about a fire, and his last name's like Burnt or Char. You know?
Yeah, it's all the time. It's throughout like modern history as
All
well.
the time,
when you look
bro.
back.
Yeah. Even the word horizon, it's the eye of Horus's sun, and it's the sun's. You know what I mean? Like the sun's on the horizon, like the eye of Horus's sun.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Shit.
So weird, bro. I think you can find out a lot of stuff by just breaking words down. You know?
Yeah, I've spoken about this before. I've listened to a lot of people talk about it. Not a lot, a few people talk. They seem to think the English language was created for like this symbolism, this kind of spelling, this spell, this magic.
Yeah, I totally believe that. I see it in things every day, bro.
It's there. It's definitely there. There is a case to answer. So you're right. No doubt about it. No doubt about it at all that they're using that kind of psychology on the human race. Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a very, very strong case for it. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. My father used to say he was getting messages from the TV and from newspapers because he was a kind of like an entrepreneur. He had a business with Volkswagen of Germany, Opel. Okay, Opel Volkswagen. He had a car dealership with his brother, my uncle, in Nigeria. So he was always traveling to Germany and that. Okay, but he was, I don't know, somehow he was saying to me that something wasn't right. He was getting messages. I remember I'm only a boy going to elementary school, and he was telling me how he felt there was messages in the newspapers and messages on TV. And he says, can I spot anything? I said, Daddy, I can't spot anything. I don't know what you look at. I don't know what to look for. He showed me the articles. I said, well, I don't know. I'm just reading the article. It's an advert, Dad. Dad, it's an advert. I mean, what do I know? I'm only a kid. It's an advert, Dad. But he seemed to think that there was a message underlined, some kind of message to discourage him from doing what he was doing. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Like the powers that be were on his case because he was always going to Germany a lot. I don't know.
Well, I know there's messages in the papers and the news. Like, I can't look at an article without the letters rearranging and finding like their alphanumeric value. It's hard because it's hard for me to read stuff because I'll start reading a sentence and then I just start decoding the words.
Right. And my dad was trying to get me to do the same, you see. He kept telling me that there was messages coming from the TV programs and all this. I said, Daddy, but I can't. I'm how old? I would have been like 10, 11, 12. You know?
Yeah.
8, 9, 10. What would I know?
Yeah.
Yeah, what would I know?
Yeah, I think some people just like it's just embedded in them to decode stuff, and other people just don't.
Yeah, I said, Daddy, I see that as an advert, but I now understand what my dad was saying, because when I go to the the immigration office, anything government official, I seem to be drawing the number 11 a lot.
Yeah.
I even said, let me see. I even write down the numbers of all the 11s and see which one I'm going to get before I go there. And then you know what I do? I put my lids down on the table like that and show them. You see, I knew you was going to give me one of these numbers. I said to them, I knew I'd get one of these numbers, because I'm telling them that I'm not scared of you. You don't scare me. You're going to have to kill me to stop me. I know you. I know who you are. You know that. So I don't give a. Why do you think I wear orange? So you know I'm coming. I'm not scared of you at all. That's the last thing I am, is scared. Okay? And I'm going to blow your game right out of the water. As long as I live, I'm going to make the most noise. And I'm going to use the psychology that you use in the reverse so that people can wake up. That's what I'm going to be doing. You're not going to shut me up. Your rules, I'm going to break every single one. I am a rule breaker. I don't follow your rules. I don't care about your rules. I break your laws. That's who I am. Do I pay your tax? No, I don't. Look at me in the eye. Am I a criminal? I am not. Fool, you think I'm stupid? Yeah. Come and get me. That's what I'm like now. I'm going to go out with a bang. That's how I am. That's how I roll now. So when I go to these places and that, they look down. They can't look at me in the eye because they can see the venom, the anger. They can see it. And then I've got that smirk on my face as well. I smile in my passport photographs. I'm always smiling. Yeah. They say you shouldn't smile. I smile. Don't tell me how I look in my photograph. This is me. Yeah, go on. Tell me I can't smile in a photograph. Bollocks to that. Got a nice little smirk on my face. Letting them know that I know their game is up. The sooner people wake up, the sooner we can have this revolution. Because that's what I've always been about. Revolution. It's the only way we're going to stop this nonsense. It's the only way. So I hang on to all the good values from the past. All the good points, all the integrity, things that are going to help us in the future. And remember all the atrocities that they committed. Remind the soldiers, you didn't fight for my freedom, mate. Okay, I didn't vote for you. I didn't vote for your sorry ass. Number one. So you did not make my life free. We're not free at the moment. Okay, so you haven't done that. And I was in the army myself. Okay, so you can't even begin to talk to me about how you didn't do shit for me. Okay, and I didn't send you there. Okay, so don't come to me telling me you owe us, in fact, all the food you fucking ate and all the medical care that you got and the uniform and the equipment. You owe me, soldier. You didn't do anything good. You've been used to imprison humanity. That's what you've gone and done. And if you went out to any war and killed any innocent children and that, then you've done a bad thing there. The child that doesn't know right from wrong yet, still relying on nappies, diapers, but that child is now dead because of your weapons that we paid for. We didn't send you out there, so don't come and tell me, you helped to free humanity. Humanity is still enslaved. You're in place to make sure that happens. Foolish soldier. Idiot of a soldier. Yeah, I can easily reach those soldiers. Easily. I said, yeah, you might want to cave my brain in, but that's only because you don't want to hear the truth. Cognitive dissonance. Okay? Start thinking. How do you get peace? How? Does it come by killing, or does it come by putting down the gun and saying, no, I'm not going to fight. Let me extend the hand of love, and then let's try and get on. Or is it a butt in the head and then a bullet in the mouth? Think. Yeah. It's easy. So that's my existence from now on. I don't care who they are. My question is, do you want peace? Okay, so if you want peace, work for peace then. Work for peace. Don't tell me you can't do it. If you tell me you can't do it, it means you don't want peace. Reporters. Scum. That's what the reporters are. Remember, all those reporters. Kennedy was warning us. He was asking for the reporters have a responsibility to inform the public so the public can make an informed choice. So I'm calling for your help in getting this message across to the average citizens in the US in particular, because he was, but I understood what he meant. He knew that the media was bought by this time. Yeah. Yeah. So my thing on this Ukraine nonsense is that it was planned beforehand, well beforehand, and humanity is to blame. No doubt about it. Because you've all been busy voting for your democracies. That is actually dictatorships, because they tell you what to do, and they've already selected the one that's going to be your puppet leader. Okay, because no one's got a real leader working for the public, but the public are so delusional they think that it's working, and then when it don't work, they're disappointed. But then they listen to the next hope. That guy's going to do it, I'm going to vote for him. Stupid fools. So good luck with that. Good luck. Don't look for me for sympathy. I'm not going to give you any. I'm going to call you a cunt because that's what you are. You didn't fucking think it through. To think this beautiful flat earth has got all this shit going on it. Unreal. Unreal. And it is beautiful. Yeah. To see that flatness for that expanse. Wow. Just unbelievable. That humanity has carved an existence on a flat earth. Keep going back on my flights that I've travelled. Yeah, gorgeous. Gorgeous it is. It's level. All these countries are there, all on one flat, like a giant tabletop with water on it. Wow, man. It's amazing.
Jim, what was your blade of grass analogy again?
So the grass analogy. Oh, my grass analogy is that the grade of when you look at a blade of grass, the color is magnificent. It's full of integrity, and it's nutrition for animals. Yeah. So anyone who doesn't have that excellence in them is disconnected from nature, and that's the Gem Panda Sova. They are totally disconnected from reality and from nature. They are lower than cow feces and rhino feces, elephant feces mixed together. They don't even have that excellence. They're lower than the belly of a snake. Yes, the grass is an excellence, a beautiful colour. When you put it with the rest of the grass, when you pull one up and you look at it, and then you put it back in with the bunch, you just want to go and have your picnic on there. You run around, you have fun. It supports you, grass. Those human beings who don't have that excellence, they don't support the human race. They're not connected to nature. They're divorced. Toxic. They're not good. Lost. Less than a blade of grass A blade of grass can have more integrity than a human being when you look at it. All it wants to do is do good. That's its essence. Dogs eat it when they've got stomach aches. We go there when we want to have a picnic. Yeah? You know, I don't go to those toxic bastards. They're not offering anything of any use. They are useless human beings. Literally useless eaters. Yeah. That's why I go to the Gem Panda, to remind them. They have to mute me because the truth is unbearable. Recently, they're saying, you think you're better than us. I said, no, I don't think I'm better than you. That's not how I think. What it is that the truth is better than you. The truth is better than you, and that's what you're fighting. You're not fighting me. You're fighting the truth. It's the truth that is better than you. The next day, you think you are God. No, I don't. How can I think I'm God? God created all of us. So if you think I am God, it's because the truth that is coming from me is coming from God. You see that? So I've never heard me say I'm a God. I'm never going to be a God. I don't want to be a God. I just want to live my life in peace and harmony. That's all, with the rest of the human race, without wars and bombs and taxation and devaluation. That's all. And I don't want lies like 9/11 where the fire brought down buildings. I don't want to be around people who think that. Okay? So don't call me God, fool. Such is your lost, delusional, cognitive dissonance, pseudoscience world you live in. Yeah, man. I think I'm better than... I don't think I'm better than anybody. I don't go around living my life like that. You're lost. I'm here to bring the truth and the spirit of those who died in 9/11. As my car is 9/11, that's the registration of my car. That shows you that I have the highest respect for those who died and those who have died since then. Those first responders and emergency workers and the firefighters and police. Okay? Right. And dogs and animals who died in that event as well. My car is 911. None of you can even begin to speak about that. So if anybody's showing respect, I am the one that's showing respect. I walk the walk, I talk the talk, I drive the drive, I do the do. What are you doing? No, you're telling me fire brought down the building. Fuck. Where's your compassion? Where's your humanity? And then all the time, I'm hammering them with flat earth ground zero images. Wah! Into their server as well. Literally hammering them to death. And I've been doing that for the past 4 weeks or more. Yeah, they feed off of it. So I'm expecting some concessions here because everything I brought to you is irrefutable. Doesn't matter what you say, as long as I breathe, it's coming in. It's the truth. Nature doesn't lie, just like the flat earth. Yeah. So yeah, the blade of grass. When you have that excellence, you're indeed an excellent human being. But those guys are not there. They're not of that excellence. Simple blade of grass. Vitamin B17 is its content, which the animals use to set, especially dogs and that, to settle their stomachs. The blade of grass. Humble. You look at it. Beautiful. The integrity is within. Yeah. These people on that server, they're not of that. They don't have that quality. You think you're better than everybody. No, I don't think that at all. So where you get that idea. It's the truth. The truth is better than you. That's what I said to them.
So when you say them, if you were to write a meme about it, who would you say they were? Like the Gem Panda servers, or the Globies, or the Sheeple, or the Normies?
Toxic human beings. Not fit for this flat earth. Sorry. Not even fit to be fertilizer. They're that toxic. We can't use them. They're just inhumane, literally. And I'll tell them that. I'll tell them. I said, you can ban me, but this is the facts. Truth. You are of no use to humanity at all. Your listeners are listening. I've mentioned the names of the servers that I go to, the sources of my knowledge, so they can check it. But you keep muting me because it's damage control, calling me a liar. But they can say I'm not a liar because I keep coming back. Why would I lie? What is my aim? How am I making any money from this? What do I gain? So I can't be lying. I'm saying to you that what you've said is wrong. The Earth is not a spinning ball in space. Every human being needs to look at themselves and say, what have you been doing all these years not checking? Because I never checked 53 years. And now that I've checked under good scrutiny last 7 years, definitely not a globe. I knew that within 5 minutes of being of it brought to my attention. And what was brought to my attention was my laziness to check it out by giving my trust to those who I thought were worthy of it. The scientists, the astronomers, the astrophysicists. But now I've made an error. 53 years. So the next 53 years, you better believe, I'm going to be whipping you gloveheads into shape. The youngsters who come along, I have all the time in the world. There will be no whip. They will probably whip me with their delusional, and I'll take those whips, those lashes, but I'm still going to come through by saying, I'm here to honor you. I'm not here to deceive you, but honor you as an adult. That is my number one duty as an adult who has lived for 60 years. You haven't got that. So obviously I have information you need to be picking up on. That's all. You don't know me from Adam, but I'm not here to lie to you. Why would